Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reborn into the One Piece world, trained and gained the ultimate devil fruit. Let the tale begin. Chapter 36, Butterfly Effect. What? Marineford. Several Marine cadets were running laps when they heard a loud shout from the main building and tripped. Was that the Fleet Admiral shouting? Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Garp was laughing hard while pounding on Sengoku's desk. Bwahaha. He actually sent Bello Betty to watch over that brat. This is blatant seduction. As expected from my son. Bwahaha. Garp. This is no laughing matter. If that guy turns to the revolutionary. Sengoku rubbed his temples as his head hurt just thinking about it. Why is a commander of the revolutionary even in the first half of the Grand Line? Are they planning something? You ask me, who do I ask? It's not like I know what that guy's thinking. Garp shrugged and said jokingly. Just send Momaji then, that should balance the odds. Ha ha ha. You're right. Bwahaha dash, eh? Hold on, Sengoku, I'm just joking. If she finds out that I suggested this, she won't shut up about it. Not my problem. Anyway, we can't send anyone admiral ranked, they all have things to do. And as far as I know, Momaji doesn't have any critical assignments at the moment. Sengoku no longer cared about Garp's reaction and called Momaji. Seeing as Sengoku was serious, Garp no longer stayed and left. It wasn't like he was afraid of Momaji, but it's too annoying when that girl nags him. Sengoku saw this and sighed while shaking his head. Really, this guy is supposed to be the hero of the Marines. If Lucas knew about their discussion, no doubt, he would be distressed. Damn! Why do these people keep sending women to me? Do they really think I'm that kind of person? Well, Lucas doesn't really know about it, so there was nothing he could do. On a certain island, a certain man with runic tattoos on his left side of his face looked around. This man was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. And? Where's Betty? She just reported in. She said she's monitoring that new Shichibukai, Lucas, and is now sailing with him along with the Marine captain, Black Cage Hina. A guy with a top hat and goggles answered. He had blonde hair and what seemed like a burn mark on his face. If Luffy was here, he would recognize this guy as his sworn brother that had died in the past, Sabo. The one who betrayed the Straw Hats? Why? That, she said she was just passing by and was about to help an island that was being terrorized by some rogue pirates when the Shichibukai appeared and saved everyone. She seems to think that she can make him join us. After saying that, Sabo hesitated but eventually asked, what is it with the Straw Hats that even you seem to pay attention to them so much? And this Straw Hat Luffy, somehow, seems familiar. At this point, Sabo hasn't yet recalled his past, so hearing about Luffy, he only had this faint feeling inside him but can't quite put his finger on it. Dragon naturally knew Sabo's past with his son Luffy. He thought for a moment before deciding. Since that's the case, just let her be. I'm sure she has her own plans. But with her gone, Sabo, why don't you go to East Blue after the meeting? Well, okay then. Also, it seems she already used you as her excuse anyway. Dragon turned to look at the rest of the commanders. Well then. Let's begin the meeting. In around 2 years' time, we will be launching an attack on the world government. Just like how a small flap of a butterfly's wing can cause a storm on the other side of the world, the calm balance of the world has, slowly but surely, started to waver. At this moment, Lucas has no idea just how much he has already changed the future that he knew. Currently, Lucas is in a dilemma. A crisis even. There was only one bed in this small ship. He was able to make Hina sleep on the couch, but this Betty. I don't mind sleeping with you. You. Of course, just sleeping, or were you expecting something else, you piece of trash? Lucas' mouth twitched. At the corner of his eyes, he can see Hina looking at him smugly. These two bitches. If he can master that awakening ability, he can just directly sink these two and be on his way. The author, you deserve this for taking away Nami and Robin, you bastard. Lucas thought of simply pushing these two down and have his way, but ultimately sighed and simply laid on the bed. He wasn't that kind of person anyway. The following day, Lucas was still wide awake. He wasn't able to sleep at all. He was a bit worried that Betty or Hina would suddenly pull a camera Dindin Mushi from somewhere and take a picture of him and Betty on the bed together and use it to blackmail him. Of course, he can just refuse to sleep on the bed, but this was his ship. He can't let anyone push him away from his bed. Thanks to this stupid stubbornness, he wasn't able to sleep a wink at all. And then, he thought, if he wasn't going to sleep anyway, why did he have to put himself in that position? No way, did I get infected by Sanji somehow? Achoo dash. Back in Water 7, Sanji sneezed inexplicably. I wonder which pretty lady is thinking about me. Zoro simply stared at the idiot for a moment, then continued to train. Back to Lucas. After waking up, Lucas continued with his training. He did some push-ups and curl-ups with Betty and Hina watching over him. Being stared at by these two women, eventually, Lucas felt uncomfortable. Can't you guys do anything other than, staring at me? Hina is monitoring this revolutionary exhibitionist too. Betty is staring at this marine hag too. Once again, the of them started to bicker. Lucas stopped caring about them and focused on training his body. Before, he could only do simple push-ups. But after a few days, he can do one-hand push-ups, then one finger, then handstand push-ups. Seeing that the push-ups had become easier for him, Betty started to sit on his back. Every time Lucas pushed up, she would talk trash to him. It was a weird scene. The next day, Lucas saw a faint shadow of an island in the distance. Looking at the eternal log pose, he knew that they had finally arrived at their destination. Lucas stared at Alabasta in front of him and sighed. He had arrived in this world, and the first island he saw was Alabasta. Now, he is returning so soon. At the harbor, people started to clamor when they saw a pirate ship getting near. A pirate ship? Isn't it a bit too small for a pirate ship? You're right, HM. That sign. When the ship got near, they also saw the logo on the flag and recognized it. It's the Guardian Wing. He has arrived to Alabasta. Quick! Inform the king and the princess. After getting off the ship, Lucas was already greeted by a number of soldiers, all of which had their weapons turned to him. What a warm welcome this was. Even Hina was a bit taken aback. From what she remembered, his treatment shouldn't be like this. You're a traitor of the Straw Hats, then you are a traitor to Alabasta. Leave at once. We don't want you Shichibukai here. So it was their fault. Hina thought so as she watched Lucas' reaction, expecting him to be saddened with this situation, but she only saw him still calm despite seeing an entire nation he had saved in the past now hate him. Still, she knew that this was just a front. No doubt, he is hurting very badly inside. Suddenly, Hina snapped out of it. Why was she so worried about what this guy feels? He's a pirate, she's a marine, there was no need for her to care so much. But what was this feeling? As if this situation feels wrong? Right, it was supposed to be Lucas' job to regain Alabasta's trust. Hina thinks he's not doing his job properly. No wonder Hina was so worried. After thinking that, Hina patted Lucas. Don't listen to them. You just arrived and they don't know your situation. Lucas turned to look at Hina in a confused shock. He lifted his hand and touched Hina's forehead and muttered. That's weird, are you sick? Hina's face twitched and her fist trembled as she tried to hold herself back from hitting him. This bastard. If only you weren't a Logia, Hina will definitely hit you in the nuts. Just then, a big duck ran over to their side while carrying a familiar blue-haired girl. Lucas! Ah, Vivi, Karoo, are you both well? Lucas didn't mind the weapons pointing at him as he warmly greeted the two. Quack! Karoo, you seem to look tastier than before. Quack! Quack quack. The angry Karoo smacked Lucas in the head with his wing, but Lucas didn't mind it and just laughed. He had truly missed these two. Vivi chuckled when she saw that Lucas didn't seem to have changed much at all. No, he had certainly changed, but the overall feeling she got from him was still the same as before. In fact, she doesn't really know if she had fallen in love with this man. She can only recall the fact that he, a person from another world, had risked his life to save her kingdom, and she could also tell at that time, whenever things went sideways, Lucas never really looked surprised, as if he already knew that things would be alright. I guess, seeing that, I felt reassured as well for some reason. Vivi thought so. This was also the main reason why she wanted him to stay before, as if she could feel that if Lucas is with her, everything would be okay. Lucas gave that kind of vibe to her. Actually, this can only be blamed on Lucas' mentality. Back when he had just arrived in this world, he had no power. But he knew the story. He knew that even if he did not intervene, everything would still be okay. He was not needed in this world at all. But there are still a few people who do need him. If it had happened like in the original story, there would be plenty of casualties in that war in Alabasta. The Sky Island will also be in even worse shape than it is now. There are also the future victims of Blackbeard. All these people may be meaningless and unknown, but that's alright. Maybe Lucas thinks of himself as one of them. An extra, back in his homeworld, he was a nobody, an extra, just like them. If he deserves a second shot on being something more, then those people also deserve this chance. Of course, this does not include those meaningless evil pirates. If he had unknowingly saved one, then he will just catch them in the future. Lucas knows he can't save everyone, but he can save as much as he can. This was not him having some sort of hero complex. This is him still figuring out what to do with this new life other than helping out Luffy and the others. Lucas is not some evil unfeeling bastard. If he can save someone, then why not? He has the power now anyway. Vivi smiled as she looked at Lucas. Seeing him now, she was no longer worried. She can feel that Lucas has his own reasons for leading Luffy and the crew. Especially after seeing that mark on his left arm. In the past, they only used a marker to make that sign so naturally, it had faded after some time. For him to still have this sign now, it must have been tattooed. But it seems he added a design of his own as well. On Lucas' left arm was a thick X mark, and on both sides was a pair of small wings. Looking at his tattoo, even Vivi had an urge to have one as well. Alright everyone, lower your weapons. These people are our guests. But, princess, he dash. It's fine. In any case, he had come with a marine captain, they are guests. Now, go back to your stations. You understood, your highness. The soldiers saluted once and left to go back to their stations. Betty saw this and clicked her tongue. You piece of shit have quite a charismatic wife. She's not dash, we're not really. Lucas turned to look at Vivi to see how she'll react, but Vivi seemed to act as if she never heard anything and simply walked away. Still, Lucas can see the back of her ears turn red. Lucas sighed. It seems, he is in big trouble this time. Because of that, the four people and one duck walked with an awkward air around them. Lucas glanced at Vivi and whispered. Shall we ditch them? How? Hee hee, hold on tight. Lucas grinned and took Vivi in a princess carry. His wings opened up behind him, which he flapped as they flew to the skies. Hina wasn't able to react in time and only sighed when she saw the two already in the sky. She looked at Betty and Karoo, then puffed a smoke. Maybe it was a mistake to volunteer for this mission. On the other hand, Betty looked at Lucas' wings and was curious. Just why is it that he has such wings? It's not like he came from a winged race. And he can also make it appear and disappear at will. Lucas probably isn't aware of it, but his image as an angel is quite impactful. If the revolutionary can rope in this guy, and together with her own ability, they can convert more people to fight with them. Betty licked her lips as numerous ideas formed in her head. Meanwhile, Karoo was also looking at Lucas' wings, then to his own wings. Quack! My role is being stolen. In the skies, Vivi's eyes dazzled at the sight of her kingdom below. When she was a kid, Pell would also carry her on his back as they flew across the kingdom. Later on, as she grew older, she was no longer able to ride on his back again and enjoy that sensation. Thank you, Lucas. It's nothing. After that, the two fell silent while slowly flying in the sky. Eventually, Vivi asked him, "How's Luffy and the others?" "They're still the same. It was really fun, sailing with them." "What happened, Lucas? Why did you become a Shichibukai?" Lucas sighed and recounted what happened, starting from Long Ring Island. Vivi didn't interrupt him as he told his story. After hearing what happened, Vivi was also worried. "I didn't know that Miss All Sunday had that kind of past, but will they be okay? After they leave Water 7, won't the Marines be waiting for them?" "Haha, they should be all right. They will have their new ship by then. I look forward to seeing it one day." Lucas remembered Thousand Sunny's coup de burst in the original story. With something like that, they should be able to easily escape the Marines. Vivi looked at Lucas and her heart skipped a beat. There it is again. That calmness, as if he really knows that everything will be okay. Vivi snapped out of it soon and they continued to chat about their journey. Some time passed. Lucas finally landed in front of the royal palace and met King Cobra, who was visibly upset seeing him together with Vivi. Lucas cleared his throat in an attempt to smooth things over. "Cough, Your Majesty. Have you been well? How about I give you a massage? I don't need a massage." Lucas didn't bother hearing his reply and quickly massaged his shoulders while using his healing ability. The result was naturally quite relaxing. It was so relaxing that King Cobra could only glare at Lucas and no longer spoke. Vivi saw this and thought she should also ask for a massage later, but thinking about it, it was quite embarrassing. At the side, Betty asked, "Trash, give me a massage as well later. Can't this girl speak nicely at all?" Lucas sighed and pretended not to hear her. Anyway, he's not obligated to listen to her. "Oh yeah, I was meaning to ask, but these two are..." King Cobra finally snapped out of it and asked Lucas as he looked over the two women wearing shades and smoking a cigarette. "Are they sisters or something?" "Ah, the ice block over there is Hina. She was sent by the Marines to monitor me. And that exhibitionist over there is Bello Betty. Apparently, she was sent by the Revolutionary to monitor me as well." "What the heck?" Now that he mentions it, one is indeed a Marine captain and they also saw her back when Luffy and the rest were here previously. She was the one attacking their ship at that time. As for the other, upon closer look, the logo on that flag she's carrying is the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary flag, that appearance, Bello Betty. Isn't she the East Army commander of the Revolutionary Army? Why the hell is she here monitoring a Shichibukai? Lucas saw their reaction and just waved his hands. Don't mind them. Just think of them as a statue and a pervert. Chapter 37, Night Trouble. After briefly explaining the situation to King Cobra, Lucas was led to his room. Of course, Betty and Hina both got separate rooms as well. Never mind staying in his room, if those two are put together, they would always end up fighting. He laid there on his bed and was about to sleep when someone knocked on his door. "Can I come in?" "Vivi? Come in." Lucas opened the door and saw Vivi wearing a light blue negligee. For a moment, he was dumbstruck by her beauty and was at a loss for words. Why would Vivi come into his room at this time wearing something like this? While all sorts of ideas appeared in his mind, Vivi let herself in and looked out the window. Seeing this, Lucas knew that she didn't come for that and was a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and asked, "What is it? Can't sleep?" I've been thinking." "About?" Vivi didn't answer for a while, seemingly hesitating on something. Lucas didn't hurry her and simply waited. After a while, she spoke. You said you are forming a separate crew to back Luffy and the others when the time comes. Yes? Still confused, Lucas asked. Vivi turned around and looked at him in the eye. Lucas could see her determination as she spoke. I want to join. Vivi, do you understand what you're saying? I can't take you away from here, this is your kingdom. Lucas sweated. If Sengoku learns that he converted a royalty to be a pirate, who knows just what he'll do to him. Actually, he couldn't care less about Sengoku. What he was more worried about was Vivi's father, King Cobra. When he just took Vivi for a spin in the sky, he was already upset. If he took her to the seas this time. Lucas' head hurt just thinking about it. While Lucas was having a dilemma, Vivi spoke again. I understand your worries. I have thought about it, and I still want to join. Lucas was about to speak, but seeing Vivi's determination, the words won't come out from his mouth. Fufu, don't worry. I won't be joining openly. I just want to let you know, if the time ever comes, you can count on Alabasta to back you up as well. I see. Lucas understood her intentions and no longer said anything. He sighed and sat on the bed. Geez, you scared me for a moment there. I don't even know what I'll do if your father learns I snatched you and took you to the seas to be a pirate. Vivi giggled at that and she also sat beside him on the bed. Mia sighed. I think Koza might actually want to come with you. Koza? Vivi nodded. After everything had settled, he doesn't have much to do other than help his father manage Yuba. You should try to ask him. Lucas remembered the former rebellion leader and Vivi's childhood friend. Koza had quite a charisma with him as well, and he can also fight well. With some training, he would be much stronger too. Plus, Lucas also knows that he is very loyal, so he would very much want him on board as well. The problem is, will he join him? Lucas can still remember that Koza said they didn't want to fight before. Rather, they had no choice but to fight. Will he be willing to have a life of a pirate? Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask first. Lucas thought so and stopped thinking about it. Vivi and him continued to sit there in silence. Eventually, Vivi asked, Can I see your phone again? It's been a while since I played with it. Oh, sure. Here. The two continued to chat and take pictures. Lucas also showed her the pictures and videos he took. Vivi seemed to especially like the video he took of Chopper with a blindfold and trying to hit him as he go "Ei. Ei. Ei." Lucas watched Vivi's laughing face lit up by the moonlight outside the window and was once again entranced. Vivi also noticed his look and blushed. Silently, she closed her eyes. Lucas took a gulp and his heart quickened, but he didn't make a move. Vivi, you should know, I'm now in a relationship with Nami and Robin, so. Vivi opened her eyes and smiled sadly. Hee, I had a feeling that was the case. Seeing her smile, Lucas felt guilty. He wanted to apologize but felt that if he did, he might hurt her even more. The two fell silent once again. Then, Vivi asked. The two of them? Ah, yes. At first, it was only Nami then, after the incident with Eni's lobby, she said she and Robin had a talk. After that, well. Lucas scratched his head, embarrassed by explaining his love life with another girl who had feelings for him. Vivi started to mutter, but Lucas was too embarrassed to focus on it, so he didn't hear it. So they are fine with sharing. If so, maybe me too. If it's Nami, it should be alright. As for Miss All Sunday, Robin, I also forgive her already, so it's also okay if Nami's okay with it. HM? Did you say something? Vivi pouted. This idiot. Suddenly, the door sprung open and they heard a familiar voice. Trash, I heard your massage is good. Let me X-dash. Lucas and Vivi started at Betty while Betty also stared at the two back. Then, she closed the door and left while leaving behind some words. You brats better not be loud. That virgin hag is right next door, it will be troublesome if she intervenes midway. Vivi stood up with her face still red. Well then, I should get going. Ah, why yes. Good night, Vivi. Good night, Lucas. Lucas saw Vivi at the door, but before Vivi stepped out, she turned around again and gave Lucas a kiss. Surprised, Lucas was unable to respond for a few seconds when Vivi finally separated. A kiss won't hurt, right? Vivi smiled and quickly left, leaving Lucas still standing there in stupor. After some time, Lucas shook his head. I really am in trouble now. Sighing, he went back to his bed and noticed something. Ah, Vivi didn't return my phone. Lucas thought of looking for her, but after what just happened, he shook his head and thought of looking for her tomorrow instead. Outside Lucas' room, Vivi glared at Betty and quickly escaped to her own room. Betty sighed and shook her head. TSK, if you don't do it with him, don't blame me for stepping in first. Betty giggled and reopened Lucas' door. Lucas glared at Betty and asked, What are you here for? Didn't I say? Give me a massage. Feeling that this girl wouldn't shut up about it unless he gave her a massage, Lucas sighed. Fine. Betty smiled and lay down on his bed face down. Then, she removed her jacket. Did you have to strip? Oh. Isn't this how massages are? Lucas sighed again. Why is it that he always gets caught up with this woman's pace? Is this related to her power or something? Anyway, she's laying face down so he can only see her back, though her huge twin peaks are still somewhat visible at the sides. Damn you, Oda. Why did you have to draw her so sexily? Lucas thought of Nami and Robin to stop himself from thinking anything dirty about Betty. The surface of his hands turned to water and he started the massage. Mach. Ah. Right there. So, good. It's coming. Damn! This bitch is doing this on purpose. What's coming? Suddenly, the door slammed open once again. Bam! What the hell are you two doing? Hina barged in and shouted. When she saw the situation, she showed a rare blush on her face. Damn it! Hina thought that. Hina shook her head and sighed. Pervert, just a massage and you're getting horny? Virgin hag, you should try it, it really does feel good. You're the virgin. Who said Hina is a virgin? You're not? Hina refused to pay any more attention to Betty and finally turned to Lucas. And you? Why are you giving her a massage? Why are you suddenly angry at me? I didn't do anything. Lucas was speechless. Why did he suddenly attract this female boss aggro? Nevertheless, he was a bit grateful that Hina intervened. If she didn't, who knows what he might have done. He should be nicer to her from now on. Do you want a massage too? Inside Vivi's room, Vivi buried herself under the sheets and rolled around. Oh! I can't believe I kissed him. What do you mean a kiss wouldn't hurt? Stupid! That kiss only made things worse. How can I look at Lucas again tomorrow? Vivi stopped rolling and thought about it. Soon, she started rolling again while screaming on her pillow. HM? Ah, I forgot to return his phone. When she felt that something was still on her hands, she looked and saw it was Lucas' phone. After some hesitation, she decided not to return it to him tonight and wait for another day. Staring at the phone, she remembered the pictures that Lucas showed and opened the gallery app. She looked at the picture she took together with Lucas earlier. They were both smiling in that picture. Ah! I forgot I was still wearing my sleepwear. Vivi blushed and only now noticed that she was in her negligee when she visited Lucas. No wonder he was fidgeting so much. Ah, how can she approach Lucas again tomorrow? Vivi stared at the phone for a while. Subconsciously, her fingers tapped on the camera app. While on her bed, she started taking selfies in various poses. Only after some time did she think that she'll have to still return the phone. With a red face, she deleted every photo of her just now. Once all of her pictures were deleted, she sighed in relief. As if to satisfy some kind of urge, she started taking selfies again. Anyway, I'll just delete them later, might as well take a few more pictures. And, this one looks cute, I'll take a few more. Finally satisfied, she looked at the pictures one last time and deleted them. When she reached the last picture, which she thinks is the cutest one, she hesitated for a while before deciding not to delete it. One picture should be okay, right? Vivi continued to play with the phone and finally saw a folder named Treasures. When she tapped on it, it was asking her for a password. Treasures, it should be Nami, huh? Vivi typed in Nami, but it didn't accept it. After thinking for a bit, she continued to type in other words. On her third try, she typed Nami on a whim and suddenly, the folder opened. Yes! Got it! Now, to look at the treasures. After seeing what was inside, Vivi went silent and started blushing. Wow! This Nami, so bold. Her pictures were even sexier and bolder than hers. Should I also? No. It's too embarrassing. Vivi laughed to herself and continued to play around with the phone. Eventually, she had already fallen asleep without noticing it. The next day, Lucas woke up and got out of his room. Once he opened his door, he found Vivi passing by. Ah! The two of them silently stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, from the rooms beside Lucas, the doors opened at the same time as Hina and Betty both came out. What are you trashes staring at so early in the morning? Betty asked when she saw the awkward situation, totally not caring about the mood. Vivi blushed but didn't back down. Come on, breakfast is ready, let's eat. Well, let's go then. Lucas walked beside Vivi as they went to the dining hall with Hina and Betty following behind. Everyone seemed to have the same agreement of not mentioning last night. They met with King Cobra and the others who were exchanging looks with Lucas and Vivi, then to Betty and Hina. They felt like something happened last night. Chapter 38, CP9's Decision. Sabati Archipelago. Lucci and the rest of the former CP9 had finally landed in this place as directed by Lucas. When they first saw this place, they didn't quite understand what Lucas meant. From what they can see, this seemed to be a fun place with lots of attractions and novelties. Then they saw a world noble. He was wearing some kind of hazmat suit as if he can't stand breathing the same air as the others. The world noble was riding on some bloodied man walking on all fours and in chains. Behind him, he was also dragging on several women with bruises all over their bodies. Behind them, there was a giant who was also trailing along. There were collars in all of their necks. These are the so-called world nobles? Kaku raised a brow while Lucci just remained silent. None of them really minded what they saw that much. At most, only Califa looked uncomfortable. Jabra snorted. I guess this is what that Lucas wanted us to see. What a joke, he thinks that if we see this scene, we will turn to him. Lucci, what do we do? Blueno asked. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Lucci turned around and no longer bothered with Lucas. The only reason they tagged along with what Lucas said was to get away from him and the Marines. As for going to Sabati Archipelago, it was simply to satisfy their curiosity. Now that they saw it, there was no use staying anymore. Everyone else looked at each other and shrugged. Soon, they turned around as well and followed Lucci. Hold it! You lot! Hearing someone calling them out, they stopped. Why are you not kneeling? Can't you see I'm here? Huh? As the world noble had said, everyone around was on their knees. Only they were still standing at this moment. Damn snotty brat. Why would we kneel to you? Jabra was pissed. This was the first time some kid asked him to kneel before him. You dash. I'm Bevis. A world noble. You lot are just lesser people. Do you understand? I am your god. Why you dash? Jabra, don't. Kaku quickly held Jabra down when he saw that he was about to kill the world noble. The world noble seemed to have noticed something and nodded. That girl, give her to me. As for the rest, kill them. Especially that guy that's still not turning around. Yes. The giant behind him nodded and charged towards Lucci and the rest. Seeing the situation turn for the worse, Blueno quickly opened an air door and pushed everyone in. Huh? Where did they go? The world noble looked around but no longer saw them in the area. Pissed, he shouted at the giant angrily. Go! Kill everyone in the area. Yes. Everyone paled and they all quickly ran for their lives. Soon, the area was filled with screams and horror. After some time, there were only bodies and blood all over the place. Even his own slaves were killed as well. Lucci and the others watched this happen from Blueno's door dimension. These world nobles are. Just where's the justice in this? Suddenly, they heard a growling sound. Turning around, they saw Lucci had already transformed. Actually, he was already mid-transformation when Blueno had pushed everyone in his air door. Lucci pulled out the dendenmushi that Lucas gave them and gave Lucas a call. Have you made a decision? Lucas went back to his room to get out of Hina and Betty when he got Lucci's call. Tell me, these world nobles, are you going to kill them? I take it you already met them? Wait, you didn't go and kill them, right? I'm not an idiot. I know this isn't the right time. Lucci gritted his teeth. Actually, he was already about to kill one, but there's no need to tell him that. Well, you're right. This isn't the time. If I follow you, will I get to kill one someday? You must really hate them, huh? What happened? Lucas asked. At first, he thought that he won't be able to gain Lucci as this guy really only wanted an excuse to kill. At most, Lucas thought he could gain one or two of the former CP9, but he didn't expect the world noble to help him so much. If that world noble called Bevis or whatever didn't bother with Lucci, then this wouldn't have happened. After hearing this situation, Lucas was angered as well. Why wait for someday? Go kill that guy now. Huh? Everyone is already dead. As long as no one else sees you, well, you get what I mean. What about his giant slave? I reckon after killing the world noble, he would ask you to kill him as well. If not, then take him with you when you return. Or, don't tell me you can't do it. Hearing Lucas' provocation, Lucci let out a menacing grin. Besides him, Jabra had also transformed. Let me do it! Let me kill that turd. How about we race for it? Lucci smiled. He truly wanted to try and kill a god. Blueno looked at the two and sighed. He found a blind spot and opened the air door for them. The two disappeared from their view. In an instant, the world noble Bevis, acting so haughtily before, was sliced into ribbons. Lucci and Jabra reappeared beside Blueno the next moment, and Blueno closed the air door again. As for the giant, Blueno already got him in his air door while Lucci and Jabra killed the world noble. Damn it! I was only able to slice the corpse. Humph, you were too slow. Lucci looked at the giant and asked. Live or die? Choose. Let me go. I will take the blame for killing that bastard. Very well. Blueno opened the air door and released the giant, who went to the world noble's corpse and started stomping on it. Once the world noble was reduced to mincemeat, no one should be able to tell the cause of death. This should be enough to take the blame. The former CP9 members watched as the giant was found by Marines and started to give chase. Lucci picked up the dendenmushi once again. We're in. Lucci grinned. It seems, following Lucas might very well be worthwhile. The others also didn't have any opinion, they were willing to join as well since Lucci has already spoken. Lucas hung up after telling Lucci and the rest where he was so they can meet up. Hina saw Lucas leave his room. What was that about? HN? Lucci and the others called. They'll be arriving here after a few days. They should be able to reach Alabasta in a bit over a week at least. There should be eternal log posts for sale as well in Sabati Archipelago, so there's no worry of them getting lost. Hina's eyes narrowed. She felt that Lucas is hiding something else, but she had no way to find out what. Lucas just shrugged and made his rounds in the kingdom. Helping here and there, making some rain, those kinds of things. Eventually, the citizens did change the way they looked at him. In his free time, other than chatting with Vivi, he would train on his body and hockey as well. As always, Hina and Betty watched Lucas train on his own. One day, Vivi asked, "Why do you keep training physically? Do you even need to? I mean, you can turn into and control water. Actually, they say that a human is mostly made of water as well. Using that logic, can't you control the water in a human's body, then?" Lucas looked at her and suddenly laughed, causing Vivi's face to blush. Why are you laughing? Isn't that the case? Ha ha ha, sorry. Well, I actually thought the same when I first got this power. Unfortunately, things don't really work that way. Lucas waved his hand and gathered the water vapor from the air to create a small water orb above his palm. Though I control water from afar, I can't do the same with the water inside a person's body. For that, I will need to touch the person and concentrate deeply to focus on the water molecules for it to work. It isn't really too practical and it's too much work. It's better for me to make a water spear, stab someone, and use the water from that to achieve a similar effect. Plus, doing that is too bloody and gross. Lucas remembered doing something similar to Blackbeard's crew. It was really too nauseous. But, how come that's the case? Well, I have a theory. If the water, or anything, comes into contact with a living being for a period of time, it will gain some sort of essence that shrouds itself from the devil fruit's powers. For example, there is another Shichibukai named Gecko Moria. He can control shadows with his devil fruit ability. If he can control all shadows at will, then wouldn't he be too powerful? After all, everyone has a shadow. If not the one beneath your feet, it would be under your clothes, hair, even inside your body. But he's unable to do that. He has to touch the shadow, peel it, and sever it from the host before he could control it. There's also Caesar Clown who can control gas. Even he can only take control of the air around the person rather than inside the person himself. I see. I think I somehow get it. Vivi appeared to still be confused but nodded anyway. Hearing their conversation, Hina sighed in relief. It seemed she was also afraid that Lucas would suddenly control the water in her body and burst her from the inside. After sighing, she picked up her glass of water and drank from it. But if a person recently drank water, I can still control that. Cough cough, asterisk. Hina glared at Lucas. You should have said that sooner. Lucas shrugged. Hey, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be here now. Hina knew what he said was right. Still, she looked at her glass of water and placed it back on the table. Lucas ignored her and looked back to Vivi. Besides, that's just my theory. It could be something else, or something simpler as well. Anyway, the fact is that I can't control water inside a person's body from afar. I see. How about seawater then? Can't you simply carry them and use it to deal with devil fruit users? If that were the case, I would grab a barrel like Luffy and fill it with seawater. Alas, once the seawater is disconnected from the sea itself, it loses that effect on devil fruit users. Otherwise, even salt will be deadly to devil fruit users. You're right. But there is a workaround to that. Back when he captured Blackbeard in his water prison, he left a thin water line connecting it to the sea, which was why it was able to restrain Blackbeard. Naturally, there was no need for him to tell this with a marine captain present. Vivi continued to ask as if to satisfy her curiosity in Lucas' powers. Lucas smiled wryly but still answered. How about Akiji's ice? Isn't that water as well? Yes, but controlling water and ice are two different matters. What do you mean? Imagine two very powerful magnets. Lucas controlled the water orb above his hand to split into two smaller orbs. These two magnets are so strong that it's hard to pry them away from each other. The two small orbs stuck together and didn't budge. This is what happens to water's molecules when water freezes. I can control ice, that's fine, if it was normal ice. Akiji's control over ice is much better than mine, as he has had his powers for years now, while I only got mine for a bit over a month at most, so I thought, if I control the water molecules enough that they don't stick to each other and create ice, then Akiji wouldn't have control. If it was just 2 molecules, then it's easy, but do you have any idea how many molecules are there in a single drop of water? A lot? A whole lot. Lucas sighed. It's easier to make the water hot to loosen up the molecules and create steam. Steam is very light when compared to normal water, so it's easy to control. The problem is, Akiji can create ice faster than I can melt. This is why that Akiji is so damn annoying to deal with. He still needed to level up his Heatman mode to burn even hotter. It would be best if I can learn armament haki too. You already took our Rokushiki technique, don't even think about learning haki from us. Hina spoke, but Lucas pretended to be oblivious. What Rokushiki? I don't have it. Where is it? Ah, that, it seems a thief stole it from me back in Water 7. TSK, how careless of me. A vein popped from Hina's forehead. What do you mean stole? You gave it away, didn't you? Hina could only think of this and not speak. Instead, she stood up to take her Denden Mushi and report this to Sengoku. Suddenly, they heard Betty finally speak. Trash, I can teach you if you want. Armament haki, that is. Really? But you'll have to come with me to meet Dragon. Lucas was about to answer when suddenly, another voice shouted and came crashing in the training grounds. That won't happen. Boom. Betty's eyes narrowed and quickly dodged. After a loud boom, another figure could be seen standing on the spot where Betty used to be. It was a woman with black hair and long legs. She had a spider tattoo on her left thigh and a sword on her waist, as well as a cloak of justice on her shoulders. Lucas tried to remember her but can't quite think of a name. Luckily, Heinemann was nearby. Vice Admiral Momaji. Hearing the name and title, Lucas finally remembered. What the hell? Isn't she supposed to be one of the admiral candidates? A potential admiral-level officer is here. Seeing Momaji, Betty clicked her tongue. Tisk, time's up, huh? Lucas, think about what I said. I'll be leaving now. Come back here, revolutionary. Momaji pulled her sword and started to give chase to Betty. After some time, Lucas snapped out of it. Huh, did she call me using my name just now? Chapter 39, First Mate. After some time, Momaji met with them once more in the dining hall. Judging from the fact that she's alone, everyone can pretty much guess that Betty managed to escape. With a stern face, she scolded King Cobra. Why is Alabasta letting a commander of the Revolutionary Army rest in the royal palace? It can't be helped, no one here can really beat her. Feeling that he has a point, Momaji redirected her anger to Lucas. Why is a Shichibukai not doing anything to capture her? The Shichibukai system is supposed to deter the Yonko, in other words, we only deal with pirates. The revolutionary is your problem. Feeling that he also has a point, Momaji turned to look at Hina and was about to speak when Lucas cut in. Why is a vice admiral not able to capture one commander of the Revolutionary Army? Momaji was speechless. Why was she the one being scolded now? The thing was, she has no excuse at all. Hina looked at Lucas and felt complicated. Should she feel grateful to him that she wasn't scolded or angry at him for scolding her superior? At the side, Vivi tried hard not to laugh at the situation. Momaji glared at Lucas and wished she can cut him to pieces. Seeing the air becoming tenser by the second, King Cobra intervened. Well, calm down. Igaram, why don't you show Vice Admiral Momaji to the guest room? Yes, Your Majesty. This way please, Vice Admiral. Fine. Momaji snorted and left to her room. Vivi saw Lucas smiling smugly behind Momaji and chuckled as she hit him. Stop that, anyway, she is still a vice admiral, you should behave. Fine. King Cobra saw the interaction between the two and felt a sense of foreboding. It can't be, my Vivi-chan. Lucas noticed his look as well, so he quickly returned to his room to escape. When he laid down on his bed, he sighed deeply. Sigh, seriously. After one left, another troublesome one came. At least Betty was better to look at than this Momaji chick. What? Miss me already, trash? You be Betty? Damn, you scared me. Lucas looked at Betty, who suddenly popped out from the window. Betty didn't mind his reaction and simply walked in and sat on the bed. HM? You're hurt. Lucas could see a few slashes on her body, and she also seemed to have a few broken bones. After thinking for a bit, Lucas still decided to heal her. Thanks. If you want to thank me, start properly using my name. Thanks, trash. Betty smiled. I'm just joking. Thanks, Lucas. You're welcome. Damn it, what's with this woman acting all cute all of a sudden? Lucas cleared his throat and asked. So, how come you went through the trouble of going back? Our conversation was cut short earlier. As I said, if you want to learn hockey better, it's best if you go see Dragon. You don't have to answer now, but here, this is our contact. If ever you decide in the future, contact us and we will be there. I'll take this then. Anyway, it's good to have contact with them. Lucas had no reason to refuse. Suddenly, Betty gave him a kiss on the cheek before walking to the window. I'll be going now. Thanks again for patching me up. With a wink, she jumped off the window and disappeared. Lucas smiled wryly and scratched his cheek. He can tell that Betty doesn't really have feelings for him. That kiss was something like what an elder sister would give to her little brother. Lucas sighed and laid back on his bed. He took out the paper that Betty gave him and found that it was also a Viva card. I really should get me one of these. I wonder, if I asked Hina, will they give some to me? Morning came. Lucas went with his usual rounds before going back to training. Currently, he can now lift heavy dumbbells like Zoro. Naturally, he hasn't reached Zoro's level of strength yet. At most, he is only a bit below Sanji now. In Lucas' mind, in terms of power, Sanji should be below Zoro at the moment. Of course, if it's simply leg power, Sanji would be stronger. But for overall raw strength, Zoro still wins out. As he was training, a familiar visitor appeared before him. It was Koza. Have you decided? Lucas asked. After Vivi had told him about Koza, he went to find him the next day and ask his opinion. That time, Lucas can see Koza still hesitating, so he gave him some time to decide. Koza coming to find him now should mean that he had made his decision. I've thought about it. And? I'm in. Lucas smiled. He finally had a trustworthy member in his crew. Good. But I need to know now, do you want to be in the front lines or support from behind? What do you mean? Koza asked, confused by Lucas' question. Depending on your answer, I will decide on your training and position. Koza thought for a while before finally answering. If possible, I'd rather not fight. Yet you still chose to join me? Yes, I've talked with Princess Vivi about it, and I've also given it some thought for the past few days. If I can be a part of your crew, it will also mean that Alabasta had gained your protection. This is an investment for a better future of Alabasta. Lucas was taken aback by his reason. You know, even if you don't join, I will still protect Alabasta no matter what. I know, but nevertheless, this is what I must do. Very well. Seeing Koza's conviction, Lucas no longer asked anything. In that case, you will be in charge of intelligence gathering and tactical support. From now on, you are my vice captain. Ha! Koza's jaw dropped. How the hell did he end up as the vice captain already? Lucas just laughed. Haha, speaking about it, you can be considered as my first mate. Those bunch from CP9 don't really count since they're basically half forced into joining. Plus, I can rest assured if I leave the crew to you, Vice Captain Koza. Really now? Koza sighed with a wry smile. He doesn't know it yet, but in the future, his name will also be known throughout the Grand Line. When one speaks of Lucas, they will also think about his right-hand man in his Shichibukai days. They say that this man has cards hidden in every corner of the world and knew every news before it even happens and is one of the hidden generals that supported the Pirate King. The wild card, Koza. After accepting Koza to his crew, Koza said that some guys from the former rebellion group also wanted to come with. Lucas accepted them as well. With this, he now has a sizable crew himself. But now, he has another problem. His personal ship is too small and his real ship is still in the making. As such, he turned to Hina. Hina, lend Lucas a ship. Don't worry, Lucas will give it a paint job so it wouldn't look like a marine ship. A vein popped on Hina's forehead again. Hina felt she's being insulted whenever Lucas talks in third person as well. Hina sighed and ignored Lucas' tone. She called Sengoku to report. Sengoku heard Lucas' request and sighed as well. Fine, give him a ship. Anyway, it's good that he didn't turn to the revolutionary. Now that Betty had escaped, tell Momaji she can return, there are more important things for her to do. Oh, and it seems Lucas has pretty much completed his mission. Tell him he can leave if he wants, but once he is needed, he better respond. Understood. In his office, Sengoku rubbed his temple and slumped in his chair. With the revolutionary removed from Lucas' side, and Alabasta's trust in them again, Sengoku was already satisfied. Still, a lot of things seem to keep popping up that he can't catch his breath. At least he doesn't have to mind Lucas' matter for some time. As for granting him freedom, it was a small thing. Anyway, Hina is still there to monitor him so he won't be causing too much trouble. It was more important for him to deal with the more important matters such as the murder of a world noble a few days ago. The entire Sabati archipelago was nearly destroyed from the incident. Thankfully, they managed to find the culprit and was able to calm down the nobles. But even with that issue somewhat settled, another thing popped up. Sengoku looked at the newspaper and groaned. This guy, after so many years, he finally resurfaced again and did this, just where has he been hiding all this time? Meanwhile, inside the Devil's Sea, the Florian Triangle. The Straw Hats had finally received the new ship and added in Frankie to their crew. They set off a few days ago to reach Fishman Island when they came across a barrel floating on the sea. The curious Luffy naturally took it and they opened it. As soon as they did, a flare shot up to the sky. Then, a storm arrived and pushed them to the Devil's Sea, the Florian Triangle, where they met a strange talking skeleton. This skeleton was Brook, a person who had eaten the revived devil fruit, which explained his appearance. But the strange thing was, Brook didn't seem to have a shadow at all. And he also can't be reflected in the mirror. Soon, they found themselves trapped in Thriller Bark, the gigantic ship of Gecko Moria. At this moment, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper got separated from the group and found themselves in the mansion of Dr. Hodbeck. After receiving his hospitality, Nami asked Usopp and Chopper to guard the door while she takes a bath. Absalom, who had eaten the invisibility devil fruit, was already inside the bathroom, eagerly waiting for her to strip. Nami was about to remove her clothes when suddenly, she paused. She picked up her climax and started to make black clouds casually. Watching her make black clouds, Absalom was confused. Is that staff some kind of toy for taking a bath? But why does it look like a black cloud? Absalom thought about it for a moment but couldn't arrive at a conclusion. Eventually, he just ignored it and thought it was just a toy. Then, he heard Nami speak. The weather is a chance of thunder and lightning. Nami casually walked to the door and left while flinging a thunder ball to the black clouds. Lightning tempo. Jaya! Both Usopp and Chopper looked at the guy that suddenly appeared out of nowhere only to be struck by lightning. Their jaws dropped to the ground. Nami, scary. Absalom had been hiding in the bathtub and was quite wet. So the lightning that struck him just now was even deadlier. Chopper. Why yes. Nami smiled at Chopper, who suddenly straightened his back upon being called by the demon. Would you be so kind as to throw that trash? I'll do it. Chopper quickly turned to his heavy point form and ran inside to grab the unconscious Absalom. He opened the window and didn't care that this wasn't the first floor as he threw Absalom far away. Thank you. It was nothing. Chopper returned to normal and dashed back outside the bathroom. After closing the door again, Nami sighed in relief. Was that what Lucas spoke of? Observation Haki? For a moment there, I could tell that someone was here. Nami placed her index finger to her chin as she pondered. If Lucas was here, he would have been shocked. He didn't think that before Luffy and Zoro, the first to actually gain observation Haki, was Nami. Then again, Nami always seemed to have a powerful sixth sense with how she can easily feel the minute changes of the weather. She must have been one of those innate people who had this power from birth. It only matured when she grew up. Lucas must have triggered this innate ability of hers somehow. Nami fell silent and thought. It can't be because of that, right? I should confirm with Robin later. After deciding, Nami felt this new ability of hers. Now that I think about it, this mansion, I can see the whole place, even Dr. Hogback's lab, so that's it? I knew that Dr. Hogback was suspicious. We should leave as soon as I take a bath. And, taking a bath is more important. Back in Alabasta, Lucas was surprised to hear that Sengoku agreed to lend him a ship and even let him leave Alabasta. Lucas sighed in relief. Finally, I can start gathering my crew. As soon as Lucci and the others, as well as the ship, arrives, we'll be setting off. Lucas said the same to Koza as well, so he can start gathering those who will come with and prepare. Momaji appeared in front of him and gave him one last glare before leaving. You better not cause any trouble. Sure, just go already. This damn brat. Momaji was this close to slicing off Lucas' head. After glaring at him, she left on her ship and started to sail. Lucas looked at Hina and asked, Is she always on her period or something? Hina pretended not to hear him. Lucas shrugged and looked at the sky. Seeing as it was about to get dark, he started to head back to the palace to rest. Lucas! Seeing Vivi rush towards him with a worried look, Lucas frowned. Vivi? What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, but... Vivi looked at the newspaper in her hands and passed it to Lucas. Confused, Lucas looked at the contents and finally understood why Vivi was worried. The contents of the newspaper wrote about several islands disappearing in East Blue. I heard that Luffy and them came from East Blue, do you think? No, none of the islands that disappeared were their homelands. Lucas read the report and sighed in relief when he saw the list of island names. Still, he can't be too relieved just yet. He knows what this event signified. It's just that Lucas didn't think that this would also happen here. After all, this event only happened in the movies of One Piece in his world. Since even events from the movies can happen, who's to say the non-canon arcs in the anime will also not happen? If that's the case... Lucas' face became grim. Damn! I didn't pay too much attention to those non-canon arcs. It seems that Lucas had severely underestimated this world and the things happening in the background. Lucas stopped thinking about that for now and focused on the current issue. There was no telling that everything will happen just like in the movie. In the movie, Luffy and the others' homelands were not included in the island's disappearance, but now... Lucas can't risk this chance. He turned to Hina and said, Tell Sengoku to hurry it up with the ship. And it better be able to travel the calm belt. You're really going to East Blue? Yeah. I'm gonna kick that Shiki's ass to the ground. Chapter 40, East Blue. When Sengoku heard Hina's report, he was surprised. He didn't think that Lucas would actively want to go against a pirate from Roger's era. Shiki isn't some normal pirate. This is the man who had cut off his own legs to escape. He was incredibly more tenacious compared to the normal pirate. This man had also stood alongside the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. Yet Lucas wants to deal him? Moreover, kick his ass to the ground? Sengoku thought for a moment before agreeing to his request. He made a few calls to have a ship capable of sailing the calm belt to be sent to Alabasta as soon as possible. Knowing the opponent he was about to face, Lucas stopped dallying and continued with his training as soon as he can. In fact, he even stopped making his rounds in Alabasta anymore and simply focused on training. The citizens didn't mind. Over time, they had already accepted him after he rounded up some pirates and criminals. He was also able to make rain without the use of rain powder, so eventually, the people no longer hated him. Plus, the soldiers had explained to them that Lucas would be dealing with the pirate that caused the islands to disappear in East Blue, so they all understood. Even though the matters in East Blue doesn't really affect them, they still wanted to feel safe knowing that whoever was behind it to be put behind bars. Watching over Lucas, Hina also didn't stay idle. She'll still be accompanying Lucas to the East Blue, so she naturally should help as much as she can. Especially when it concerns a pirate like Shiki. Hina knows that Shiki isn't a normal pirate. She also needs to power up if she wants to be of some use. Vivi watched the two train and couldn't help but clench her fists. Despite being of royalty, in the face of truly powerful people, she simply cannot do anything but watch and worry. Koza was also pretty busy. He was ordering the people to stock up some rations and other necessities for their travel. Right now, he was simply too weak. The only thing he can do is to support Lucas from behind and make sure he doesn't need to bother about the small things. 5 days passed, the ship finally arrived. Lucci and the others also arrived a day earlier and heard of the situation. Lucas gathered everyone on the deck of the ship. Listen up. It doesn't matter who you were in the past. Now, you are a part of the Guardian Wing Pirate crew. For our debut, we will be going to the East Blue to stop a pirate. He is known as the Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate from the era of the Pirate King Roger. Thinking excessively, he is on the same level as Whitebeard. Thinking optimistically, he is old and has grown weaker. If any of you want to leave now, then get out. Lucas saw no one was leaving. He nodded. Good. Now, to your stations. We sail for East Blue. Aye. His crew quickly went to their stations to prepare for setting sail. The only ones not moving were Koza and the rest of the former CP9. Lucci chuckled. Whitebeard's level, huh? I look forward to it. Seriously, never a dull moment. Kaku shook his head with a smile. Lucas-sama, do you want to take a bath? Hearing Califa ask, Lucas nearly tripped. What the, Lucas-sama? Lucas looked at Califa weirdly. No thanks, I'm fine. At this time, Vivi approached him. She seemed to be smiling, yet at the same time, not. Lucas, come here. BBB, wait, stop bullying my cheeks. Vivi ignored his protests and dragged Lucas to the side while pulling on his cheeks. Lucas thought, why does this situation seem familiar? When they were far from earshot of the rest, Vivi turned to glare at him before sighing. Here, your phone. Ah, I was wondering when you'd return it. Lucas smiled and reached out to take the phone, but Vivi suddenly pulled it back. The next moment, Vivi's lips were already touching Lucas. Lucas was surprised for a moment but eventually gave in and kissed her back as well. Koza saw this and scratched his cheek helplessly. These two are too bold. To do this in front of a Marine captain and the king. Right, King Cobra was actually present as well, as he wanted to see Lucas off along with Vivi. He didn't expect to see this scene. King Cobra fainted, seemingly unable to bear the shock. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Hang in there. Ah. Igaram fainted too. Over here. Chaka and Pell also fainted. Hearing the commotion, Vivi quickly pulled away, her face still red. I should go, be safe. Yeah. Lucas scratched his head embarrassingly. He really is in deep shit now. Vivi went to her father's side, but before she steps out of the ship, she looked at Khalifa and stuck out her tongue. Khalifa's face darkened and she was on the verge of using Rankyaku to slice her off. At the side, Hina rubbed her temple in frustration. Sigh, can't these two find a better place to do that? Hina feels like Sengoku's gonna give her an earful if she reported what just happened, so she decided not to. Lucas looked around. The ship that Sengoku lent them has already been repainted to a white and gold color scheme. The preparations are also finished. It was time to depart. Raise the anchor and drop the sails. Aye. Standing on the port, Vivi watched on as Lucas' ship disappeared from her view. This was the second time she's seeing him off again. The next time they meet, who knows when that would be. Vivi inhaled and exhaled deeply to calm herself. The next moment, she opened her eyes with a smile as she heads back to the palace. If she wanted to be of help in the future, first, she must become a great queen. On the other end of the sea, Lucas was also looking back until Alabasta was no longer in sight. Finally, he sighed. Hina saw this and asked, "Miss her already?" "I guess." Lucas shook his head and no longer thought about it. He was worried what Nami and Robin would think if they knew, but that's still a thing of the future. "I'll deal with it when the time comes, somehow." Right now, Lucas needed to focus on the current problem, Shiki. From what he remembers in the movie, Shiki wanted to release a bunch of ferocious beasts that had evolved in a strange way onto East Blue due to his hatred of losing to Roger. In the timeline of that movie, he appeared before Luffy and the rest reached Sabati, and after they got Brook. They got a newspaper of islands disappearing in East Blue when they met Shiki. Now, that news seemed to have come a bit early. He has no idea where in the sky Shiki is, so he can only go to East Blue and wait for him to attack again. Since there is still some time before he reaches East Blue, all he can do now is train. Shiki was not shown to have used Haki in the movie, but someone from Roger's era can't possibly be that weak. The only good thing here is that he isn't a Logia user, so it was still fine for Lucas not having learned armament Haki. Whenever Lucas thought about armament Haki, his head hurt. He really needs to be able to do this sooner rather than later. He tried to ask Lucci again, but when he explained it, he didn't quite understand it at all. Maybe it is as Betty says, it's better to find a strong teacher. If possible, he wanted to go find Dragon and ask him to teach him, but... Lucas turned to Hina. "Nope, with this girl here, it would be troublesome, plus, Shiki wouldn't likely stay put while he trains." Thinking that, Lucas stopped with his physical training for now and focused on strengthening his Heatman mode. Just like this, 2 more days passed. They finally reached the calm belt. "Captain! There is a ship sighted on the east." Lucas frowned when one of the crew knocked on his door to report while he was training. "A ship? In the calm belt? Is it the Marines as well, or?" Lucas stood up as soon as he thought of something and got out of his room. When the door opened, the crewmate was taken aback from the sudden hot air that was released in the room. Hot. "Ah, sorry about that. I was training a bit." Lucas felt guilty, so he cooled down the crewmate with his water. "Ah, thanks. Rather than that, the ship." Our scouts had looked ahead. It seems to be a pirate ship as well. "Pirate ship." Lucas nodded and went to the deck to have a look. He expanded his observation Haki to reach the ship that was at the distance. "That ship and flag, like I thought, it's the Kuja pirates." "Which means?" Lucas turned to Hina and asked, "Are we actually near Amazon Lily?" "No, that should not be the case. Amazon Lily is nearer to the red line leading to the New World." Hina was also confused why the Kuja pirates would appear here. Lucas continued to look at the ship and scanned it. Boa Hancock isn't there. They probably went out for supplies or something. "Lucas! Are we going to engage them?" Koza asked when he saw Lucas on the deck. "No, there's no time. Head straight to East Blue." "Aye." Lucas gave them one last look before going back to his room. It was a pity Boa wasn't there. If she was, maybe he can ask her to train him. At the Kuja pirate's ship, a short blonde-haired woman with a snake on her shoulders looked at the white and gold ship at the distance. A ship? That ship can actually travel the calm belt. It doesn't look like a marine ship. There's also a skull flag on its sail. Whose flag is that? It seems to be from the new Shichibukai, the Guardian Wing Lucas. I heard he's close with the Marines, so they probably gave him that ship. What do we do, Marguerite? Marguerite thought for a bit. Seeing as the other ship doesn't seem to show signs of approaching them, there was no need for them to bother themselves. Ignore them. Right now, we need to get back to Hebeheim-sama. Back in Lucas' ship, they sailed smoothly in the calm belt for another 2 days before finally entering East Blue. Apart from meeting the Kuja pirates, the entire trip was so uneventful that Lucas thought. As expected, this is normal. It's Luffy that's weird for always bumping into strange scenarios everywhere he went. Though it is a bit boring, Lucas can't really afford to waste any more time. As they got out of the calm belt, Lucas looked at the peaceful sky above. So this is the East Blue. The sea where Roger and Luffy was born. I wonder if there is something special about this sea. Even Shanks visited it. He can't just visit without any reason, right? He wasn't even born in this sea himself. Come to think of it, even Buggy is here. Well, he might have stayed when Roger was executed at that time. Lucas stopped thinking about all these things and started to give out orders. Koza, get men to visit every island in this sea and report immediately if there are signs of Shiki attacking. Understood. What about you? Are you going to remain on this ship? No, I'll be visiting some islands as well and see if I can recruit some more people. Hina raised a brow. East Blue is known as the weakest out of all the seas. Do you really expect to find strong people here? Oh. Is Captain Hina worried for my pirate crew? Pissed, Hina snorted and no longer cared about this bastard. After deciding for a bit, Lucas decided to head towards Konomi Islands first, Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi village. He just wanted to make sure they are fine. Lucas gave his orders again and patiently waited. Since the climate and weather here isn't as extreme as in the Grand Line, it was quite fast to reach their destination. Seeing the pirate flag on his ship, everyone in the village immediately picked up weapons at the ready and hid their children. A man with scars all over his face wearing a hat approached Lucas. Leave, we don't want your kind here. Lucas didn't mind being pointed with a gun. He simply smiled and looked back without any malice. Please don't be alarmed. You must be Jinzo, correct? Nami spoke about you. Nami? You know Nami? Jinzo raised a brow and lowered his weapon slightly. Lucas nodded. I used to be a part of their crew. She often spoke about her hometown when she tends to her orange trees. They were very delicious. At this time, a woman with short light blue hair appeared. It's good that she's taking proper care of those trees. How is she? You're Nojiko, correct? Nami's older sister? She's gotten stronger. There were plenty of times where she saved us just by navigating the seas. Lucas felt his pockets and took out stacks of papers. After getting the marine ship, Sengoku also lent various kinds of denden mushi and devices. He was able to print the photos on his phone by showing it to the specialized denden mushi. Right now, what he had in his hands were pictures of Nami that were taken in their voyage. Nojiko and Jinzo looked at the photos with excitement. Finally, Jinzo ordered the villagers to lower their weapons. Seeing as the situation has been resolved, Lucas decided to cut to the chase. As much as I want to catch up, I still need to make sure of a few things first. Due to circumstances, I am now working with the Marines at the moment to catch a pirate who seems to be targeting East Blue. Jinzo nodded with a grave expression. That's right. Several islands has already been hit, which is why we were so hostile at the start. I figure it is the same to every island. Everyone is worried that their island will be next. Nojiko looked at Lucas and to Hina, who was wearing a Marine captain uniform. Still, is it okay for pirates and marines to be together? Ah, I know you have your history with the Arlong pirates and some bad marines, but you can trust her. Though she looks like a statue and can be annoying sometimes. Also nagging, and speaks childishly in third person all the time, she is still, good, I guess? Hina's face twitched multiple times, completely annoyed with how Lucas introduced her. Don't listen to him. Hina is tasked to monitor him so he doesn't create trouble. See? Speaks in third person. Nojiko and Genzo looked at the two and no longer bothered about it. Lucas cleared his throat and continued. Anyway, I will leave some people here to make sure you are safe. They will report back if there is any sign of trouble and I will immediately come rushing. How long do you plan to stay? Nojiko suddenly asked. Though Lucas was confused why she asked that, he still answered. There are still some islands I needed to visit, so after a bit of rest, we will be leaving. In that case, come with me. You can rest over at my place. In the meantime, tell me about Nami. Ah, sure thing. Lucas nodded and followed Nojiko. When he turned around and saw Hina following, he immediately shooed her away. Go away. I wouldn't do anything, geez. Go somewhere else. A vein popped up in Hina's temple again. She glared at Lucas before snorting and walking away to report to Sengoku. Phew, that ice block finally left. It's really annoying being watched every time. Nojiko just smiled wryly at that and led Lucas to her house. After settling down, Nojiko gave Lucas an orange juice and asked. So, are you and Nami a couple? Buffet cough. Surprised by the sudden blunt question, Lucas choked and nearly spat out the orange juice. He patted on his chest forcefully before looking at Nojiko. How did you know? Ah, I was right. Actually, I was just guessing. Damn this woman's intuition. Sure enough, they are really sisters. Nojiko just smiled and placed her palm on her chin. Tell me about Nami. Fine. Lucas sighed and showed a wry smile. He then told her about some details in their time together. At the end, when he told her about Robin and Vivi, he was afraid that she'll scold him. Instead, there was no change in her expression at all, which is even scarier. After telling him about his plan of making a separate crew to back the Straw Hats when needed, Nojiko nodded. I understand the gist of it now, thanks. Well, as long as you're happy. Then, this crew of yours. Let me join. Ha! Chapter 41, Growth. Lucas was surprised to hear that Nojiko wanted to join. Nojiko, you realize that this isn't a game, right? Being a pirate is dangerous. All the more reason why I should join. After hearing your story, I know that Nami has become stronger. As her older sister, it won't be right if I remain weak, besides, I miss her. I hope that I can support her in the future. Nojiko looked straight into Lucas' eye with determination. Currently, Lucas is having a dilemma. He's worried that something might happen to her if he takes her to the sea. If that happens, Nami will hate him for life. On the other hand, if he doesn't take her with him, with that much determination, he's worried that she will set out on her own. That would be even more dangerous. What position am I even supposed to give you? Can you navigate? No. Can you fight properly? No. Can you shoot a gun? I can shoot. Phew. But hitting a target far away is another thing. Can you cook? Yes. Lucas sighed. Ah, whatever. I'll deal with the trouble when the time comes. Fine, but I won't take you in just yet. I'll come back for you after I deal with the pirate that's been causing trouble in East Blue. Nojiko pouted but still agreed nonetheless. She knew that she wouldn't do any good in the upcoming fight as she is now. Well, all right. You better come back, otherwise, I'll find a way to tell Nami that you took advantage of me. Damn! Those two are certainly sisters, all right. To even use the same threat. After escaping from Nojiko, he rounded up his people and left, leaving a few behind as promised. On the ship, Hina looked at Lucas dubiously. "You didn't seduce another girl, did you?" "I didn't." "Suyur. Hina believes you." This time, it was Lucas' face that twitched. "This damn woman." "Humph. What? Are you jealous?" "Hina is not jealous." "Suyur. Lucas believes you." While the two of them bickered, they reached the Gecko Islands. Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. The instant his ship neared, they could already hear 3 voices shouting. "Pirates! Pirates have come! Run!" Hearing those voices, Lucas knew who they were. They were most likely the 3 kids who were with Usopp back then. Frankly, Lucas was a bit interested in taking in these 3 and train them, but figured it would be troublesome as they all have parents here in this village. I doubt those parents will easily give their child, and to pirates at that. Lucas' goal this time is the same as in Kokoyashi. To ensure that they were also fine. Other than that, he wanted to see if he can recruit Kaya as the doctor of their ship. He had an idea of letting her train with Dr. Kureha once they go back to the Grand Line as well if ever he succeeds. Plus, it would be nice to get her and Usopp together. I ship them. Lucas laughed in his head as he approached the village. Just like in Kokoyashi, the villagers were also hostile at first. But after some explanation and seeing Hina's Marine Captain uniform, they all calmed down. Usopp-san? At the moment, Lucas was already speaking to Kaya and told her that he was a part of the Straw Hats in the past. He's mentioned you quite a lot, you know. After hearing that East Blue might be in danger, I figured to drop by and made sure the people related to Luffy and them are safe. He's mentioned me a lot. Lucas smiled wryly, seeing Kaya start blushing and fidgeting when she heard that. Usopp, that idiot. Back Usopp. If he makes her cry in the future, I will pull him to the very depths of the ocean. Achoo dash. Inside Thriller Bark, Usopp looked around in confusion as to why he suddenly felt a chill. Usopp-san, are you cold? Damn it, Brook. Don't sneak up on me like that. Usopp shouted at Brook angrily. It seems Usopp was convinced that it was Brook's fault why he suddenly felt chilly. Still, I wonder when would Zoro wake up? Usopp looked at the people still lying down unconscious. It has already been days since the fight with Moria ended. Luffy woke up immediately after a day, but for some reason, Zoro hasn't woken up for a while now. At the side, Sanji looked at the unconscious Zoro and clicked his tongue in a bad mood. This damn swordsman. To explain the situation, it all started a few days ago. Right after they got into Thriller Bark and got separated with Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. In order to rescue them, Luffy and the rest set out as well. However, due to Nami unexpectedly gaining observation haki, she was able to defeat Absalom and lead Usopp and Chopper out of the mansion to meet up with Luffy. Nami! Are you guys okay? Yeah, we need to get out of here, this place is dangerous. Nami told them what she saw in the mansion earlier. Hearing this, Chopper's face was grim. He had idolized Dr. Hogback in the past. To learn that he was making zombies, defiling the dead, he can't forgive him. Suddenly, Usopp asked. Huh? But Nami, we never went to his lab earlier, how did you see it? It's that hockey thing Lucas mentioned. Hockey? Nami saw the confused expressions of the others except for Zoro, Sanji, and Robin, who appeared surprised. Oh yeah, Lucas never told it to them before. In fact, both Nami and Robin only got to know it after their pillow talk ended and they were simply chatting before falling asleep. As expected from my Nami Swan. I'm not yours. Zoro ignored the idiot cook on the ground and grunted. How come you learned it before me? You weren't even training on it properly. It just sort of happened. How about you, Robin? Me? I'm nowhere close to learning it. Robin was confused about why Nami would ask that but still shook her head. So it doesn't have anything to do with that? No, in the beginning, it's ridiculous to even think that. What is it? This hockey thing you guys are talking about? Luffy interjected as he saw that Zoro, Sanji, and Robin seemed to know about it as well. Since the cat's out of the bag now, Zoro explained. Lucas explained hockey as some sort of ability that everyone can learn. There are two types that he told me. Observation hockey, and armament hockey. Nami nodded and continued. Observation hockey is the ability to see everything around you. In extreme cases, it can also allow one to see the future for a second before it happens. This is like the mantra that the people from the Sky Island can do. Lucas has already mastered this to the point of seeing a few seconds ahead. Ah! So that's why he's so powerful. I can learn this too. Luffy's eyes gleamed as he saw a chance to get even stronger. Zoro nodded. Yeah. Actually, he has already been training you for that before he left. Remember the blindfold plays you guys did? That was part of the training. I see. Luffy smiled. He never knew how much Lucas has been looking out for him back then. Sanji lit up a cigarette and continued the explanation. Then there's armament hockey. Lucas said that this will provide some sort of layer around a person's body or weapon to make it even stronger and harder. Not to mention, this is supposedly able to work against certain devil fruit users. Hearing that, everyone exclaimed. Usopp asked while still in disbelief. You're saying that if you have this armament hockey thing, then you will be able to touch Logia users? Or even hit a rubber man? That's right. Don't you remember Luffy's grandpa? He could hurt Luffy with his punch. Ah. For a moment, Luffy went silent in realization. Then, he erupted. Ah! How come Gramps didn't teach me this hockey thing and instead throw me in the middle of the jungle? I would have been super stronger if that was the case. Well, it's probably because you keep saying you want to be the Pirate King. Ah. Still, even though he thinks that they were probably right, Luffy still decided to hate Garp for not training him in hockey. Poor Garp has no idea how much his grandson hated him now. Robin chuckled when she saw Luffy still pouting in a bad mood. Foo-foo, well, it seems that this hockey is something that is common in the latter half of the Grand Line. Only a few people know about this in this half. You should use this time to train on it before we go to the New World. Yosh! I'm gonna master this hockey thing. Ah, before that, where's Frankie? Usopp asked when he saw that they seemed to be missing someone. Everyone looked around and found that Frankie has indeed gone missing. Maybe he went back to the ship? Suddenly, everyone heard a person moaning from the ground. When they looked, they saw a tattered arm with injuries and bandages try to claw its way out. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper's faces went pale in shock. ZZZ-. The next moment, Luffy walked to the zombie that just got out and pushed it back in the ground nonchalantly. Like I'd go back, you fool. Even the zombie was shocked to the point that he retorted. Luffy's face went pale as well and sweated a bit. An old man with a big wound. It's a zombie, don't you see? When the rest of the zombies got up as well, Luffy and the others easily settled them without much effort. Once the zombies were beaten all over again, they questioned them and managed to find out about a few things. The crew met with one of the remaining humans that was trapped in the island and finally knew who's the big boss in this place. Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai. Fearing that they may be too late, they split up to look for Frankie. In the process, Sanji encountered Absalom, who just woke up after being electrocuted by Nami. When Sanji learned that Absalom had the invisibility fruit, he went on fire with jealousy. You bastard took away my dream fruit. Take this! Diable jam. Sanji spun on one foot, causing it to grow red from the heat generated by friction. Next, he jumped up and jumped again. Skywalk! Once he was high enough, Sanji swung his blazing red leg towards Absalom. Idiot! Like that could reach me. Absalom snorted and raised his hands, ready to fire his invisible cannons when suddenly, he saw a red blur heading towards him. Flambeage Saber. W what? Gah! Sanji landed and looked at the unconscious Absalom. Like I thought, mixing Diable Jam and Rankyaku is indeed effective. Still, Sanji felt that this wasn't enough. He approached Absalom and started to kick him all over. Extra crushing death. Bahabebaho go. Finally satisfied, Sanji left to find Frankie. The zombies watching in the distance let out a cold sweat. How vicious! Meanwhile, Zoro had encountered Brook, who was busy fighting his shadow zombie. When Zoro saw the sword being used by the zombie Ryuma, he grinned. Yosh, I will be taking that sword. Yo-ho-ho-ho, quite the feisty one we have here. Zoro grinned and no longer spoke words. He was itching for a fight. With a powerful dash, he sent 2 sword slashes towards Ryuma, who casually parried with a single sword. Oh bad coup droit! Ryuma stabbed towards Zoro, who dodged just in the nick of time and even managed to deflect it. However, on the wall behind him, a hole was made. Brook was shocked when he saw this. When it was him performing this move, it doesn't come out that way. The next moment, the wall behind Ryuma also exploded and revealed a slash. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I see you deflected it. Heh, the next time, it will hit you. Yo-ho-ho, we shall see. Prelude, Ofuru. Slash. Their weapons once again collided and Zoro saw what kind of move Ryuma did. A weapon-breaking technique. Zoro no longer dallied and attacked. Nijirai, Hiramiki Maguma. Gavat Bon Avant. Zoro gritted his teeth. Tekai. Nitoryu, Iai. Rashuman. Boom. Another explosion caused by the clash of swords. But from the exchange just now, it was clear that Ryuma was on the losing end. Ryumu casually looked at his severed left hand and laughed. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what power! The clash just now also destroyed the walls around them, so they had no choice but to leave and fight on the roof. Slash. The two didn't waste any time and clashed once more on top of the roof. Since the roof was triangular, Zoro had a hard time fighting on the slope. With one of his swords stabbed on the roof to hold on, he waved his sword with his other hand and swung his feet. Nitoryu, Torakiba. Ryuma was surprised to see him send a sword slash with his feet and could only barely dodge it. Then, with a leap, Zoro flew into the air and aimed at Ryuma as he landed. Tekai! Itoryu Hiryu. Ryuma looked up and knew that he was about to lose. But as a swordsman himself, he refused to go down without a fight. Hanada Sancho, Yahaza Dash. Kane! Their swords clashed once more, but this time, Zoro was 2 steps ahead and managed to slash Ryuma. As he fell, Zoro noticed Ryuma's wounds suddenly caught on fire. He was surprised as his move wasn't supposed to have that kind of effect. Zoro fell onto a platform next to the roof with on his back. I lost, the Meitu once carried by a legendary samurai, Shusui. With you as its master, this sword, too, should be satisfied. Ryuma sheathed the sword while his body is still in flames. Finally, he tossed the sword to Zoro. I have allowed this samurai's body to suffer defeat. I am ashamed. As long as you're ashamed, that's enough. You are a swordsman in mind and body. I would have liked to meet you when you were still alive. It was unknown whether Ryuma heard Zoro's words or not as a shadow left its body and returned beneath Brook's feet. Zoro smiled at the overjoyed Brook and looked back at his new sword. I'll take your sword, but let's pretend this match never happened. Samurai of the country of Wano. Zoro was looking forward to the day he visits this country. While their fights were happening, Chopper was also about to end his fight with Dr. Hogback. Unlike in the original where they only nearly beat him up before escaping from Oz, this time, Chopper was able to properly beat him. Arm point, Tekai. Kokudai, Rosio. Though Zoro and Sanji were able to learn 2 of the Rokushiki, Chopper was only able to learn this one move. He felt that with this, his attacks would be stronger and his defense will also be strengthened. Then there's Usopp, who is currently facing against Perona. Behold my ultimate move. What is it now? Due to her negative hollows not working on Usopp, Perona has been very cautious when fighting against Usopp. Hearing he has an ultimate move, her face became pale. Rokushiki, Kamii. Suddenly, Usopp's body started to sway from side to side. Any attacks that Perona sent were all dodged in a weird way. That's right. Out of all the techniques in the Rokushiki, it was only this technique that Usopp managed to learn. The ultimate dodging technique. Okay, forget it. Other than that, Usopp is still the same Usopp. Though their fight ended much faster than before, well, no need to focus on this fight. Other than them, Robin managed to learn Shergon as well. Frankie learned Tekai to compensate with his weakness at the back. And Nami is the same as Usopp, she learned Kamii first. Her safety is more important after all. If Garp or any of the Marines were to learn how much they have progressed, they would no doubt sigh and regret. Why do these people have to be pirates? They would have made a great Marine. Chapter 42, Zoro's Resolve. Meanwhile, Luffy had already made his way to Moria and found him in the freezer where the wall has already broken down. Oz has been awakened. But Luffy's shadow was still with him, which means Moria had used Frankie's shadow instead. Suappear. In the distance, you could already hear Oz shouting at the top of his lungs. If you were outside, you could also see Oz raising both of his arms high up in the air while posing slantly. Luffy ignored Oz in the meantime and focused on beating Moria. What happened next was still similar to what happened in the original story. Though Oz hosted Frankie's shadow instead of Luffy's, he was still deadly and hard to deal with. The only good thing here was the lack of moves he could do. Naturally, Oz couldn't do something like weapons left or coup de burst, so he was mainly using strong right, though the hand doesn't exactly leave the arm. With this, it was easier for the others to also restrain him and Luffy could focus more on Moria. In the process of fighting Moria, Luffy was blown away and met with Lola and other humans trapped in Thriller Bark. They gave him 100 shadows to temporarily strengthen himself for 10 minutes, Nightmare Luffy. While in Nightmare Luffy mode, Luffy was able to easily subdue Oz now and turn to Moria for their next round of battle. When Moria finally realized that Oz can't win, he decided to take in all the shadows in a desperate attempt of turning the tables. Shadows Asgard. Even the shadows that Luffy had taken in were also removed from him as he returned to normal. Seeing the gigantic Moria, he still didn't back down. Everybody! We don't have much time. I'm gonna go a bit wild, so you guys take care of everything afterward. Luffy's gonna exert himself one more time and he's afraid that he'll be unconscious later after the fight. He can only entrust himself to his crew. If it's a nightmare you want, I'll show you one, Moria. I'm not gonna play nice with you. Gear, second. Luffy disappeared and reappeared in the air in front of Moria. His arms stretched and held onto Moria as he aimed himself at his stomach. Tekai. Gomu Gomu no. Jet Rocket. Gadash. Moria felt his insides churning with that attack and vomited not blood, but shadows. Luffy wasn't done yet. Shergon. Jet Snipe. His move was similar to that of his normal rifle attack, but instead of a punch, he used a single finger to pierce Moria at high speed while rotating. Then, he swung his feet like a whip while in midair. Rankyaku. Jet Kamaitachi. A flurry of wind blades shot out and rained down on Moria. Moria coughed up more shadows but still remained standing. Luffy started to become even more desperate as he bit on his thumb and blew on it. Gear, third. How can he be using both gear second and third at the same time? Luffy! Don't overdo it. Your body will be torn apart. His crew started to panic and worry about what would happen if Luffy continued to exert himself. But Luffy chose to ignore them and focused on defeating Moria. Tekai. Gomu Gomu no. Gigant. Jet Shell. Boom. Moria blanked out the instant he was hit and every shadow in his body was finally released. Oh ah ah ah. The shadows, the shadows are returning. Everyone started to celebrate except for Luffy, who's currently unconscious. However, their celebration came to an end when they heard an unfamiliar voice. I see, my uneasy feeling seems to have been dead on. So it seems. Just when we found a successor to Crocodile, it's not good to have another Shichibukai defeated. Everyone finally saw where the voice came from. When they turned to look, they saw a large man talking to a Denden Mushi. He seemed to have reported what happened just now. Zoro heard the term Shichibukai and held onto his swords with a serious expression. Robin saw the figure and her eyes widened. That person. Robin! Do you know him? Robin nodded with a pale face. That is none other than the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. Another, Shichibukai. Despite everyone's shock and surprise, Kuma ignored them and simply focused on his call at the moment. Never mind, if Moria is still alive, we'll allow him to continue being a Shichibukai. We don't have time to pick another one. The news shouldn't reach the rest of the world yet. Do you understand what I'm saying? We can't have any eyewitness of Moria's defeat. Obliterate every single soul left on that island. Easy. Kuma's face becomes deadly as he turned his focus on the others. They all heard their conversation just now so naturally, they knew what will happen next. Damn it! To have a continuous battle of Shichibukais. You guys step back, I'll do this. Kuma turned to look at Zoro, who stepped out first. Pirate Hunter Zoro, let's start with you. Enough talk. Nitoryu Iai, Rashomon. Zoro performed a quick draw with two swords only to cut a rock in half instead of Kuma. By the time Zoro noticed that Kuma had disappeared, Kuma already appeared in front of him and was about to deliver a palm strike. Boom! Zoro rolled to the side and saw the area he was previously on already has a hole in the shape of a paw. Kuma turned to him and delivered another palm strike in the air. Thanks to his instincts and shallow advancement in observation haki, he was able to make out a faint image of a paw heading towards him. He dodged to the side and sure enough, the wall behind him was struck by a paw-shaped attack. Zoro looked back at Kuma and bid on his third sword. Gotoryu, 180-pound, ballista. 5 swords! With Zoro's original 3 swords, plus his 2 legs, it created a never-before-seen, 5-sword style. The 5 sword slashes shot forward and twisted on one another, creating an even stronger force. Kuma only glanced at the incoming attack and raised both of his hands. The moment the attack hit his hands, Zoro's attack was deflected. And with such ease too! Even that attack was repelled. Seeing Zoro being helpless against Kuma, Sanji ran forward and spun with a kick. Kankase! Hey! Who asked you to? Zoro was angry at Sanji for butting in their fight, but suddenly, Sanji started screaming in pain while holding his leg. What's with that hardness? Is his face made of steel or something? Usopp shot a flame bird towards Kuma, but Kuma just casually swatted it back to him, appearing to be bored. Now that you've been weakened like this, destroying you isn't interesting at all. The government's order was to completely destroy you all but... Kuma sighed and started to raise both of his hands as if to embrace the air. His ability activated and a faint silhouette of a paw could be seen. Nami's face paled when she saw this. He's applying pressure to a ball of air that he repelled with his paws. It's been compressed that much. If that much air returns to its normal state, it would create a gigantic shockwave, like a bomb. Kuma compressed the air to the size of a small fist and spoke. I will spare your lives. In exchange, I'll be taking Straw Hat Luffy. As long as I take his head, the government won't complain. You're telling us to betray our comrade. There was no need for discussion amongst them. Everyone knows the answer. Hell no! That's a pity. Kuma shook his head and sighed. He tossed the compressed air towards them and released it. Ursa's shock. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. From a distance, you could see a huge transparent paw-shaped explosion enveloping the surrounding area. After the explosion finished, Kuma glanced at the rubble and only took a moment to figure out where Luffy was. He lifted a piece of debris and threw it away. Looking at the still unconscious Luffy, Kuma sighed and reached out his hand. But just when he is about to take him away, Zoro's eyes snapped open and immediately attacked Kuma with a one-sword quick-draw. Sure, son. Kuma staggered but didn't fall. However, the clothing on his shoulder was ripped off and Zoro was able to see that Kuma didn't have skin underneath. Instead, his shoulder was metallic and wired. Bastard. This body, so you're a cyborg. Just like Frankie. No. This hardness is way higher than steel. Zoro was surprised that he wasn't able to cut down Kuma despite him being a cyborg. Kuma didn't answer and simply opened his mouth. A bright light gathered in it and... boom! A laser beam. Zoro quickly dodged just in time as his previous location exploded from the beam. Only now did Kuma answer. I am indeed a cyborg, but I am far beyond Frankie's type. I am what they call pacifista. An incomplete human weapon created by the world government. Zoro gritted his teeth. With such a body, and a devil fruit, it seems their hope has already vanished. Even Zoro's body is already so injured from the Ursa shock a while ago. Why must you take Luffy's head? This is already my best offer. I see. Go on and take the head, however. Let mine substitute his. Let my life exchange for his. I beg of you. Zoro didn't care how lowly it was for him to beg. Right now, that's not important. What's more important is to make sure Luffy is safe. I know my head is not worth much at the moment, but eventually, I will become the world's strongest swordsman. I'd say exchanging my life for his is an equally good deal. If you have such great ambition, then by dying for him, how will you ever be satisfied? Kuma asked. Aside from that, there is already no other way to save the crew. Lucas isn't here, so I can only do my best to protect them. If I can't even protect my captain's dream, then whatever ambition I have is nothing but just talk. Zoro stared straight into Kuma's eyes. Luffy must be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Kuma fell silent upon seeing Zoro's determination. Before he could reply, another person stepped forward. Hold on a minute, you jerk. What are you going to do if you die? What happened to your dream, idiot? Sanji ignored Zoro and pointed at Kuma. Oi, you big blob. Just ignore this Marimo swordsman. If you must kill somebody, then just take my life. I know the Marines don't give a damn about me, but soon enough, the man who will be most feared by the Marines will be me, Blackleg Sanji. Seeing Sanji about to give his last words to him, Zoro stood up and knocked Sanji out. Be bastard. Thud. Zoro saw that Sanji wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. He looked back at Kuma and spoke. I hope you will keep your promise after I die. In that case, if I still lay my hand on Straw Hat, my honor would be at stake. Kuma sighed and picked up Luffy. Zoro frowned but didn't stop him as Kuma didn't seem to emit malice at this point. Rest assured of what I will do now, as I will leave him unharmed. However, what you are about to experience now is hell. Kuma touched Luffy with his hand and a huge paw-shaped ball was expelled from within Luffy's body. What I'm repelling from his body now is pain and fatigue. All the damage inflicted on him in his battle against Moria is accumulated here. If you wish to die in his place, then you must receive his suffering. Since you already don't have much life left in you, taking this pain will only lead to your death. Kuma picked a small part of the paw-shaped ball and tossed it to Zoro's body. Have a try. The instant the small ball went inside Zoro, his eyes widened as the intense pain seemed to course throughout his body. Pain! Just a small pinch of that is already this painful. In that case, just how much pain was Luffy carrying all this time? Zoro gritted his teeth and became even more determined about his decision. Well, just let me decide on the location. Zoro knew that for him to take this pain, it would be impossible for him not to scream in pain. He didn't want to wake everyone up to know what he was doing. Finally settling in a quiet and far location, Zoro gritted his teeth and pushed both of his arms in. Kuma stood in the distance, watching as Zoro takes in every single pain from Luffy. To find such loyal companions, your son is indeed amazing, Dragon. Kuma sighed in relief. If it turned out that his crew would easily give him up under such circumstances, then he wouldn't hesitate to kill them all. As for delivering Luffy to the Marines, he naturally wouldn't do that. Instead, he would send Luffy to his father. But his crew exceeded his expectations. Kuma smiled for a second before returning back to his expressionless face. Then, he left quietly. At the same time, it wasn't just Kuma who was watching this. Another figure was hidden in the darkness as he watched Zoro bear the pain on his own. So this is his crew. The figure muttered quietly but didn't intervene. Just like Kuma, he also left without a word. After waking up, Sanji quickly tried to find Zoro, only to find him still alive and conscious. However, his body was covered in blood all over. Why the heck are there so much blood? Oi! Are you still alive? Where did that guy go? What on earth happened here? Nothing at all. Afterwards, Zoro fell unconscious and has yet to wake up. Other than Sanji, the only people who knew were Robin and Brook. Another day had passed. Zoro finally woke up and they were about to set off once more to Mermaid Island. Before leaving, Lola gave Nami a Viva card. Luffy saw this and remembered the Viva card that Ace gave him. He took it from a pocket in his straw hat to have a look. HM? It's kinda burnt and smaller than before? Ah! Lola suddenly shouted as she saw the state of the Viva card. This is most certainly a Viva card, however, there's something I hadn't told you about these. They can reflect the vitality and life force of their original owner. It belongs to someone important to you? Yeah, it's my brother's. I hate to have to tell you, but this person's life, it's fading away. Chapter 43, Strong World. Back in East Blue. Lucas had just finished his sales pitch to Kaya but didn't get an immediate answer. After being told that she will think about it, Lucas left the island and delegated a few to stay for contact. He wasn't really in a hurry at the moment to take her in as dealing with Shiki is more important for now. After thinking for a moment, Lucas decided to visit Shimatsuki Village, Zoro's place. Unlike the previous islands, the people weren't too alarmed when he landed here, so it was easy to explain everything to the village chief. Afterward, he went to find the graveyard where Zoro's childhood friend, Kuina, is buried. Standing in front of the grave, Lucas sighed and remembered Tashigi. Lucas was a bit tempted to dig up the grave and confirm if there is really someone buried there or if Tashigi is really Kuina who lost her memories or something. Oh wait, I can just use observation hockey. He stretched his hockey below him to check. There, he found skeletal remains. Guess she really is dead. It is not polite to look at the dead. Lucas looked behind and saw an aged man with a ponytail wearing a gray yukata and haori over it with a logo of 2 red swords on the chest. I apologize, Master Kishiro. I was merely curious since Zoro mentioned he saw a marine officer with a similar look as his childhood friend. I thought maybe. Ah, you are one of Zoro's friends, is it? Kishiro smiled, seemingly not minding what he did. Lucas nodded. Yes. I received news that someone has been making trouble in East Blue, so I dropped by to check. I'm also putting together a crew myself to help out Zoro and the others if ever needed. How about it, do you want to join my crew? Lucas crossed his fingers. If he can really rope in Kishiro, then that would be amazing. Kishiro laughed and gently shook his head. If I were about 10 or so years younger, maybe I would have taken you up on that offer. Alas, I am too old now to go adventuring with you young ones. Then, can you teach me armament hockey? Hearing Lucas, Hina grunted at the side. If you really want to learn, then just join us Marines. Stop looking for other forces. Kushiro smiled and looked to the horizon. A good swordsman can cut through anything if it wants to, and he can also not cut a piece of paper if he doesn't want to. If this is the ability to cut through iron, Zoro already mastered it. Did he now? Kushiro looked back with the same smile. What does this have to do with hockey? Is he pulling a Yoda on me? In the end, can he teach me or not? The power you call hockey basically works in the same concept. This is all I can tell you. Can you not teach me? Teaching you will require time, and I take it that you don't have much, is it not? Is there really no way? I know I'm pressed for time with Shiki and all, guess I'll come back here after dealing with Shiki. In the meantime, Lucas decided to ponder over what he said just now. With a bow, Lucas bade his farewell. We will be going now. Also, I'm sorry for your loss. It is fine, I have already made peace with it many years ago. Kushiro nodded and saw them off. On the ship, Lucas gave the village one last look before setting off again. Next stop, Dawn Island, Luffy's hometown. Fusha Village. When Lucas stopped by the harbor, they saw another ship parked at the side. Doesn't seem to be a pirate ship as there's no skull flag, but I guess not all pirates raise them. Lucas remembered that Creed would sometimes fool his enemies by raising a marine flag or something, so he was still cautious when he saw an unknown ship here. It doesn't look like a normal fishing ship too, and it seemed to be made to travel the Grand Line. Lucas closed his eyes and covered the entire village with his observation hockey to check on the situation. Lucas! The next moment, Lucas' wings opened and he flew straight into the village at top speed, surprising Hina, who was standing next to him. Lucas ignored her and flew to a familiar bar in the village. When he opened the door, he saw a woman with dark green long hair wearing an apron behind the counter, smiling gently. This should be Makino. But that's not important. Lucas was looking at the guy sitting at the counter in confusion. He had blonde hair and a burn scar over his left cheek, reaching his eye. There was also a top hat with goggles placed beside him on the counter and a pipe leaning on it. Sabo! Also surprised at my sudden intrusion, both Sabo and Makino looked at me in confusion. Ah, a customer? Please sit anywhere you like, I'll be with you in a sec. This snapped Lucas out of it. After clearing his throat, Lucas sat beside Sabo and asked. You are Sabo, right? What are you doing in East Blue? You know me? Sabo raised a brow as he didn't seem to recognize Lucas. But after giving him a look for a few seconds, he thought of a man who fit his description. Ah, you must be the new Shichibukai. Guardian Wing Lucas, was it, the traitor of the Straw Hat Pirates? The moment he said the last line, Sabo frowned and glared at Lucas. Seeing this expression, Lucas awkwardly scratched his cheeks. Does this means you got your memories back? Humph. You're lucky Betty likes you, otherwise, I'll beat you up myself. Oh, are you also Luffy's friend? Makino saw that the situation is a bit tense, so she tried to calm them down. Lucas smiled, not minding Sabo at all, and looked at Makino. Suddenly, he remembered how Makino suddenly had a child after the 2-year time skip in the original story. People have been debating who the father of that child is. Some say it was Shanks who visited during the 2 years. Some even said it was Garp, or Ace, or even Buggy. Lucas looked at Sabo weirdly. It can't be Sabo, right? Maybe after he remembered, he went to visit this place and did it with her? It sounds totally plausible. Then, Lucas thought of something. Damn, it can't be that my presence here will change that too? Maybe Makino will have a child earlier? Heck, maybe I'm gonna be the father. Mind blown. Jokes aside, Lucas can never bring himself to do that to Makino. Makino is like a mother to Luffy. She is a holy existence. Whoever does it to her, I will find him, and I will kill him. Lucas shook his head to get rid of all the nonsense and took something out from his pocket. It was pictures of Luffy in their adventures. Hee, Luffy's mentioned you a lot, so I figured I'd drop by when I heard that East Blue was in danger. Here, you can keep these too. Ah! It's Luffy! Makino chuckled when she saw the pictures and how happy Luffy looked. It seems he is enjoying being a pirate a lot. Sabo also stretched his neck to take a look and laughed. Haha, I see he meant Garp too. Look at his pathetic look. Ha ha ha. Right, Lucas sneaked a picture when Garp was giving Luffy his punches of love. Then, Sabo remembered something and looked back at Lucas. You said East Blue is in danger? You didn't know yet? It seems a couple of islands are being attacked. Here. Lucas handed Sabo the newspaper to have a look. Sabo started reading with a solemn look. Afterward, he gritted his teeth. Humph. I just got here and started remembering my past, and someone dares to destroy my home. Well, calm down, will you? I understand how you feel. I already sent people to the other islands to check on the situation. Once one of them reports, I'll go and deal with it. Do you want to come? I'll come even if you didn't invite me. Sabo took his top hat and pipe as he stormed out, no idea where he's heading though. Lucas shook his head and sighed. Whether it's Luffy or Sabo, they are a bit hard to deal with. Makino saw Lucas' exasperated expression and giggled. Fufu, they are quite a handful, aren't they? Haha, I guess you would know as well. Lucas laughed and leaned on the counter. Now, all he can do is wait. It should be fine if he doesn't visit Baratai for now, as that is simply a ship and not an island. Shiki shouldn't be attacking there. For a moment, the place was quiet and it felt awkward. As if to break the silence, Makino asked, Do you want to have a drink? Ah, sure. After being poured a drink, the silence returned. Lucas couldn't hold back anymore as he was really curious, so he asked, Say, are you seeing someone by any chance? I'll wait, that didn't come out right. Lucas was about to explain more when suddenly, his Denden Mushi rang. What is it? Captain! It's Shiki! He's appeared in Fusha village. Huh? He's here? Lucas quickly stepped out of the bar and saw a huge island above along with a few floating islands around it. This is definitely Shiki. Several figures appeared beside him. It was the former CP9 and Hina. Sabo also showed up. Lucas made a call with the Denden Mushi again and contacted Koza. Koza, spread out the people and protect the villagers. Fukaru, Blueno, and Kumadori will stay here on the island in case anyone strong comes down. We'll be heading towards that ship ourselves. Understood. Good luck. Lucas opened his wings again and looked back at Makino. Stay in the bar and don't come out. Yuan, be careful. Hina looked at Makino and stared at Lucas with half-closed eyes while Califa was biting on a handkerchief while glaring back at Makino. Lucas had no time to care about them. He shot out water tentacles and grabbed them all as he flew up in the air towards the floating island. On Shiki's base, his crew naturally noticed Lucas and the others as well. Shiki-sama. There are people flying towards us. Ha! Flying? Shiki frowned and looked at the monitor. Ah! An angel! It's a person! Dr. Indigo, who looked like a clown, smacked him at the back of his head and retorted. But when he looked at the screen as well, he was dumbfounded. Ah! It really is an angel. Then why'd you hit me? This time, Shiki hit Indigo on the head as well. The crew guy just looked at them and didn't bother to comment. In just a few seconds, Lucas and the rest landed on the island. The moment they did, a huge green giraffe with a twisted neck appeared. Ah, it's Kaku. I'm right here. Jabra pointed at the giraffe and laughed, making Kaku angry. Seeing the weird giraffe attack them, Kaku snorted and transformed into a giraffe as well. Ah! A giraffe battle. Ah! Jabra laughed while rolling on the ground. Kaku glared at the weird giraffe and attacked. There's only one giraffe here. Kilimanjaro. Lucas ignored Kaku's existential crisis and looked around. Other than the weird giraffe, there are also plenty of weird animals around the forest surrounding them. A huge caterpillar, a six-legged blue tiger with two tails, a black and white striped bear with long arms, a huge octopus. Lucas frowned and feels like it's a waste of time to bother with them. But they should be perfect target practice for his new move. Kaku, step back. Kaku frowned but still did as he was asked. Once Kaku stepped down, Lucas walked and steam started to generate from his body. Burn! Boom! As if ignited by a flame, the steam coming out from his body exploded as everyone felt the hot air touch their skin. The steam didn't stop coming out from his body and even turned hotter by the second. Hot! What is this? Everyone quickly retreated even further as the heat became unbearable. Once the heatness reached the highest he can do, his skin started to boil. Second degree, boiling man. Lucas' appearance looked like that of an angry god. The next moment, he released his new move. Everyone watched on with jaws on the ground, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Around them, all the plants had died from the heat, and the weird animals are also dead. It only took a single moment. When the steam finally subsided, everyone looked even more shocked to see the state Lucas was in. Phew, as expected, this move is really hard to do. I had to even burn the water in my body to make it that hot. Lucas shook his head when he saw his own appearance. Much like how Luffy would temporarily shrink when using Gear 3rd, Lucas would instead become super thin as if dehydrated to the extreme. Well, I can just reabsorb the water in the atmosphere. It only took a moment for Lucas to gather the water in the air to condense back in his body, thereby restoring himself in his original form. Everyone watching this had stupefied expressions. Well, what are you all standing around there for? Come on. Chapter 44, Start the Party. After dealing with the weird animals, Lucas led the group to where the people living here are. He already knows their location with his observation haki, so there was no problem with getting lost. Although, the daft green trees might be a problem to the Zoan types due to their sensitivity to smell. Daft green is a tree that repels animals due to them hating the smell. It's also poisonous to humans if exposed for a long time, showing green spots on their bodies. Lucas thought for a bit and decided to let everyone scatter and see if they can find any IQ plants. IQ is a plant that stimulates the brain and prompts creatures to evolve accordingly with their environment. This is the reason why the animals here are extremely strong and strange. It's also the only plant that can cure the poison from the daft green. Shiki already hoarded all the IQs on the island, but he was bound to miss one or two. Some might even have recently grown somewhere. The reason for Shiki gathering so much IQ is naturally due to its properties and also to create SIQ. A drug extracted from IQ. Once injected into the animals, it is possible to evolve their battle instinct. If taken in large doses, it can invoke their atrocious nature. Shiki is planning to use this to weaponize the strange animals and release them on the ground as he watched them kill the people. This was Shiki's plan. Right now, he was about to hold a demonstration and release it here on Dawn Island, where there was also a royalty residing. Shiki planned to threaten the world government with this move. Yet for some reason, there were intruders that flew to this island. Still, Shiki wasn't too worried. How can a handful of people possibly do anything to him? In a gathering hall in his base, Shiki stood in front of dozens of pirate captains and announced, "Before we begin with releasing the beasts in East Blue, let's have a small taste of it first. There is one village on this island. They shall be the first to experience it. Jihaha. Yeah. Shiki-sama is the best. Gahaha. Do it!" The pirate captains cheered and waited for a good show. At this time, Lucas along with Hina and Sabo arrived at the village. "What's with those trees surrounding the village?" Sabo asked. "Don't breathe too much of it. It's poisonous." Sabo was about to touch it to study it, but the moment he heard Lucas, he instantly distanced himself. "Say something like that earlier." Lucas ignored his glare and simply went forward. The others also followed while holding their breaths. Soon, they saw a few old and young people with feathers on their arms. Just like the animals here, the people living here have also evolved to a certain extent. Now I'm kinda curious what will happen if I eat one of those IQ things. Lucas wondered if he will also evolve. What will he turn into though? It would be weird if he really became a bird. Well, there's probably not gonna be much effect. Otherwise, Shiki would eat those stuff as well and not use it to make a drug instead. Everyone, please gather around. The villagers were confused as to why there were suddenly new people that appeared, but seeing as they didn't seem to bear any malice towards them, they cautiously walked closer. They were also quite curious as well. Once everyone is gathered, Lucas nudged Hina on the side. What? You explain. Anyway, this is Hina's job. Hina tried her best not to give Lucas a punch. Eventually, she sighed and did as she was told, making Lucas nod satisfied. I just realized that I'm the one who keeps doing everything. Hina should do her part. Lucas watched as Hina started to explain the situation when suddenly, they heard a loud roar. Lucas frowned and stretched his observation haki once more. That bastard Shiki, he's removed the daft green trees, making those vicious animals start attacking this place. What? Hearing what Lucas said, Sabo was angered. He started to dash towards the animals to restrain as much as he can. Lucas looked at Khalifa and ordered her to help out as well. Khalifa, help him out. Understood, Lucas-sama. Quit it with the Lucas-sama thing. Lucas' head hurt every time he heard how Khalifa addresses him. It sounded like he forced her to submission or something. Well, it's not exactly wrong, but... Lucas shook his head and no longer bothered thinking about such things. Still, it seems that just Sabo and Khalifa weren't enough. Some still managed to get through. A huge mantis moving extremely fast zipped through and was about to attack one of the villagers. Lucas saw that Hina was nearby, so he didn't need to make a move. As expected, Hina only raised her arm and let the mantis hit her. But instead of being cut, her arm bent around the mantis and created a black ring restraining its movements. Every time Lucas sees her use her ability, it never ceases to amaze Lucas. Just imagine. If you hug a caged woman, you probably won't be able to get out. Heck, she might even create something like an Iron Maiden with the spikes and all. Also, if you insert your, never mind. Just thinking about it is scary. It's better to stay away from this woman. From Shiki's headquarters, Shiki was watching everything with a grim look. Who the hell are these brats? Shiki hasn't gotten in touch for a while regarding the news on the surface, but the other pirate captains in the hall have recognized the people on the screen. That person seems to be the new Shichibukai, Guardian Wing Lucas. I recognize the girl. She's a marine captain. Black Cage Hina. HM? Is that Rob Lucci? What's CP9 doing here? That guy with the top hat. That's the Revolutionary Army leader's right-hand man. Sabo! Hearing them, Shiki frowned. It wasn't just him that was confused, everyone else was also stupefied. A pirate, marine, world government, and revolutionary army, can there even be a group as diverse as this? And from they could see, everyone seemed to be following that pirate, the new Shichibukai, Lucas. Shiki stood up and flew outside. He can no longer tolerate this, it was time he dealt with them himself. It only took a moment for him to find Lucci, Kaku, and Jabra, who were separated from the group. Lucci looked up and saw Shiki flying. He grinned and started to transform. Golden Lion Shiki, time to face justice. Humph. Justice? Only the strong deserve to have a say in justice. You are still too weak. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong survive and the weak become prey for the strong. Lucci shot a Rankyaku towards Shiki as he continued to charge himself. Zampa! Shiki also similarly waved his foot sword and released a wind blade of his own that cut down Lucci's Rankyaku like paper. The wind blade didn't dissipate and continued towards Lucci. With Sora and Jeppo, Lucci managed to dodge and still maintain his charging stance at Shiki. Sure gone. Shiki's body tilted to the side to dodge the attack. At the same time, he extended his hand and swung it downwards. The moment he did that, a huge boulder appeared from behind him and crashed down at Lucci. Lucci was surprised by the boulder that came out of nowhere and crashed down to the ground. Kaku and Jabra moved as well and attacked Shiki from both sides without caring for Lucci's well-being. They only thought that they should make use of the slight opening that Shiki showed just now. However, that opening was something Shiki intentionally showed to lure in the two. He clasped both of his hands and two earth walls appeared from the sides, flattening Kaku and Jabra. Then, he spread his arms again. Shurshur Odoshi, Chimaki. Earth walls started to emerge from all sides which formed into lion heads that roared as they approached Lucci and the others on the ground. Lucci's face went pale and he tried to quickly move with Zoro and jump to the skies, but Shiki was still faster than him. The next second, the lion walls pounced on them and devoured them in the earth. The earth continued to twist and formed a spiral tower in the middle. There, you can see Lucci, Kaku, and Jabra buried deep in the pillar, unable to move. Shiki looked at their state and snorted. Suddenly, he heard a calm voice speak from behind. You sure did quite a number to my crew. Your crew? Yeah. Sabo, can you get them out there? Well, fine. Actually, Sabo wanted them to rot there, but since Lucas had requested it, and provided that he was Luffy's friend and someone Betty liked, Sabo still gave him phase and released Lucci and the rest. Dragon Claw! He stuck his index and middle finger together as well as his ring and little finger to create what looked like a dragon's claw. With a jab on the rock pillar, the earth crumbled and released the others trapped inside. You think that's amazing? It's no use, I control everything on this island. Lucas sighed and picked on his nose, completely unimpressed. You know, I seem to keep running onto guys who think of themselves as gods. Honestly, it's getting annoying. Jiahaha. What else do you call someone who can control the life and death of everyone beneath him? A selfish prick. Lucas no longer spoke and shot forward at a near impossible speed. Using a combination of Zoro and his wings' propulsion, he reappeared in front of Shiki in a mere fraction of a second. When he reappeared, he was already in his first-degree Heatman mode and steam started to sizzle on his fist that was centimeters away from Shiki's face. Boosted heat! So far, Lucas has only managed to learn Zoro out of the 6 techniques in the Rokushiki, so he wasn't able to utilize Tekai or other techniques in his attacks yet. However, since he has finally trained his body physically, he can now utilize physical attacks as well instead of always attacking from a distance. Boom! Gadash! His fist seemed to explode as soon as it made contact with Shiki's face. Shiki flew away while spinning in midair. When Shiki finally managed to stabilize himself, Lucas was already in front of him again. Boosted heat, barrage. Boom boom asterisk 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 boom asterisk. With every punch, Shiki was blown away and Lucas would reappear again in front of him, punching him to another direction continuously. Enough! Shurshur Odoshi! Gasho Chimaki! Huge earthen lions roared into life on all sides as they attempt to devour Lucas. This was at an even bigger scale than the one he used to deal with Lucci and the others. Lucas had to admit that it was a bit troublesome to deal with it, but not impossible. Lucas saw Sabo head towards the south side, Lucci towards the east side, Kaku and Jabra on the west side, which means Lucas only needed to deal with the north side. Dragon Breath. Roku Oyu Gun. Kilimanjaro. Hukami Hajiki. Hydroblast. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. For explosions rang out as the earth lions exploded into pieces. By the time the dust settled, they found that Shiki had long left the place. He fled, huh? Damn that bastard. I'm gonna tear into pieces. Jabra growled, still angry for being humiliated like that earlier. Lucci breathed out to sort out his emotions as he reverted back to normal. Then, he looked back at Lucas. What now? No rush. He's definitely back at his headquarters, regrouping. So we attack? Sabo also asked. Of course. That's what we're here for after all. But first, Lucas remembered a scene in the movie and can't help but grin. Shiki had returned back to the hall where the pirate captains are with his tail between his legs. The pirate captains naturally saw his sorry state, but none of them dared to speak when they saw Shiki's deadly expression right now. Finally, one of them braved himself and spoke for the rest. That, Shiki-sama, let us gather our men. With hundreds of us, they are bound to lose. Yeah. Let's kill them all. Right. If we deal with that revolutionary guy, then not only will we be able to threaten the world government, the revolutionary army will also have to bow down to us. Do it! Let's kill those bastards. Shiki heard their cheers and suggestions, then smiled. Right, if we manage to finish them off, we will also make the revolutionary army submit to us. Not just the world government, but also the revolutionary army. Shiki seemed to have forgotten his recent defeat and started laughing as well. Then, Dr. Indigo suddenly started gesturing exaggeratedly. Shiki-sama, what if we release some beasts down to the island below as well? That should divert their attention. So you can talk. Doesn't this guy not get used to this? Though every pirate captain was thinking so, no one really spoke and just kept quiet. Jiahaha. That's a good idea. Go! Release the evolved animals on East Blue. Let the world know that I, Golden Lion Shiki, am not fooling around. Indigo nodded and was about to leave when the doors were smashed open. Who? Everyone turned to look at the door and saw 7 figures standing side by side wearing formal black suits. From the left, Kaku was wearing a black cap and a black vest suit. Beside him, Lucci was wearing a black top hat, white shirt and a black tie as well as a black jacket on his shoulders with furs on the side. He also still has his pigeon wearing a similar outfit. Next to him was Khalifa, wearing a black OL suit with fishnet stockings. From the right, Jabra wore a black tuxedo and coat, looking like some kind of Yakuza boss with that look of his. Next was Sabo, wearing a white frilly shirt and a black overcoat with his top hat and goggles. To his left was Hina wearing a black dress and a black fur coat. In between Khalifa and Hina was Lucas, wearing a black suit and tie as well as a large captain's jacket on his shoulders. Lucas grinned and stared at Shiki. Well, shall we get the party started? Chapter 45, Fall. I can't believe Hina listened to this idiot. Why the hell do we need to dress up for this? Is this really needed? Hina, Jabra, and Sabo grunted while Lucci was quietly regretting his choice of following Lucas. The others were also similarly questioning themselves why they still followed Lucas in this farce while the man in question himself only laughed. What? It was a cool entrance, is it not? Not just his crew, even Shiki's face started to twitch, seeing how easygoing Lucas is at the moment. Shiki felt humiliated and belittled by this. His expression grew deadlier as he swung his sword leg. Zampa! Lucci and the rest turned serious and they all swung their feet as well with a combined Renkyaku. Dai Renkyaku! 1 Renkyaku wasn't enough to stop Shiki's Zampa before, but 4 was plenty able to push it back. Renkyaku's wind blades combined and struck Zampa's wind blade. With a loud clash, the two deflected one another as it redirected to the sides, hitting some of the pirate captains standing at the sides. I'll handle Shiki, you guys deal with the rest. Understood. Lucci gritted his teeth, but when he remembered how easily Shiki crushed him before, he can only nod. It seems, there are really plenty of strong people out there. Lucas smiled in his mind when he saw Lucci slowly becoming a docile cat. He looked at Shiki with a cold smile and activated his Heatman mode with an explosive dash. Shiki saw Lucas charging at him. His expression fell and he quickly flew back to escape. In order to better use his abilities, it was best to take this fight outside and to the air. Lucas sneered when he saw Shiki flee. He knew what he was thinking. However, the sky was also his domain. His snow-white wings opened up behind him and flapped to give chase to Shiki. Saru! Lucas reappeared in front of Shiki in high speed and raised his hand. His hand turned to a water scythe which he swung down on Shiki. Sea reaping! GH. Shiki gritted his teeth and swung his hand. Suddenly, a huge boulder came in between the two of them and met Lucas' attack instead. The boulder was sliced in half. Shiki controlled the now two pieces of the boulder and clapped his hands. The two boulders moved in concert and moved to flatten Lucas in between. Bam! The two boulders stuck together once again, but just as Shiki was about to get a moment of rest, a water spear came out from in between the two boulders and shot towards Shiki. Shiki crossed his hands in an attempt to block the attack when the spear suddenly started to expand and form a figure. Lucas! Lucas turned back to his human form and stretched both of his hands as it turned to two small scythes which he swung at Shiki. Shiki gritted his teeth and flew backward while controlling the boulder to hurl towards Lucas once more. Lucas frowned at the boulder which has been annoying him for a while now. His body turned redder and the temperature started to rise even further as his skin started to boil. Burn! Second-degree boiling man. Lucas stretched his hands towards the boulder and focused on the immense steam that he's letting out. He compressed the steam in his hand, pressurizing it more and more. Speaking of which, he only thought about this move due to Kuma. He remembered how Luffy and the others might be facing him already and used the Ursa shock on them. This move was similar to that. Only, Lucas' attack is far more concentrated. Steam burst! Asterisk boom! Asterisk. From Lucas' hand, a blinding pillar of light shot out and hit the huge boulder that Shiki has been using. The boulder was engulfed in the bright light and as if it was swallowed whole, the boulder disappeared when the light dispersed. Shiki's face paled when he saw this happen. Just what kind of monster is this? However, when Shiki looked back at Lucas, he found that Lucas had gotten skinnier and looked extremely weak. This must be the drawback of using such a powerful move. Heh, how stupid is this guy? If he had such a move, he should have used this against me. Chance! Shiki was an experienced pirate. Rather than stay shocked and let such an opportunity vanish, he decisively charged at Lucas to spare him no time to recuperate. At this moment, when Shiki was about to attack Lucas once more, he caught a glimpse of a smile on Lucas' face. Suddenly, he froze. Not because he hesitated, but for some reason, there is smoke holding his body. Wait, this isn't smoke, steam. Lucas turned to him with a smile while absorbing water in the atmosphere once more to return to his normal state. He stretched his arms forward and started to boil again as he gathered up the steam in his palm. Goodbye, Shiki. The world won't miss you. Bravo at it. Steam burst. Just as it did the boulder, Shiki was also devoured by the bright light. Lucas' flesh disappeared again and he returned to his skinny look. While in the air, he gasped for breath and slowly reabsorbed the water in the atmosphere. Ha, ha, ghh. Lucas clenched his chest as he felt a throbbing pain in his heart. Damn. It seems, performing that move 2 times in a row really takes a toll on his body. Lucas can tell. Performing the boiling man mode and the steam burst move literally burns his life force as well. It can't be helped. All he can do is get even stronger so those kinds of limitations would disappear. Stronger, and even stronger. With Shiki dead, the floating islands started to drop. Lucas felt he was forgetting something until he remembered how Fusha village is still below the floating islands. Shit! Lucas quickly flew below the islands and tried to push them away. However, the islands were not merely boulders. They couldn't simply be pushed like that at all. He started to panic. It wasn't just one island that Shiki had floating. Even if he can move one of them, he won't make it in time for the others. If that's the case. Lucas looked down and started to control the water surrounding the whole Dawn Island. If I can't move these dropping islands, I'll just move Dawn Island away. He gritted his teeth as he summoned the currents to start pushing the island away. Everyone on the land felt the earth shook and move. They all saw the islands dropping on them and realized that someone must be moving their island somehow. When they looked up, they saw a man with huge wings and arms apart, as if protecting the whole island. The image was burned in their minds. And then, the islands fell. However, Dawn Island had already been moved to the side. The citizens don't know what to do with the sudden new neighboring island beside them, but they were glad that they are safe. Meanwhile, in the sky, Lucas started to pant heavily as he felt his vision started to blur. He tried to shake it off, but it was as if his body wouldn't listen to him. Eventually, he started falling himself. Thud. With a loud thud, Lucas cashed back to Fusha village and the villagers quickly ran towards him to help. Makino also ran at him to check on his condition. Seeing his pale face, they all carried him to the local clinic. While the villagers tried to help Lucas, on the previously floating islands which had now fallen, Sabo, Hina, Lucci, and the rest of the former CP9 all grunted as they stood up and looked around. A while ago, they were surprised when the island started to fall. Only then did they realize that Lucas already defeated Shiki. Sabo quickly ran to the end of the island to see what happened to his former hometown and saw that it was still safe. Phew, thank goodness. It seems he owes Lucas quite a bit. Hina looked at the safe and sound Dawn Island and also sighed in relief. Next, she needed to report. She looked over at Sabo, who was lying on the ground, exhausted. She hesitated for a while before deciding not to report that the Revolutionary Army is here. Anyway, he did help this time with Shiki. Hina can turn a blind eye just this once. After she finished her report, she checked in on the villagers to see if they were safe. Turns out, at the moment the island fell, the villagers suddenly learned to fly with the feathers on their arms, so they were all safe and sound. At the same time, Lucci and the others also looked at Dawn Island and sighed. To move an entire island. That guy's a monster. Let's go. Just like that, they walked and went back to Lucas' side. Marineford, Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku just heard Hina's report and sighed in relief. Finally, Shiki has been dealt with. Sengoku can't help but feel that it really was the right decision to enlist Lucas in the Shichibukai. Otherwise, the world nobles will start blaming him again if a royalty died. After silently celebrating for a moment, he picked up his Denden Mushi and started making calls again. First, send Marines to capture the remaining pirates on the island. Then, release the news to the world that Shiki has been dealt with. That should be able to boost the people's confidence in them. Time passed. News of the incident started to circulate the world. In a certain island, a large white-haired man with a white crescent beard sat on his chair with a few nurses attending to him and checking his condition. He laughed while holding onto a newspaper that dropped by earlier today. Gururara. That lion finally met his end as well, huh? I wonder when my time will come? Pops! Don't speak like that. Yeah, Pops. You're still gonna be the next pirate king. His crew panicked when they saw their captain speak like that, but he didn't care. Gururara. Everyone can only live so much. Enough of this. Have you lot found Ace yet? That, we still haven't. The man started to ponder. He can already feel the storm starting to brew. In another island. A huge old woman looked at the newspaper as well and laughed. Mamma. So that Shiki is finally dead, huh? What a fool, to be defeated in East Blue of all places. The old woman no longer cared and tossed the newspaper to the side. Another island, a large man with long black hair and horns looked at the newspaper as he let out a cold and grim grin. Heh. Guardian Wing Lucas, eh? I look forward to seeing you in the new world. Then, on another island, a certain red-haired man with a claw scar over his left eye sighed in relief when he read the newspaper. Thankfully, Fusha village is safe. Ha ha. Shanks, isn't this great? Man, I thought Luffy's hometown was a goner. Yeah. We should find some time to look for this Lucas. Then party! Ha ha ha. Shanks smiled at his rowdy crew and looked to the horizon. Luffy, I wonder how you are doing right now? Naturally, they weren't the only ones that reacted to this news. The news had reached all the corners of the world to let the world know that Roger's era is ending. Facing the red line, Luffy and the rest has been stuck in this place for a while now as they couldn't find a way to Fishman Island. Suddenly, they heard Nami scream. Guys! Take a look at this. Huh? Luffy and the rest were confused about why Nami would be so excited. Then, they read the news. East Blue was attacked by a pirate from Gold Roger's era. Moreover, Dawn Island was nearly decimated as well. Everyone got engrossed in reading and sighed in relief knowing their islands were safe. As for Dawn Island where Luffy came from, it was also safe due to the intervention of a certain someone. Shishishishi. This is great! Lucas saved my hometown. Phew, for a moment, I was really worried there. Good thing Lucas was there. Usopp also sighed in relief as he was worried about Kaya and the kids. Heh, guess that old man survived this time too. Sanji smiled upon learning that Baratai wasn't affected. Zoro also smiled and no longer took a look. Instead, he started training once more. Yosh! Mateys! Let's go find Fishman Island and onto the new world. Oh you. Finally. Days after the Shiki incident. A change had occurred on a certain island, in a certain garden. A woman was tending to her oranges when suddenly, she saw one of the fruits started to change as spiral marks covered the fruit and its color also changed. This is... She knew what this fruit was, a devil fruit. But what kind of devil fruit it is, there was only one way to find out. She opened her mouth and took a bite. Soon, she had already eaten the whole thing. It tasted gross, but she held on. With this, if he still hasn't come to fetch me in a few days, I should be safe to leave alone and help my sister. I'll just leave on my own. Chapter 46, Fua. One day, Lucas finally opened his eyes and saw a pair of bright eyes looked at him in wonder. For a moment, Lucas thought that Makino or Hina was about to kiss him, but when he took a second look, he found that the person looking at him so closely was none other than Sabo. Gah! Lucas quickly got out and backed himself into a corner. I'm telling you, I'm straight. This bastard. Sabo's face flushed and all the thoughts he had earlier vanished as he became pissed. A few hours ago, Sabo came to Lucas' room to see if he can investigate something by looking at him. The truth was, ever since they met, Sabo has been very wary and cautious around Lucas. He only acted like he didn't care so as to let Lucas guard down and maybe slip up. When they met, Lucas somehow knew that he had lost his memories and that he was related to Luffy. But that shouldn't be possible. Even he himself didn't know about it until he came here in East Blue. And he knows that Luffy isn't the type to say things like this to others as well. He wanted to know who Lucas truly is as he seemed to be close to Luffy. Luffy is an idiot, so it was up to him, the elder brother, to look out for hidden dangers like this one. However, even though he stayed by his side and also fought along with him, he still couldn't get a proper answer. Instead, he felt that Lucas truly wasn't bad at all. Well, there's also that Betty said he took a liking to this man and Sabo trusted Betty's judgment. Today, he wanted to see if there will be some sort of clue on his body or something, which was why he was looking so closely earlier. Hearing what Lucas said, he quickly forgot what he came here for and started shouting. I'm also straight, damn it. Sure, anyway, I think I should go. Why the hell is he acting like I'm about to rape him? Sabo got pissed even more. Come back here. No way. Stop running. Stop chasing me. Everyone watched with half-closed eyes as the two suddenly started to play tag. Well, it seems he's okay. Seems so. Makino smiled wryly while Hina just sighed and rubbed her forehead. Why is it that sometimes, this man acts cool, then like an idiot the next? Eventually, Sabo sighed and stopped chasing. Sigh, enough. I just came to give you your loot. You were the one who stopped Shiki in the end anyway, so this is yours. Lucas stopped as well and looked at the small treasure chest Sabo gave him. When he opened it, he found a weird-looking fruit inside. A devil fruit? You're giving this to me? I found it in Shiki's headquarters. Since you defeated Shiki, it's only right to give it to you. Originally, there seemed to be 2 chests, but the other one was empty. Someone must have taken it during the confusion. I see. Lucas looked at the devil fruit and wondered who he should give it to. Well, there seems to be only one good choice. Having decided, Lucas closed the chest and thanked Sabo. Thanks. But we can only be friends. I'm really gonna kill you. Joking. Just joking. Lucas laughed while Sabo sighed. Then, another person appeared beside him. Sabo, marine warships are coming. We should go. Ah, Koala. Alright, let's go. Koala looked at Lucas curiously and wondered why Sabo seems to pay attention to him a lot these days. Lucas noticed her look and asked. What's up? Ah, nothing. Saying that, Koala quickly followed along Sabo outside. Lucas looked at their disappearing backs, then to Hina. You're not gonna stop them? Hina is giving them a head start since they did help. How long of a head start? Hina looked back at Lucas and rolled her eyes, not bothering to comment. Can't this guy take a hint? Hina is obviously letting them go. Lucas actually knew what she was thinking but still asked to tease her. He found that teasing Hina was actually enjoyable and became a sort of amusement to him as well. He turned towards Lucci and the rest who were quietly standing on the side. You guys alright? We're fine. Kaku got the 2 swords of Shiki, do you need them? Nah, I remember Kaku being a swordsman as well, right? You can just use those. Lucas shrugged and didn't care about the swords. He wasn't a swordsman anyway, so it's just a waste for him to take it. Kaku took the 2 swords and smiled. These swords are indeed better than the one he's previously using. Alright, what's the situation with the island now? Hina made a cage to stop anyone from entering and leaving. The evolved animals are still influenced by the drugs that Shiki and his men used, so they are a danger to everyone. As for the residents living there, they have all been evacuated and are settling here in the village for the moment. Lucas nodded at Hina's report. It will take some time for those animals to calm down, so it was better that they stay there for now. The problem is, the royals. What about the royalty? Did they make any moves on the island? They have been trying to get the residents of that island as slaves due to their unique feathered arms. What? Lucas' expression turned cold and murderous intent started to leak out of him. Hina already stopped them. Hina told them that they are all infected with an unknown virus and should not be touched for the moment. I see, that's good. Thanks. It's fine. Hina knew you'd overreact, and by then, Hina will not be able to stop you. Lucas scratched his head embarrassingly. True, if nothing were done, he might just rampage and kill a bunch of royalties. Well, in that case, we should get going now. Yes. The fleet admiral also called just now requesting you to be recalled to Marineford. Hina nodded and told Lucas what Sengoku said. Hearing that, Lucas frowned. What does Sengoku want now? Wait, around this time should be, but that's impossible. I already killed Blackbeard. Was Ace still captured in the end? Lucas asked Hina if she knew, but she only shook her head and said that she hasn't received any news about it as well. Feeling worried, he wanted to leave now and return to the Grand Line as soon as possible. But first, he still needs to get his crew. After saying goodbye to Makino, Lucas took his crew and went to get Nojiko and Kaya. They visited Kaya first, who told him that she would agree if Mary could also come with to serve as her assistant. Lucas had no problem with it and agreed. Kaya and Mary said their farewells to everyone in the village and to the 3 kids. After that was Kokoyashi village. When they got there, they were surprised to see a bunch of houses, trees, and boulders floating around. Genzo saw them and rejoiced. You guys are finally here. Quickly take Nojiko with you. She's been trying to leave the island alone, and when we try to stop her, she would use these weird powers she suddenly got. Lucas' face twitched. Damn! Nojiko got Shiki's fruit after he died. Can there be such a coincidence? Lucas knew there were all sorts of theories about the return of devil fruits after their host dies. Some say that it will go to the nearest available fruit, or to the nearest compatible fruit, or such. Lucas himself thinks that the nearest compatible fruit is a better theory, as a devil fruit chooses a fruit that is similar to itself instead of just going to any random fruit. Otherwise, if it's just any random fruit, then everyone would be bringing a sack of fruits all the time. Anyway, none of these matters for now. The important thing is, Nojiko got Shiki's fruit. Which means, he really needs to let her come with him. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous for her. She's still trying to figure out her powers. Lucas can teach her with that. Also, with her power, he can also take that. Lucas stretched his observation haki and found Nojiko. With Asaru, he disappeared from everyone's sight and reappeared behind Nojiko, who was about to take a rowboat. You're taking a boat? You know, with your powers, you can just fly instead of sailing. Huh? Ah! You came back. Nojiko turned around and saw Lucas. Well, sorry I'm late. I was unconscious for a few days it seems. I see, I thought you went back already So you thought you can head out alone now because you have powers now, right? Nojiko looked down embarrassingly. You know, the person who previously had those powers. He was the one causing trouble in East Blue, I killed him. Nojiko was surprised. She didn't think that someone else previously had these powers, not to mention that it was previously used by the person who's been attacking the surrounding islands. All of a sudden, she felt sick and disgusted with her power. Will I also turn, like that? Seeing her appearance, Lucas sighed and shook his head. He stretched his hand and patted on her head. Listen. You will never become someone like Shiki. The reason he is like that is because he has no one to care for. You're different. You have a sister. Nami. My point is, you can't be too arrogant with your new power. The place we're going, there are plenty of people who can easily crush you as well. Nojiko, will you be a part of my crew? I will teach you how to use your powers. Lucas grinned and held out his hand. Nojiko looked at the hand for a moment, then back at Lucas' face. She also smiled and took the hand. I can see why Nami likes you. Haha. Suddenly hearing Nami being brought up, Lucas can only laugh embarrassingly while scratching his head. He was about to go back to the ship when he heard Nojiko's voice from behind. You better take responsibility for me. Bam. Lucas tripped. Nojiko saw the look in Lucas' face and laughed as she stuck her tongue out. Idiot, I meant to protect me. Don't be so delusional to think you will be getting both sisters. Pervert. Why the hell am I a pervert now? Also, don't say such misleading stuff. Sigh, women, why does their mood changes so fast? She was just depressed a second ago, and now she's making fun of me. Lucas lamented why he is surrounded by women like these. With Nojiko on board, Lucas set off once more back to Fushao village. While traveling, Lucas introduced the new members to the rest of the crew as well. Oh right. Koza, come here for a moment. Lucas took out the chest Sabo gave him and handed it to Koza, who received it in confusion. It's yours. Koza looked surprised as he opened the chest and found a devil fruit. He knew what a devil fruit meant. A normal man can become someone great with just one fruit, and it also costs millions of belly to buy one. Even then, you might not necessarily be able to buy one at all. Yet Lucas was giving this to him? Lucas patted his shoulder with a smile. You won't be able to swim though. Heh, with you as the captain, why would I fear the water? Koza no longer hesitated and took a bite. As usual, it tasted so bad he wanted to puke, but he held on. Soon, he finished eating the whole thing. He felt a strange sensation in his body but was not able to grasp it properly. How is it? Do you know your power? I don't know. What should I do now? Well, just get used to the feeling for now. Soon, you should be able to use your powers. Koza nodded and went to his room to rest and feel his powers. They reached Fusha village once more after a while. Once there, Lucas showed Nojiko the fallen islands. That's gonna be out base now. Just like Shiki, we'll make it float again with your powers. Something that big? I don't know if I can. Nojiko hesitated. She has only been able to make small objects float but not something as big as an island. You can do it. Just breathe in and focus on your power. With Lucas urging her, Nojiko took a deep breath and touched the island. The earth rumbled as it moved. Soon, it began to rise up in the air once more. The floating island, Merville, once again returned in the sky. The citizens saw this and thought that Shiki had come back. Only after they saw that it was flying away that they sighed in relief. As for the former residents of Merville, they expressed their wish of returning to Merville. Lucas thought for a while before accepting. Anyway, an island that big, they will need people to maintain it. Plus, the evolved animals have already calmed down. They should be safe to live there. Watching the floating island from the ground, Makino suddenly spoke. I want to go too. Ha! Chapter 47, Return. Lucas was surprised at Makino's sudden request. Can you repeat that again? I want to go too. Actually, I wanted to go with you before since I missed Luffy, but I thought it would be too dangerous and then I would become a burden instead. But since you took in those feathered people, then it should also be safe to stay in the floating island as well. I can even run a tavern again. Hee. Lucas opened his mouth to say something but no words came out of it. Huh, she has a point. It should be safe for her to remain on the island. Yeah, that's fine. More importantly, the bastard that would lay a hand on her and make a baby would also not be able to follow. Wait, doesn't this scenario make me the bastard though? While all sorts of weird thoughts flowed in his head, Makino already greeted Nojiko and Kaya as they got along quite well. Seeing the three laugh and chat, Lucas sighed and finally agreed. Anyway, he was not going to take the island for battle. It was just a base for them. After thinking for a bit, Lucas decided to go back to Shimatsuki village to see if he can convince Kushiro once more. He figured that he should agree if he asked him to train the people in the village in case anything happened and the island got invaded. Kushiro himself wouldn't be fighting. Kushiro deliberated for a long time before finally agreeing. Very well. I will train the young ones on the island. However, I won't be joining your pirate crew. That's all I ask. With this, Lucas can also drop by and ask for pointers about hockey. Lastly, before they leave East Blue, Lucas visited Baratai for a meal. He talked with owner Zeph about Sanji as he ate and also gave him pictures of Sanji in embarrassing moments. Zeph and the other chefs laughed hard looking at the pictures and rolled on the ground. Lucas also tried to ask them to go with him and they could stay on the floating island if they don't wish to fight. Hearing this, Patty and Karn looked at Zeph. They both know that Zeph had once ventured the Grand Line as a fearsome pirate and was known as Red Leg Zeph due to the color of his leg changing to blood red from kicking his enemies. Zeph might have repeatedly said that he's retired and doesn't wish to return, but whenever he spoke of the Grand Line, they would see a sense of longing in his eyes. Owner, how about it? East Blue isn't so fun anymore with Sanji not around. Haha. Right, the pirates here are too weak to be a challenge too. Zeph fell silent and looked at his staff members. They all waited for his answer with urging eyes. Very well. You lot will be entering the Grand Line once more. That place is a totally different level, you better be able to handle it. Oh you. Lucas smiled. Now then, it was time to return. Everyone got on the island as they flew past the comm belt and entered the Grand Line once more. Lucas actually wanted to go to the little garden to pick up the two giants as well and also Drum Kingdom to pick up Dr. Kureha, but Hina has been nagging him to go back to the headquarters so he can only postpone it. They traveled safely in the sky as it heads towards Marineford and everyone passed these days either training, learning, or resting. Sometimes, Lucas would drop by Kashiro's new dojo and join in the training. The only thing was that he needed to use a sword, which Lucas sought at. Eventually, he gave up and simply pondered on the hint that Kashiro told him. It wasn't like he learned absolutely nothing though. At times, he could turn his hand black but it would only last for a second. He was still unable to keep it up for a long time. On the other hand, Kaku was doing well learning from Kashiro. Lucci went off somewhere on the island to start training on his own too while the others from the former CP9 all did as they liked. Koza also finally learned his ability. It seems he got the card devil fruit. In other words, he's a card human. He can collapse his form into a bunch of cards and he can also make cards from his body. Another use seemed to be the ability to turn anything he touched into cards. Lucas hadn't tried touching a person but it didn't work. The same also happened with animals. It seemed that it only worked on inanimate objects. Another thing as well, if he took off his ear by turning it into a card, a new ear would pop back on his head but he can still hear from the card. It was also the same on his mouth, nose, and eyes. The card only had a drawing of the part as well. Like this, Koza said that if he leaves an ear and eye card to various placed, he can easily spy on everyone. It was the ultimate peeping ability. The card can also stick to any surface and he can control the image on the card, which means it was possible to camouflage it and no one would know it was there. Hearing this, all the women instantly glared at Koza and nicely asked him not to use this ability on them. As for Nojiko, Lucas has been teaching her different ways she can use her powers to defend herself. Apart from that, she mainly uses it to cook. Even Zeph was shocked when he came to the kitchen and saw a bunch of tools and ingredients flying about. Another day passed and they were nearing the Marineford when a news crew dropped a newspaper on Lucas. The instant he read this, his expression turned cold. Koza, meet me in the captain's room. Holding an ear card from Koza, he called him to his room while Hina was not here. When Koza entered the room, he saw the grave expression in Lucas' face and couldn't help but get tense. Captain, what happened? Koza, I need you to do something for me. Listen very carefully. Koza quietly listened to Lucas' requests without speaking. When Lucas was done, he hesitated for a moment before asking. Captain, the reason why you're asking me to do this. Just do as I ask. Understood. Koza nodded and left the room. The moment he did, Hina just came back. Hina noticed Koza's expression seemed off so she asked Lucas. What happened? It's nothing. Right, Hina. Prepare your things. We'll be leaving. Lucas stood up and walked to the door to leave as well. Leave? Yeah, I mean, it's not like Sengoku will let me bring a huge floating island and park it on top of Marineford, right? Right. Hina nodded as well. If Lucas really did that, she feels Sengoku will give her an earful. By the way, let's stop by Sabati Archipelago for a moment. It's on the way anyway. Alright. Hina looked at Lucas for a moment before agreeing. She felt that the Lucas today seemed to be a little different from before. After a few minutes, with the help of Lucas' powers, they were able to reach Sabati quickly. It really is a lively place, isn't it? Lucas laughed upon seeing the floating bubbles and was a bit excited. Seeing this expression on Lucas, Hina shook her head. It seems Hina was thinking too much into it. With that, Hina no longer bothered and simply followed behind Lucas. Meanwhile, in another area in the archipelago. Grove 14. Luffy and the rest had just defeated one of the pacifistas, PX4, when two more figures arrived. PX1 and Sentomaru. Oi oi, what have they done to you, huh? PX4, it takes enough funds for a whole battleship to build just one of you pacifistas, you know? Ugh, how am I gonna tell OL Doc Punk about this? Oh, it's another one. Another Shichibukai. Don't tell me, it's the real thing this time. Chopper and Usopp were badly frightened by the sudden appearance of another pacifista. Sanji gritted his teeth. Whether it is or it isn't, we just have to deal with them. And who the hell are you, Broadax? Frankie asked. Calling someone by the names of their weapons, there's no point asking me questions, 'cause I've got nothing to say to the likes of you. I'm Sentomaru, the guy with the tightest mouth in the whole world. Didn't you just give your name? Oh, by the way, I told you that because I felt like it. I wasn't answering your question or anything. Yeah, right. Now get him, PX1. PX1 raised its palm at the Straw Hats and shot out a beam of light. Unlike in the original where Luffy and the rest were too tired to fight another one, this time, they still had some breath in them due to their recent power-ups with Rokushiki. Luffy activated his gear second once more and reappeared in front of PX1. Tekai! Gomu Gomu no! Jet Rifle! The PX1 just gritted its teeth and took the attack without care. Next, it opened its mouth and started to charge up. Just in time, Sanji appeared from behind and delivered a kick in the head. Tekai! Kankasei! Based on their experience from the other pacifista, they knew the weakness of this one as well. Basically, if they could close its mouth when it was about to shoot a laser from its mouth, then that would easily solve the situation. However, would Sentomaru let them? Sentomaru reappeared in front of Sanji and stuck out his palm. GH-. The palm and kick clashed, but Sanji was the one who was blown away instead. While Sentomaru was preoccupied with Sanji, Zoro moved in with a dash and slashed PX1's knees. The slash didn't cut off the knees, but it was able to make PX1 bend down, hence, redirecting the beam that was about to shoot on his mouth. The beam shot up and hit a nearby tree which exploded upon contact. Luffy took advantage of the moment PX1 still had its head raised up and stretched his arms. Jet Bazooka! This time, the PX1 was blown away. Sentomaru frowned and turned to Luffy. You're next. Straw Hat, do not think you can deal with me as you did with PX1. Luffy didn't bother to listen to what he has to say and unleashed his next attack. Jet Gatling. Hup dash. With two palms, Sentomaru pushed Luffy back. You got some nice fighting strength there, but my guard is world class. A Shigure Dakoi. Sentomaru formed a stance similar to that of a sumo wrestler and delivered another palm attack that blew Luffy away. Luffy crashed on a wall and felt pain all over his body. Damn it! Is this hockey? Oh! So you know about that too. Luffy and Zoro gritted their teeth and was about to charge at Sentomaru when suddenly, there was an explosion at the back as they heard Brook scream. Usopp! Luffy turned back and saw Usopp's body on the ground, unconscious. Standing over him was a tall man wearing a yellow suit. Sentomaru saw this figure and sighed. So damn late. Finally decided to show up, Uncle Kizaru? Kizaru. Robin heard the name and was badly shaken. Watch out! That man's a Marine Admiral. What? Everyone was surprised. They didn't think an admiral would come this fast. Zoro glared at Kizaru and shouted. Damn it! Have you already forgotten the deal with Lucas? Oh? That deal? Well, it doesn't matter if he doesn't know it, right? Bastard! Zoro clenched on his sword in rage. He was about to make a dash and start attacking Kizaru when he heard Luffy shout. Zoro! Stop it! We can't fight this. We need to run. GHH-. Zoro gritted his teeth. He knew Luffy was right, but he can't just stand this. Brook! Grab Usopp and run. Brook quickly took Usopp and ran. Kizaru just let him do so since fleeing is futile with him around. Luffy turned to Zoro and Sanji. The three of us should go in different directions. Got it! Zoro ran with Brook and Usopp, Sanji with Nami and Frankie, and Luffy was with Chopper and Robin. Luffy shouted again. Everyone! Meet back at the Sunny in 3 days. Roger! Seeing them scatter, Sentomura kicked at the down PX-1 and said, They're scattering and making a run for it. After them, PX-1. Oh my, what a predicament this is. Uncle Kizaru. Stop standing there and lend a hand. Kizaru smiled and disappeared in a beam of light. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, have you ever been kicked in the speed of light? Kizaru raised his leg and was about to deliver his kick when suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Luffy. He had his wings fully open behind him as if to protect everyone behind. Lucas smiled. Kizaru, have you ever drowned in dry land? Lucas! Chapter 48, Consequences. A few minutes earlier, Lucas and Hina were casually strolling in Sabaody Archipelago. Well, it was more of Lucas walking and Hina quietly following from behind. There seemed to be some kind of tacit agreement between the two and none of them spoke to each other. After a while, they saw the people start panicking and running about. Hey! Did you hear? Straw Hat Luffy just punched a world noble. I heard. They said an admiral already arrived. You should get to safety immediately. Last time a world noble was killed, Sabaody Archipelago was nearly decimated. Quick! Run! Admiral Kizaru just arrived. Quickly go to the New World. Men! We're leaving. Naturally, it wasn't just Lucas who heard the commotion. Hina heard the mention of Straw Hats and Admiral. Instantly, she closed in on Lucas and grabbed his arm. Lucas, don't. Lucas looked at Hina and smiled. This was always how it was going to end, Hina. I'm a pirate. You're a Marine, but just so we're clear, I was not the one who reneged on the agreement. He took Hina's hand off of him and started to walk away. Hina gritted her teeth with conflicted feelings as she ran to block Lucas. Hina won't let you go. I see. Lucas sighed for a moment, then hardened his expression. The next instant, he landed a blow on Hina's stomach. In order to not get affected by her ability, Lucas was able to use armament haki for a second and timed his attack. G-H-. I'm sorry. Why, you? Lucas felt Hina's head lay on his shoulder as he embraced her. He found some Marines stationed nearby and handed Hina to them, saying that he will go assist Kizaru. The Marines only noticed that he was a Shichibukai and forgot the fact that he was an ex-Straw Hat member, so naturally, they saluted him and did as he ordered. Lucas gave Hina one last look before spreading his wings and flying over to where the commotion is. On the way, he saw some pacifistas engaging the other supernovas but ignored them. Anyway, aside from Law, he couldn't care less about the others. And he knew that Law can take care of himself, so there was no need for him to get involved. By the time he arrived, Kizaru was about to send Luffy flying with a kick. Seeing this, Lucas immediately focused on his armament haki on his hand and blocked the attack. This time, he was only able to make it last for half a second. Thankfully, with the help of his observation haki, he was able to time his block perfectly. After he blocked Kizaru, Lucas stepped back and didn't let Kizaru leave his sight. I suppose I demand an explanation? Kizaru, you do know our agreement, correct? Oh? If it isn't the Guardian Wing Lucas. Where is Captain Hina? Since you're dodging my question, do you really think I'll answer you? Lucas smirked. Actually, he already knows the reason even before it happened. This was also part of the reason why he easily agreed to become a Shichibukai. Lucas knows that by the time Luffy and them reach Sabaody Archipelago, then the Marines would have no choice but to renege on the agreement. After all, the will of the world nobles are their priority as dogs of the world government. Lucas reckons that by the end of all this, they will just explain that they never made a deal with a pirate in the first place to save their asses. But that doesn't matter. He has already made full use of his time as a Shichibukai. Kizaru no longer bothered to chat. He placed both of his hands to his chest and shone a light that bounced off on a tree. Yada no Kagami. Shit! Lucas cursed as this movement skill of his was truly hard to deal with. Even if he can predict where he will reappear, he was still slower than the speed of light. But just then, another figure appeared and drew his sword, cutting the light in half. Old man! Luffy shouted when he saw who this was. Kizaru also recognized him and said, "Oh, so it's time for you to take the stage, is it, Dark King Rayleigh? Don't go plucking fine sprouts, it's only just beginning." Their era, that is. Lucas saw Rayleigh and sighed in relief. Finally, this guy is here. With him present, Lucas wouldn't have to worry too much about Kizaru. Rayleigh turned to look at Lucas and smiled. "Ah, is it Lucas? It's been a long time." Lucas frowned. What did he mean by that? Seeing his expression, Rayleigh acted as if he had just said something he shouldn't have and laughed. Haha, sorry. I guess I was too early, huh? Anyway, leave this guy to me. I just checked the ship, it's pretty big so it would take me 5 days to code it. Ah. 5 days? Not 3? After thinking about it, Lucas palmed himself. Stupid, the ship this time has gotten bigger than it was in the original. Naturally, it would take longer to code. Luffy nodded and thanked Rayleigh. Thanks, old man. Lucas, let's go. You think I'll let you? Sentomaru saw that Kizaru was being tied down by Rayleigh and knew that he needed to be the one to stop Luffy and the others. He reappeared in front of Luffy and sent a palm attack. Gay! This guy again. Luffy quickly crossed his arms to block the incoming attack when someone appeared in front of him. Lucas made a shield of water and blocked the attack. Shichibukai. Why do you keep hindering us? Ah. The moment Kizaru showed up here, I am no longer a Shichibukai. Lucas' expression turned serious as his body started to heat up. Burn! Second-degree boiling man. Luffy watched as Lucas' skin started to boil and he could also feel the intense heat coming off from the steam he was releasing. Lucas looked back at Luffy in the eye and asked, Luffy, do you trust me? Of course I do. I trust you with my life. No hesitation at all. Lucas smiled wryly at how simple-minded Luffy was. He moved in closer and handed a piece of paper to him. There's no use running now and hiding for 5 days. Someone will come to help you all escape. Once you're safe, read what's in the paper. Lucas no longer wasted any time and dashed towards Sentomaru to restrain him. Sentomaru grimaced at the situation and had no choice but to deal with Lucas first before Luffy. You may be Logia, but against Haki, that doesn't matter. Is it? Lucas chuckled seeing the palm strike about to hit him. He controlled his body and made a hole in the area that was being attacked. Sentomaru saw his attack land but was shocked to see Lucas' body behaving like a normal Logia. How? No. I see. You bastard used observation Haki. Sentomaru was pissed seeing Lucas' taunting grin and sent a barrage of palm strikes to test Lucas' limits. Lucas just stood there with a grin as numerous holes appeared on his body. That won't work. Lucas clenched his fist and gathered the steam on his hand as he delivered a blow. Fast! Sentomaru quickly tried to block the attack, but he was a step too late. Boom! When the blow landed on him, there was a small explosion on Lucas' fist which sent Sentomaru flying. Lucas spread his wings and chased after Sentomaru. Luffy watched as Lucas fight off Sentomaru easily. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Strong! Lucas is still stronger than him. More! I need to get stronger even more. He was the captain. It was supposed to be his job to protect his crew, yet now, all he can do is rely on someone else. Even though Luffy felt pathetic at this moment, he was still hopeful. If he was weak right now, then all he needed to do is get even stronger. And eat more meat. Luffy looked at the paper that Lucas gave him and shoved it down his trousers pocket. He turned to Robin and Chopper quickly. Let's go. Leave this, Lucas. He said it, someone will come to help us all escape. While the three of them started to run, another figure appeared on the scene and stopped PX-1 from chasing Usopp, Zoro, and Brook. Wait, PX-1. Another one. Brook turned and saw Kuma. He thought another one of those pacifistas had arrived. Zoro saw the look in Kuma's face and somehow, he can tell, this guy is the real one. Kuma looked at Zoro and asked. So, you're still alive, Roronoa. If you were to take a trip, where would you like to go? Zoro was confused with the sudden question that didn't seem to fit the current situation. But before he could say anything, Kuma had already taken his gloves and swung it at him. Maybe it was because Zoro didn't feel any malice, he was able to guard himself in time. In any case, when Kuma's palm landed on Zoro, everyone froze and stared at the area where Zoro had been. Zoro had disappeared. What? Zoro! Brook looked around in confusion and panic. A person can't just disappear so easily, right? Hearing the commotion, Luffy stopped running and looked around. Zoro! Where the hell are you? Lucas also saw what happened and became more focused. Right now was the crucial time. Lucas spread his observation haki to surround everyone in the area. When Kizaru and Rayleigh felt his haki, they both grimaced. Really now, what a fearsome observation haki. Haha, as expected from him. At this moment, Kuma had also made PX-1 disappear from interfering. Luffy was confused as to why he would suddenly turn onto his ally. He looked at Lucas and saw that his expression was the same, as if he didn't feel sadness over Zoro's disappearance. Luffy looked back at Kuma once again. Is he the one Lucas mentioned about helping us escape? If this was the case... Everyone! Let's all meet back here in 5 days. Lucas heard this as well and silently shook his head. With what was about to come next, he doubts they can meet up in 5 days. After Zoro was Brook, then Usopp, Sanji also disappeared soon after. Kuma passed by Rayleigh and Kizaru fighting as he whispered something to Rayleigh quietly. Kizaru frowned and asked, "What exactly are you up to, Kuma?" "We have no obligation to cooperate with the Marine save where the government is directly involved. Your question shall remain unanswered." Without caring for his reaction, Kuma disappeared and appeared in front of Frankie and Nami. Frankie was still confused about what was happening and tried to attack Kuma, but it was easily countered by Kuma. With another palm, Frankie also disappeared. Nami despaired. With Kuma nearing her, she turned to Lucas to ask for help. Subconsciously, she placed her hand on her stomach. Lucas was focusing on her as well to prevent any mishaps from happening. When he saw her place her hand on her stomach, he heard a familiar sound and his expression went pale. "Kuma! No!" In his panic, he instantly abandoned Sentomaru and flew to where Nami was in his highest speed. However, Nami had already disappeared. Lucas stood blankly on the area where she was previously. Kuma only gave him a glance and went off to do the same to the remaining ones. Chopper, Robin, and finally, Luffy. Once everyone was gone, the fighting naturally stopped. Everyone looked back at Lucas, who was still standing there blankly. "So? What are you going to do? Get rid of him as well?" "He is not of my concern." Kuma looked at Lucas one last time before leaving. Rayleigh also looked at Lucas helplessly and didn't know what to say to him. Suddenly, Lucas disappeared. When everyone was still confused about where he went, he reappeared before everyone once again after a few seconds. This time, he wasn't alone. On his hands, he was holding the neck of the world noble that Luffy had punched. "Gee, get your hands off me! Lucas! What are you doing? Boy, do you know the consequences of what you're doing?" Everyone panicked at the sight. Kizaru was about to charge at Lucas and take him by surprise when Lucas started laughing. Cuckoo, ha ha ha. Consequences? I know full well the consequences of what my actions will bring. The better question here, Kizaru, did you honestly think that none of your actions wouldn't have any consequences? Lucas didn't give him any time to rescue the world noble at all as he directly crushed his throat. There was no hesitation or indication at all. Everyone was surprised and was unable to react after some time. Another world noble was killed. Kizaru immediately shot forward and took the world noble to examine him. Lucas didn't care at all and let him take the world noble. He's dead. Bastard. Do you realize what you've done? Sentomaru shouted, but Lucas didn't care. Realize? Heh, I should be the one asking you that question. Do you now realize the consequences of ignoring our agreement? Kizaru didn't bother answering Lucas. He stood up and gathered light to form in his hand. Ama no Murakumo. Holding the light sword, Kizaru looked at Lucas and was about to behead him when someone came in between. What is the meaning of this, Captain Hina? Hina has arrived. Chapter 49, Impel Down. Please wait a moment, Admiral Kizaru. Step away, or I will slash you as well. Hina faltered for a moment under the threat of an admiral but still didn't leave. Lucas frowned and quickly dissuaded Hina, afraid that she will also get caught up with all of this. He didn't think that Hina would recover so fast. What are you doing here? Get out! However, Hina was as if she didn't hear him at all. She looked at Kizaru straightly and spoke. Don't you think killing here is letting him off easily? Huh? If you kill him here and now, the world nobles might get unsatisfied and think that this punishment is not enough. Their anger might turn on us next. Hearing her, Lucas almost cursed. Damn it! And here I thought she was here to save me. But, well, this is also good. He had prepared to say a few lines along with the same line of thought and see if he can still complete his plan. The truth was, Lucas had a completely different plan, but all that went away when he realized what was inside Nami. He was now in a hurry to end this war so he can go where Nami was and make sure she was safe. And the best way to quickly end the incoming war was. Hina suggests you send him first to experience the various hells and impel down and kill his spirit. Then you can stage a public execution for him to show the world the consequences of defying the world government. Lucas was silent and looked at Hina weirdly. He didn't tell her about his plan. Did she secretly know, or is this her true feelings? Obviously, Lucas can't just ask her that right now. Kizaru thought for a moment and removed his light sword. You make an excellent suggestion. But will sea stone cuffs work on him? I hear he can still be fine underwater. This Hina can confirm. Hina managed to know from him that he only make it seem that he is fine underwater, but in fact, he actually controls the water to go around his body so it never touches him. He is still affected by sea stone. Lucas deliberately made an ugly expression, but he laughing in his mind. Those are just stuff that he told her to throw her off. Truth is, he's not affected by sea stone at all. In fact, he could easily crush it to pieces back in Sky Island. Lucas has no idea why though, but he didn't have an answer so he didn't bother with questioning it much. Kizaru deliberated for a bit before disappearing into light and knocking down Lucas to the ground, all the while using Haki to keep Lucas solid. The move was really too fast for Lucas to do anything even with foreseeing the future. Sentomaru also moved fast and placed the sea stone cuffs on him. Do whatever you want, but mark my words. You best pray that I die like this. Otherwise, I will bring down the entire Holy Land to the bottom of the ocean and feed the world nobles to the Sea Kings. Lucas acted like he was still struggling hard. His expression was one that seemed like he no longer cared what happens to him anymore and bring anyone he can down with him. After being cuffed, Sentomaru pulled him up roughly. Get up. You're headed for Impel Down where you will suffer the remaining time of your life. While being sent off, Lucas gave Hina a look before turning away. Hina bit her lower lip and turned away. She didn't know what to feel right now, her hand trembled a bit while she was looking for a cigarette in her pockets. She tried to look for a lighter but realized that hers was missing. She must have dropped it somewhere. Without any light on the cigarette, her feelings continued to overwhelm her. All of a sudden, the island was covered with rain. She looked up and closed her eyes. It was unknown whether the water pouring down her face were tears or not anymore. When Kizaru, Lucas, and Sentomaru had left her sight, she muttered, "Idiot, there's no way there would be rain in Sabaody Archipelago since it's covered with bubbles. Hina new sea stone won't restrict you." She looked at the rain again and smiled. Even with the two of them now like this, he's still thinking of protecting her. At this time, Lucas turned back again briefly then walked away. When Kizaru and Sentomaru weren't focusing on him much, he secretly shot a fistful of water to the sky and covered the island with rain. Maybe Kizaru and Sentomaru were too tired with the battle earlier or that they wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. They didn't notice that the rain in Sabaody was weird. Lucas figured that Hina would be crying right about that. That girl always tries to hide her feelings and acted like a cold woman on the surface. He shook his head with a wry smile and followed after Kizaru. Impel Down might be tough, but if he can head straight to level 6 where Ace is, then saving him would be easier. Right. In order to end this war quickly, he just needs to save Ace quickly. After that, he'll head to Witheria where Nami is and make sure she's okay. In hindsight, maybe he was really too rash to kill a world noble, but that guy deserved it. Honestly. Even when Lucas was still in his homeworld, he really wanted to go and kill that trash. Actually, he could just ignore Luffy and the others and head straight to Impel Down. Kuma would still save them anyway, and he can also use his status as Shichibukai to request to meet Ace like what Hancock did. No, actually, that's really what he should have done. Lucas realized this as well and sighed. It was really hard to keep his emotions in check when he heard that the Straw Hats were in trouble. Anyway, he still needed to let the world government know, they dared to break their agreement, they have to pay the consequences. What he wanted was to instill fear into them and make them realize that he wasn't a simple pushover. Hit me once, I'll hit you 1,000 times over. After a while, Lucas was tossed to a cell in the warship as they headed to Impel Down. Lucas quietly spent this time meditating instead to further train on his observation haki. It took them a few hours before they reached Impel Down. Sentomaru pushed him to the entrance where he was greeted by a strange-looking large-horned man that seemed to be oozing with some sort of substance. Lucas saw this man and thought of a name. Magellan. Welcome. This must be the new prisoner, Lucas, was it? Lucas just snorted and didn't bother answering him. Magellan couldn't really care less about a prisoner on death row ignoring him. In a moment, he will start to feel like hell. Afterward, Kizaru stayed while Lucas was being checked. His things were confiscated and was put in the storage room. This included his phone. They were skeptical about the device at first, but after numerous tests, they couldn't see any use for it. Naturally, Lucas had turned it off beforehand so they wouldn't even see the screen at all. To them, it was just some rectangular piece of metal. When he was asked, he simply said it was a memento given by his parents. Anyway, it was half true since that phone was indeed gifted by his parents. They didn't seem to bother about changing Lucas' clothes at all. Maybe they thought he was gonna die soon anyway, no need to waste on giving him clothes. Lucas remembered that even Ace wasn't wearing prison clothes as well in the original story. Once all the checks and paperwork was done, Kizaru and Sentomaru finally left. Magellan glanced at Lucas briefly and threw him to another person. Lucas recognized this guy as Hannibal, the current vice warden of Impel Down. You know what to do. Yes, sir. Hannibal saluted to Magellan and watched as he left the room. Once he was sure that he was gone, Hannibal threw Lucas to one of the blue gorillas, otherwise known as Blue Gory. You know what to do. The head guard standing at the side, Domino, watched Hannibal imitate Magellan with deadpan expression, as if she was already used to his antics. On the other hand, Lucas was beyond pissed. He almost wanted to reveal his powers and kill this bastard on the spot. Damn it! Stop throwing me around. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't do anything. All he can do is curse Hannibal in his mind and make a note to beat his ass later when he gets out of here. While being held by the blue gory, Hannibal stamped on his trident and spoke in a haughty manner. Listen up, pirate. You're probably gonna die in a few days, but I want you to experience the entirety of my Impel Down. Ah, my mistake. I was too ambitious saying my. I am still the vice warden. Just get it over with, you annoying bastard. Hannibal cleared his throat and led the way with the blue gory dragging Lucas following along behind him. You shall stay on each hell for a day before your execution. Welcome to the Crimson Hell. Hannibal grinned and suddenly threw Lucas in. While in midair, Lucas could see the crimson trees surrounding the area, but Lucas knew. Those weren't trees at all. Those were blades stacked and formed together to look like trees and grass. The crimson part was naturally due to the blood of all the prisoners in this level. Lucas gritted his teeth. When he was about to land, he flipped and smashed down his foot hard. The blade shattered under his foot, but his soles were still injured from the blade and were now dyed red. Lucas ignored the pain and didn't utter a single word. He looked up and stared straight at Hannibal's eyes. Is that all? Vice Warden Hannibal? Humph. We shall see how long that attitude lasts after you've experienced every hell. But don't think it will be this easy. Hannibal nodded at one of the guards. After which, the guard pulled a bazooka from somewhere and aimed it at Lucas. Sure dash. Before he could even finish cursing, the bazooka already shot out. Lucas quickly ran away, but in the process of doing so, he stepped on many blades as he ran. Hannibal looked satisfied with this reaction and gave his orders. You guys can change shifts. Don't give him any moment of rest. Yes, sir. Lucas heard him as well. His hatred for this guy now increased on a whole new level. Bastard. You will pay for this. In such a situation, Lucas naturally won't take all the pain. When his feet were covered with blood, he could use it as cover and secretly change to water when he ran. He wasn't a masochist. He only needed to get hurt as a cover. Of course, he would still wince in pain and act like he's bearing with it. The day passed as he ran around the forest of blades while being targeted by bazookas. The next day, he was tossed to another hell. The Wild Beast Hell. Unlike the prisoners on this level, he wasn't kept in a cage. Rather, he was set loose with cuffs still on as numerous beasts chased him without rest. Lucas managed to knock a few beasts out but ran for most of the day. He needed to act like he was weakened. The third day. Starvation Hell. This place was actually the most relaxing for Lucas. There is indeed heat, but he was used to this kind of heat from his Heatman mode already. As for starving, well, he hasn't eaten for 3 days now. He can still hold on. At least here, he was able to get a small breathing room and he was not running around. Fourth day. Blazing Hell. Hannibal was very ruthless. He directly tossed Lucas in the boiling blood for a whole day. As always, Lucas gritted his teeth and acted like he was bearing the pain. In his mind, he was laughing at how relaxing this was for him. And it's indeed hot. Like going to a hot spring. In fact, Lucas even felt that he can make a breakthrough here and further level up his boiling man mode. Magellan stays in this level as well to keep watch at the dangerous criminals and make sure no one tries to escape. When he saw Lucas bearing the pain in the boiling blood pot, he shook his head and no longer looked. Fifth day. Freezing Hell. After the extreme heat comes the extreme cold. Lucas was thrown here to freeze for a whole day. Lucas had to admit, he was not used to the cold. But compared to Akiji's cold, this was nothing. Like in the level above this, Lucas also tried to train instead. He felt like he can make another kind of mode. He sat there like a statue and waited for the day to pass. Ivankov was watching him from afar. He shook his head with a sigh and went back to his Nokuma land. Sigh, another good seedling about to die. When Hannibal came and saw him sitting there without moving, he knocked on him a few times. Oh, did he die? Lucas snapped his eyes open, which shocked Hannibal. He saw how his eyes still appeared bright and full of life. He frowned. He held his trident up and slammed it on Lucas. Get up. You're headed to the last floor. The eternal hell. But for you, it won't be eternal at all. You will die the day after all. Lucas didn't say anything and simply glared at Hannibal. I will definitely kill you. This message seemed to have been delivered very clearly in his eyes. Hannibal felt some kind of power overwhelm him and his vision blurred. Suddenly, he felt someone slam on his shoulder and jolted him away. Stop dallying. Get him to the 6th level. Aah! Yes, Sir Magellan. Magellan glared at Lucas one last time before leaving and letting Hannibal drag him to the 6th level. 6th level. The eternal hell. Humph, you did well surviving until now. But that won't last for long. Enjoy your last day in my Impel Down. Ah, I was being ambitious again. Lucas just rolled his eyes. He was already tired of this bastard's ramblings. He was then thrown and locked in one of the cells next to Ace. He also saw Jinbei and the other prisoners here. Naturally, he wasn't the only one observing the others. Crocodile had been locked up here since he was defeated by Luffy. He recognized Lucas and laughed. Ha ha ha. That's quite a familiar face I see there. Tell me, how on earth did someone like you get in here? Ah, I think there's sand in my ears. I can't hear you at all. This bastard. Lucas ignored Crocodile and looked at Ace. He was about to speak when another man spoke to him. Cuckoo, it's been a long time, Lucas. Who are you? Lucas frowned when he saw the large man speak to him familiarly. He can't really recall who this guy was. Even in the original story, he didn't recognize him at all. When the guy heard Lucas, he made a strange face and laughed in the end. Well, whatever. You will know soon enough. Seeing as the guy was no longer speaking to him, Lucas decided to ignore him as well and spoke to Ace. You are Ace, right? Do I know you? No, but I'm a friend of Luffy's. I've come to get you out. Ace's face lit up when he heard Luffy's name, but frowned when he heard that Lucas came here to get him out. He looked at the cuffs on Lucas and shook his head. It's no use. It's impossible to escape here. Don't sweat the small details. Anyway, I'm getting you out. I have somewhere to be. Lucas didn't immediately remove the cuffs on him. Instead, he looked around first to make sure that the surveillance den and mushies were not looking. He waited for his chance while speaking to Ace. By the way, how did you get captured? Surely it isn't that easy to catch Whitebeard's crew. I was chasing a guy who calls himself Blackbeard now. He was a former crewmate of ours, until he committed the greatest sin in a ship. He killed his own crewmate. Lucas stayed silent and listened to his story. I got the news that he was on a certain island, but when I got there, 3 admirals were waiting for me. I wasn't able to escape. Now, here I am. And Teach is probably still somewhere. Hearing this, Lucas sighed. So in the end, even with him killing Blackbeard, Ace was still captured because of this. Is Ace really fated to die in this war? No! I won't let him. One of the biggest moments in the original story that he wanted to change was Ace's death. He truly felt that Ace did not deserve to die at all. No matter what, he will make sure of it. Still, he had to clarify something with Ace. Blackbeard's dead. I already killed him. What? Ace looked at Lucas in shock and disbelief. Teach was dead? Already? Why? He was a dangerous man that I couldn't leave alive, and let's just say, because of him, someone very important to me was killed. A very important character in the original story, that is, but no need to tell him that. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. It was your loss, actually. Lucas refrained from speaking once more. Ace sighed and slumped down. Lucas had an illusion as if the weight on Ace's shoulder was just lifted. I see, so he's dead, huh? And then, a tear fell from his eye. Thatch, even though I wasn't the one who did it, but you have been avenged. The burden he had been carrying for a long time has finally been lifted. Ah, I think there's sand in my ears. I can't hear you at all. This bastard. Lucas ignored Crocodile and looked at Ace. He was about to speak when another man spoke to him. Cuckoo, it's been a long time, Lucas. Who are you? Lucas frowned when he saw the large man speak to him familiarly. He can't really recall who this guy was. Even in the original story, he didn't recognize him at all. When the guy heard Lucas, he made a strange face and laughed in the end. Well, whatever. You will know soon enough. Seeing as the guy was no longer speaking to him, Lucas decided to ignore him as well and spoke to Ace. You are Ace, right? Do I know you? No, but I'm a friend of Luffy's. I've come to get you out. Ace's face lit up when he heard Luffy's name, but frowned when he heard that Lucas came here to get him out. He looked at the cuffs on Lucas and shook his head. It's no use. It's impossible to escape here. Don't sweat the small details. Anyway, I'm getting you out. I have somewhere to be. Lucas didn't immediately remove the cuffs on him. Instead, he looked around first to make sure that the surveillance den and mushies were not looking. He waited for his chance while speaking to Ace. By the way, how did you get captured? Surely it isn't that easy to catch Whitebeard's crew. I was chasing a guy who calls himself Blackbeard now. He was a former crewmate of ours, until he committed the greatest sin in a ship. He killed his own crewmate. Lucas stayed silent and listened to his story. I got the news that he was on a certain island, but when I got there, 3 admirals were waiting for me. I wasn't able to escape. Now, here I am. And Teach is probably still somewhere. Hearing this, Lucas sighed. So in the end, even with him killing Blackbeard, Ace was still captured because of this. Is Ace really fated to die in this war? No! I won't let him. One of the biggest moments in the original story that he wanted to change was Ace's death. He truly felt that Ace did not deserve to die at all. No matter what, he will make sure of it. Still, he had to clarify something with Ace. Blackbeard's dead. I already killed him. What? Ace looked at Lucas in shock and disbelief. Teach was dead? Already? Why? He was a dangerous man that I couldn't leave alive, and let's just say, because of him, someone very important to me was killed. A very important character in the original story, that is, but no need to tell him that. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. It was your loss, actually. Lucas refrained from speaking once more. Ace sighed and slumped down. Lucas had an illusion as if the weight on Ace's shoulder was just lifted. I see, so he's dead, huh? And then, a tear fell from his eye. Thatch, even though I wasn't the one who did it, but you have been avenged. The burden he had been carrying for a long time has finally been lifted. Chapter 50, Separated. Going back to a few days ago, after being sent flying away by Kuma, Nami landed on a strange sky island in the Grand Line. Surprisingly, even though she was sent flying from so far away, there was hardly any injury when she landed. Instead, a strange paw-shaped dent was made on the ground. Nami breathed a sigh of relief but soon remembered how dangerous the situation earlier was. She was worried about Lucas and the rest at the same time. Suddenly, she saw a shadow cover her from behind and heard a familiar voice. Well now. Quite the shape you put yourself in, Nami. Nami quickly turned around and saw a familiar light blue-haired woman with tattoos on her chest and shoulder that formed a heart. Nojiko. Yo, how have you been, little sis? Finally seeing family after such a long time, Nami was overwhelmed with emotions as she jumped into Nojiko's embrace while crying. Nojiko! It's so good to see you! Nojiko smiled and patted Nami's back, waiting for her to calm down. Then, another voice rang out from behind. My, what a touching reunion. Hearing another familiar voice, Nami was shocked and immediately pushed Nojiko behind her while drawing out her staff to face the enemy. You! What are you doing here as well? Nami remembered what Lucas told her before about wanting to recruit the former CP9 members. For Khalifa to appear here, was it Lucas doing? But then, what's Nojiko doing here as well? Well, Nami. Calm down. We're all on the same side. Nojiko? Just what's happening here? Seeing the confused look on Nami, Nojiko led Nami to a bench to sit down so she can start explaining. Once she heard of the explanation, Nami was even more surprised. You have a devil fruit ability now. Hee hee, yep. Though I may not be fighting on the front lines with you, I will be sure to support you from the back or from the skies. Nojiko grinned and waved her hand, allowing the huge floating island of Merville to appear on top of them. It wasn't just Nami who was shocked with this development. When a huge shadow had cast over the Sky Island, the elderly people living in it had come out to check the situation. Nojiko saw them all look at the floating island, so she withdrew the island and let it park at the side. She turned over to Nami and spoke. Nami, this is the small Sky Isle of Wetheria, a country dedicated to the study of weather. Here, your knowledge of the weather is sure to increase. During this period of time, I suggest you learn everything you can. I will be here with you as well temporarily. Nami looked around and saw various large-scale weather measuring equipment. She knew that she can indeed learn a lot from here and power up. But no, I don't have the time. We promised to meet back in Sabaody in 5 days. Nojiko smiled wryly and handed her a newspaper. Everyone else from your crew has been sent off to a distant island where they could grow. Lucas had already made arrangements and left people there to receive them. As for Lucas, Nami took the newspaper with a confused look. But after she read through the front page, she was shocked and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. What was written on the front page was a huge headline that shocked the world. Former Shichibukai Lucas crushed the neck of a world noble. Guardian no more. The Reaper of the Seas, Lucas. She looked back to Nojiko in askance. She wanted to know how this had happened. Nojiko sighed and shook her head. Lucas found out that Luffy's brother, Ace, has been captured and was about to be executed soon. Him being taken to Impel Down was probably his plan, but that's all we know. Khalifa also added, Heh, it's not like this is the first time a world noble has died. But I heard the culprit was already killed the other time? Nami frowned as she felt that this had nothing to do with them. Khalifa just smiled and didn't bother answering. Actually, the other time, it was also because Lucas had ordered it. Khalifa was convinced that Lucas had a way out and she wasn't too worried. Ah, like I thought. I'm the only one who knows Lucas-sama the best. Nami and Nojiko ignored Khalifa, who suddenly started blushing and mumbling about some things. Meanwhile, on a certain winter island in the Grand Line, Frankie had similarly landed on this island and was suddenly attacked by what seemed to be a cyborg dog. Wait! Stop Toroimo! Boom! The cyborg dog owner failed to stop it in time as it had already fired at Frankie. The owner ran quickly towards Frankie in panic. I'm so sorry, are you alright? This guy mistook you for prey, you see. Yeah, I'm fine. Frankie didn't really care much as he simply scratched his head and dusted off the smoke clinging on him. Seeing this, the owner was shocked. Ah! How on earth are you alright? Yo. You have finally arrived. Ah! Grand Line, the Isle of Dreams, Momwaro Island. This is the second island to be famed as an Isle of Women. No matter where you look, the plants, the animals, everything is pink. And all the people who gather on this island too, have pure maidens' hearts. At the moment, Sanji is currently running on the beach along with a Fukaru. Behind them were several people with maiden hearts chasing after the two. Ah, wait! Come on, stop running away. Like hell we will. Choppa Papa. Why do I have to be assigned in this place? Despite Sanji's attitude on women, he was completely frightened by these people with maiden hearts. Naturally, it's because these people are all transvestites. Welcome to the Kamabaka Kingdom. It was safe to say that Sanji and Fukaru had arrived in a hell scarier than Impel Down. Grand Line, Boyne Archipelago. Usopp had landed on this island while he was still unconscious when a large beetle suddenly launched itself towards him. Take this! A man wearing what seemed to be a beetle helmet stabbed through the gaps of the large beetle's shell, which instantly killed it. The man looked at the unconscious Usopp and asked the person behind him, "Is this the person you were waiting for, HM? Ah, yeah. It's that brat. Hee, Lucas told me to whip him into shape." Jabra saw Usopp and let out a nasty grin. Grand Line, Namakura Island. The land of poverty, Harahitania. It's true, the black magic has summoned a real demon. What a fearsome sight. Truly, it is no creature of this world. Our wish may yet be granted. We will have our revenge. The Tenaga tribe are going to pay for stealing everything from us. Demon King, Satan-sama. If you grant us this wish, every one of us is prepared to sell you his soul. Several people dressed in black robes formed a circle outside an ominous-looking magic circle in the middle. At the center of the magic circle was a skeletal figure with an afro. I must return, I have to find the others. Hearing him, the people in black robes panicked. No, Satan-sama. Please, do not return to the demon realm. Is the tribute we have prepared not enough? Do you want a sacrifice? Only now did Brook look at his surroundings as he heard the commotion. His hollow eyes locked on a cute-looking woman with a black hooded robe. The woman trembled at his sight. Excuse me, may I by any chance see your panties? He wants panties. Hurry, show him the panties he desires. Suddenly, a door opened in midair beside Brook and a man with horn-like hair appeared. Ah! Satan-sama has summoned another demon. Blueno's expressionless face twitched when he heard that. East Blue. The Bridgetop Country, Tequila Wolf. Just yesterday, this place was packed with slaves doing manual labor as they moved stones after stones in the harsh winter to build the bridge. Now, the flags of the revolutionary covered the place. Robin landed on the bridge and met with a familiar man. Nico Robin. We've been expecting you. You are the leader of the rebels back in Alabasta, Koza, was it? Koza nodded. Lucas sent me here to assist you. During this period of time, we will be following the Revolutionary Army. From behind him, a woman wearing a red open jacket that showed her chest appeared and sized up Robin. So you're Nico Robin? Make sure you can keep up, trash. Surprised at suddenly being talked like that, Robin raised a brow and looked at Koza. Koza just laughed wryly and shook his head. Don't mind her way of speaking. She's like that to everyone, well, I guess apart from Lucas. Lucas is different from you scum. I see. Robin didn't really mind it. For her, those petty words didn't mean anything, and she had also been called worse in the past. Also, though Betty had spoken that way, she didn't feel any malice or ill intent at all from her. Betty puffed up the smoke from her cigarette and spoke. Well, Lucas asked for a favor, and the revolutionary is more than happy to help since this is also the work of one of ours. Kuma was once their friend and ally as well. She knows that he is currently doing something as a Shichibukai, but for him to send Robin here, he must have a plan. Thinking about it, Betty thinks that Kuma and Lucas were actually quite similar. Robin fell silent for a moment as she sorted the information in her head. Seeing Koza and Betty here must mean that Lucas had intended for them to escape in such a way. Since this was the case, there must be a reason. I want to get stronger. And stronger you will. Come, Dragon has been expecting you. Betty started to walk towards the carriage that waited for them. Robin and Koza looked at each other and nodded. In the past, they were both enemies. Now, they are allies. While Robin starts to get stronger, Koza has started to lead his cards in the world. South Blue. The Isle of Treasure, where birds rule over men. Torino Kingdom. Chopper had landed on top of a large nest as gigantic birds looked down on him. Ah! A bird monster. Chopper quickly got up and ran away. However, with his injuries and fatigue, he stumbled on the nest and fell off to the ground. One of the natives saw him and brought him back to the village. A tanuki just fell down from the nest. Oh, let's make tanuki stew. Stop! I'm a reindeer! Chopper shouted. Then let's make reindeer stew, huh? Did it just speak? Please wait, he is the friend I am waiting for. Ah! Kaya-san. Your friend is this tanuki? Kaya smiled sweetly and nodded. She looked at Chopper and matched him with the pictures that Lucas showed her. The real thing is indeed cute. Having been let go of, Chopper thanked Kaya with a teary face. Wah! Thank you so much. I almost got cooked. Hee hee, there, it's alright. Isn't Chopper-san quite strong too? I'm sure you could manage even if I didn't help. Kaya smiled and lightly patted Chopper's head. That's right. I'm strong so I don't need your help, idiot. Grand Line, Kuragana Island. The ruins of the Shikira Kingdom. After being sent away by Kuma several days ago, Perona had arrived here and she really did like the atmosphere. I'd like to go somewhere dark and damp, near an old castle, engulfed in malice, and spend my days singing accursed songs, but that doesn't mean I wanted to have no servants. Perona shouted, but there was no one else here but her. The other resident and master of the castle is currently away and she had nothing to do. In other words, she is now, incredibly, and absolutely, bored. Wah! Where am I anyway? Moria-sama. I want to go back to Thriller Bark. She started to cry when suddenly, she heard a loud boom in the forest. Curious and bored as she was, she flew over to have a look. When she saw the person in the middle of a large paw print, she laughed. I knew it! Somebody else has been sent here like me. But when she got near and saw who it was, her face paled. Ah! This guy's one of the Straw Hats' crew. Suddenly, she heard footsteps from behind and a casual voice. Well now, he is quite injured, huh? Seriously, these Straw Hats, quite a handful. Perona turned back and was surprised. She didn't think there is also someone else here this whole time. When she saw the long nose, she knew who this was. You're also one of the Straw Hats, aren't you? No, I'm not that guy. Kaku sighed as people seemed to always misunderstood when they saw his long nose. Finally, in the real Isle of Women. Grand Line, Amazon Lily. Luffy had just landed and saw a huge jungle. For a while, he started eating various mushrooms as he was quite hungry. He didn't care at all if it was poisonous or not as he just ate everything. After a while, his whole body was covered in mushrooms. Luckily, the island was inhabited and soon, several women had found him. They thought Luffy was a girl from the village and brought him in to get rid of the mushrooms in his body. Once they took Luffy back, they quickly removed the mushrooms and burned him to get rid of all the roots so it won't grow again. Luffy woke up briefly from the pain but was knocked back unconscious once more. Feeling bad about him, Marguerite took Luffy to the baths and washed him. Him? There's one more mushroom? Everyone looked at Luffy's crotch and indeed found another mushroom. She tried to pluck it out but it wouldn't come out at all. Instead, it stretches. What's this? What's going on? Ah, Elder Nyan. There's a mushroom left on her body that we can't pull off. Marguerite saw the elderly approached and showed Luffy to her. When Elder Nyan saw him, he was shocked. This person, isn't this a man? Having not dealt with a man before, they tossed Luffy to the prison and waited for him to wake up so they could question him. After some time, Luffy finally woke up and looked at his surroundings. Huh? Where am I? What was I doing again? Oh yeah, that bear guy sent me flying from Sabaody and I can't remember anything after I ate the mushroom. Luffy scratched his head in deep thought when he noticed something missing. Ah! Where's my hat? He looked around and didn't find it nearby. He saw that there were several people looking at him and one of them was wearing it. HM? There it is! Give that back, damn it! His arm stretched and grabbed the hat from her. Its arm stretched. Phew, that's better. Having put on the straw hat, Luffy felt relieved. Then, a cold wind blew across his body and only now did he notice that he wasn't wearing anything. Ah! Where's my clothes? He's slow. Ah, before you put your clothes on, could you tell us what on earth is inside that bag between your legs? Marguerite asked while pointing at a certain thing between Luffy's thighs. Bag? What, you don't even know that? You're pretty weird, those are kintama. Kintama. What are those? Just what it sounds like. Balls of gold, of course. All the women suddenly felt Luffy's crotch shine when they heard that. Gorgeous. Balls of pure gold. Say, could you take them out so I could have a look? Marguerite and the other women stretched out their hands as if asking to get something. Luffy's face paled as he shouted at them. Like hell! Are you trying to kill me? Actually asking him to remove it and show them. Are they idiots? Marguerite then handed Luffy's clothes to him, but when he put it on, he saw that there were all sorts of frills stitched onto it. I'm a guy, damn it! Angry, Luffy snapped at them. They all felt a trace of murderous intent as they all quickly stepped back and pointed their arrows at Luffy. What the? Weapons at the ready. How ferocious. So that is your true nature. Going wild without a thought for the kindness of those who have saved your life. A truly savage temperament. Luffy was shocked at their instant change of mood and was also surprised to hear that they saved his life. Whoa, wait a minute. Did you say you saved my life? Did something happen? You've got to tell me. Luffy wasn't able to remember anything after he ate the mushroom, so he was confused when they said that they saved him. One of the women answered. You consumed a deadly mushroom. Marguerite found you collapsed out there. So that's what happened. Hey, thanks for that, really. I'm sorry I complained about the clothes, just stop with the shooting, okay? Luffy knew he was in the wrong, so he apologized. However, they no longer listened to him. Seeing as they were about to fire, Luffy felt he had no choice but to break out of the place and escape. He stretched his foot and smashed the roof open. While escaping, he felt his pockets and found that the Vivi card Rayleigh gave him as well as the note that Lucas left him was missing. He saw one of the women that was told to have saved him and decided to kidnap her for a moment to ask about the paper. Stretching his arm, he twisted around Marguerite's body and escaped. Let me go! Help me! Oh no! Marguerite has been taken. Once they were in the jungle, Luffy let go of Marguerite and asked about the Vivi card and note. Marguerite was cautious of Luffy and held a knife, but when she heard that he was only looking for some paper, she handed it to him. You mean this? Ah! That's it. Thank God I didn't lose it. Thanks so much for keeping it safe. Well, it looked like it had something written on it, so... Marguerite let her guard down a bit seeing Luffy smile and thank her genuinely. Luffy grinned and showed the Vivi card to Marguerite. How mysterious, it seems to move. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened and me and my crew all got blasted off into the sky. But we've all got one of these, so we should be able to find each other again. We're all pretty tough, after all. Afterward, Luffy opened up the note from Lucas to see what was written on it. Luffy, once you've read this, it means you have safely reached Amazon Lily. You will probably not listen to me if I tell you to stay there on the island for a while, so listen. That island is found in the calm belt, meaning there are no winds or current for you to sail. The only ships that can sail there are the marine warships and the Kuja pirate's ship. The leader of the Kuja pirates is also the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. She has a lot of burden on her shoulders, but I know you will be able to help her deal with it. Who knows, she might even fall in love with you, haha. If she does, don't be in such a hurry to decline her. I know you wouldn't want to marry anyways as you don't want to be tied down, but you don't have to marry her immediately. Even the previous pirate king Roger had a wife and a son. Isn't a pirate empress the perfect fit for you who will one day be the pirate king? In short, win her heart and she may lend you her ship. Good luck! Right now, Luffy felt like crumpling the paper and throwing it away. He really wants to give Lucas a punch. He made it sound so serious before, but isn't this just telling him to get a girlfriend? But Luffy looked at the outer edges of the paper and saw it was burning away bit by bit. He knew what this meant. This paper was also a Vivre card, and right now, Lucas' life is in danger. Chapter 51, Emperor's Haki. While Luffy was stuck in Amazon Lily, elsewhere, on a certain island, a blonde-haired man with a top hat was frowning as he read the newspaper. His hands trembled as he gripped the sides of the paper. Koala looked at Sabo worryingly and asked, "Sabo, what's wrong? Was there something in the newspaper?" Koala had also read the newspaper at the side and saw that it was only about Lucas killing a world noble and a Whitebeard officer about to be executed. She knew that Sabo and Lucas had met before, but their relationship shouldn't have caused such a reaction on Sabo. Unless, no way! Is that why he kept ignoring my advances? It was a good thing Sabo didn't know what was going on in Koala's head, otherwise, he would have struck her head with his steel pipe. Obviously, Sabo was more worried about the matter of Ace. He finally regained his memories, and now his brother is about to be executed in front of millions of people for the sake of drawing out Whitebeard. He wouldn't forgive this, he can't forgive this. As part of the Revolutionary Army, though they are at odds with the Marines, their main enemy is the world nobles that control the world government. As such, they tend to not get involved with matters of Marines and pirates fighting. He owes a lot to Dragon and he didn't want to involve them in his selfishness. So, he can only do this alone. Koala, tell Dragon I wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Yeah. Sabo, what's wrong? Where are you going? Koala snapped out of her delusions and panicked as she saw Sabo already running away. To Impel Down. It can't be, is he really in love with Lucas? No. Lucas, at the moment, was still undergoing the blazing hell at the moment. However, he suddenly shivered as if a cold wind went past his spine. What the? Lucas looked around but didn't see any open window or equipment nearby that can cause such a reaction. Soon after, he sneezed. Is someone cursing me behind my back? And that was the only conclusion he could come up with. It was also a good thing he was so far away and didn't know what Koala was thinking. Otherwise, who knows what he might do? Grand Line, Alabasta. Inside the royal palace, Vivi silently read the newspaper and thought for a moment. After a while, she walked out of the room with a determined expression and went to look for her father. Father. Vivi, what is it? King Cobra was just discussing some national matters with his trusted aides when Vivi came in. As a father, he still prioritized his own daughter. Plus, there wasn't anything urgent he needed to handle at the moment. Father, I think it's time to abolish the Shichibukai system. King Cobra looked at his daughter in shock. Just what had happened for her to suddenly discuss this? The truth was, Vivi had always felt that the Shichibukai were unnecessary. She still can't forget how helpless she was in the face of Crocodile in the past. When she heard that Lucas had become a Shichibukai, she felt betrayed. Only when she met him again did she feel relieved. Lucas told her that he was simply using the Shichibukai title for the meantime. Now that he has been captured, and he has already made use of the title, there was no need for the Shichibukai to exist anymore. King Cobra saw the determined look in Vivi's eyes and nodded. He had also thought the same in the past, but never brought it up as it felt like a selfish request. But now that his daughter also feels the same way, he can't simply ignore it anymore. Alright. But just because we want to abolish the Shichibukai system isn't enough, we need to make a plan. I understand, father. I will help you every step of the way. Back in Amazon Lily. After reading Lucas' note, Luffy pocketed it and turned to ask Marguerite if he could borrow a ship. He refused to follow what Lucas said and find a girlfriend. However, it was indeed as Lucas said. This was the calm belt. It was not easy to make a boat that can sail it, and right now, the Kuja pirates are still away. This was when the other women arrived and started firing at Luffy. He overheard them say something about the Empress arriving, so he quickly went away. At first, Luffy thought of simply stealing the ship and leaving, but he knew that he had no navigating skills at all. It will only waste more time if he were to sail the ship on his own. As such, even though he didn't like it, he could only ask the Empress to give him a ride. Since he was still being chased, he tried to be sneaky and find the Empress that way. However, sneaky isn't really his thing even if he wanted it. The moment Luffy landed on the roof, he made a mistake and gauged his strength incorrectly, which tore a hole on the roof. Dowa! It broke! When he landed, he felt the water and thought he was drowning. Only after flailing for a couple of times did he realize that the water wasn't even knee-deep, he had just landed in a bath. Ah, I can stand. Is this a bathhouse? A man! Luffy heard a voice and saw a naked woman's back turned on him. On her back was a unique mark which he felt was strangely familiar. Ah, that thing on your back, I feel like I've seen it before. You saw it. The woman didn't care that he saw her naked. Rather, she was more angry at the fact that he saw the mark on her back. Hearing the commotion, two people barged inside the bath as well and quickly put a robe to cover the woman's back. Luffy started to panic as he knew that it wasn't right for him to be here. Especially in a women's bath. Oh look, He saw my back. The two women's faces paled. They stared daggers at Luffy and gripped their weapons. Then he will have to die. That is the only solution. Come on! I only saw her back. The woman didn't bother to explain much to him anymore. She stretched her arms forward and formed a heart shape with her fingers. Now take everything you have seen here with you to the grave. Mero. Huh! Noro. Luffy thought he heard her say Noro, which was the ability of Foxy that slows people down. Luffy was prepared to be slowed down, but as the Mero passed through him, he didn't feel any change at all. The woman was confused as well, so she fired another attack at him, but the result was still the same. All four of them tilted their heads, completely confused why her attack did nothing at all. Why do you not turn to stone? Even after seeing me in the bath, is your heart not moved in the slightest? Though confused about what was going on, Luffy felt like he would be in even more trouble if he stayed, so he quickly ran away. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sorry for barging in your bath. You're very beautiful. What did you say? This was the first time Hancock heard anyone call her beautiful, yet at the same time, still not be affected by her attack. Actually, even Luffy didn't know what he was saying. Damn it! It was all because of what Lucas wrote. Now I can't get it out of my head. Luffy decided to put the blame on Lucas instead. Once again, still in the blazing hell, Lucas sneezed. Achoo dash. Damn it, who the hell keeps cursing me? Aren't I already in hell? The guard, seeing him act crazy, decided to ignore him. Luffy jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. Before he could land, he sensed an incoming attack and quickly twisted his body to dodge. However, below him, numerous Kuja warriors were already there waiting for him. In a few moments, he was once again caught. Actually, he could try harder to escape, but from the start, he knew that there were all misunderstandings about each other and he didn't want to hurt them. It was not their fault he ended up on this island after all, of course they will be wary about him. When he was dragged over to an arena-like area and was asked to fight for his life, he didn't care too much. But he was annoyed that the people who had saved him before had been turned into stones by Hancock. No matter what I may do, I will always be forgiven. Why, you ask? Hancock only needed to tilt her head slightly and brush her hair, but it made everyone swoon at the sight. It is because I am beautiful. Ah! Hebeheim-sama. The crowd shrilled and their eyes seemed to turn into hearts as they were completely entranced by her beauty. Luffy was just quiet and didn't have a change of expression. Hancock looked at him and laughed. Ho ho, and you too, you forgive me, do you not? You may be beautiful, but you really piss me off. Ah, no good, I cannot understand this man at all. This man's existence, I cannot bear it. Hancock placed her palm on her head and tilted back as if she just suffered from a mental attack. Seeing her like this, her two sisters finally decided to enter the stage and confront Luffy themselves. It's Marigold and Sandersonia. Take that man's head for me. You just leave it to us, sister. Suddenly, the two of them started to morph and turn into snakes. Hebe no mi. Model, King Cobra/Anaconda. Luffy saw these forms and understood that they were also devil fruit users. But before he fights them for real, he decided to move the statues of the people who saved him earlier to a safe location. Once he was done, he clenched his fist and got ready for battle. Marigold was the first to attack as she swung her spear at him. With Luffy's battle sense, it was quite easy to dodge. But when Marigold started to spit something out, Luffy was nearly hit and barely dodged in time. Looking back at where the spit landed, he could see it actually corrode the area. It was poison. Luffy gritted his teeth and launched an attack at her. Gomu Gomu no. Stamp! When his stamp was about to hit, he noticed a slight change of movement in Marigold and judged that she was about to block his attack. He grabbed his leg and flung it in multiple directions. Gatling stamp! This time, Marigold was unable to know which direction to block and was hit a couple of times on her body, pushing her back. Unlike in the original where Luffy was still clueless about hockey, this time, he had learned there are multiple types of hockey. When he fought the other women before, he realized that all their attacks contained hockey, so it would make sense that the ones he's fighting right now also know it. Not to mention, they seem to be proficient with observation hockey as well. But, Luffy had been preparing for someone of Lucas' caliber in terms of observation hockey. These two were nowhere near Lucas' level at all. He can deal with them. Suddenly, Luffy felt something behind, so he quickly jumped and dodged. As soon as he landed, he pushed his leg downwards and started to pump. Gear, second. Swoosh. In a single second, Luffy was already behind Sandersonia and delivered a punch. No good. Jet pistol. Sandersonia was blown away and was about to fall from the arena. Below, countless deadly spikes were placed that will kill her if she were to fall. Luckily, she was still able to pull herself up due to her snake body. Marigold was angered, so she grabbed Marguerite and lifted her up. You will pay for that. Watch how I turn these saviors of yours to rubble. Stop! Luffy shouted, but Marigold didn't listen. Just before the statue touched the ground, Luffy shouted once more. I said stop. An invisible wave of energy seemed to explode from Luffy as a number of people in the stands were knocked unconscious. Surprised, Marigold lost her strength and was not able to smash Marguerite's statue on the ground. Just now, that was the Emperor's hockey. No way! Only 1 in a million people is capable of using it, the hockey of the chosen ones. It wasn't just the people spectating that were surprised. Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia were also shocked. They didn't think that this man also possesses the same Emperor's hockey that Hancock has. Luffy sighed in relief when he saw Marguerite was safe. After a few seconds, he restarted his second gear once more and attacked. Sandersonia also no longer fooled around. Her hair moved and formed into snakes as they shot towards Luffy. Yamata no Orochi. Luffy dodged every single attack easily. Once he saw an opening, he stretched his arm and grabbed Sandersonia as he smashed her to the ground. Marigold attacked Luffy once more, but Luffy was faster. Tekai, Jet Bazooka. The powerful force actually managed to push her off, nearly falling to the spikes below. The two realized that Luffy was more powerful than they thought. Marigold lit herself on fire and formed two flaming snakes beside her. Hebigamitsuki, Salamander. Yamada no Orochi. Being faced by two attacks from all sides, Luffy breathed in and clenched his fists. Gomu Gomu no. Jet Gatling. Boom boom asterisk 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 boom asterisk. It only happened in an instant. All the attacks were destroyed. While his opponents were still confused and shocked, Luffy quickly tied their tails together and formed a V sign with his fingers. Our tails. When did he? Ah! It burns! It burns! Unlike Marigold, Sandersonia wasn't fireproof, so the fire from Marigold hurt her a lot. In her panic, she nearly went off the stage and was only able to grab onto the railings of the stands in desperate. Luffy saw the clothes on her back were burned off and the mark that they didn't want others to see was about to be shown, so Luffy jumped on her back and covered it. Ah! It burns! Her back was still hot from the flame, but Luffy bears with it. Damn you, man! Don't move! Luffy shouted at Sandersonia, who was glaring at him. She thought that he was there to deal the killing blow. Even if you're trying to kill me, I don't have any intention of killing you. Marigold stood at the stage and sighed when he saw Luffy covering Sandersonia. She knew that right now, Luffy is the only thing that is protecting them. Only now did everyone realize that the so-called Gorgon's eye was about to be revealed. At this time, Hancock finally stood up and announced to everyone. This ceremony is over. Before the Gorgon's eye is exposed, everyone evacuate the arena. Everyone quickly ran outside. Hancock slumped back down on her chair and covered her eyes. A drop of tear trickled down her cheek as she can't help but remember all the pain that they have been carrying for years. Chapter 52, Brothers. The Empress Hall. Luffy sat between Sandersonia and Marigold while they waited for Hancock to call him to her chambers. Luffy looked around excitedly and thought they would give him a big meal of something. After that battle, he was starving very much. I suppose we really ought to show you some gratitude, thank you. No, that's fine. It's not like thanks are something I can eat. Of course it's not something you can eat, why does it have to be something you need to eat? Suddenly, Hancock's voice rang out from behind the curtains to her chamber. You may enter. HM? Oh! Is there food? Luffy let out a drool when he thought of finally having a meal. But when he entered, what he saw was a beautifully sculpted naked Hancock instead. What? No food, why are you naked? Not that I'm complaining. Luffy secretly compared Hancock's body to Nami's back when he saw it in Alabasta's bath. That time, everyone with him suddenly fell from the wall and dragged him down as well before he could take a better look. Now looking at a woman's naked body, Luffy did feel admiration. Look at how thin she is, like she has no muscles. He then focused on the two large mounds on her body and compared it to meat in his mind. He started to drool again. Hancock saw this but strangely felt no lust from Luffy, but the way he's looking at her. Your rudeness never ceases to amaze me, but no matter. Luffy was still confused about why she was naked. Only when she turned around and showed her the mark on her back did he understand. This mark, you said that you had seen it somewhere before. Take a look at it once more. Where did you see it? Do you know what it means? Luffy thought deeply and placed his hand on his chin while staring at Hancock's back. Hancock did not like showing it too much, so she urged Luffy. Answer me, quickly. Well, it's not quite the same as the one I saw before. There's this fishman friend I got called Hachi. I mistook it for the mark on his forehead. I haven't seen that mark before. Luffy said as he remembered the sun tattoo on Hachi's forehead. Then, an old woman entered the hall as well. If you do not know of it, then it is time you were informed. Elder Nyan. Elder Nyan ignored them and focused on Luffy. Boy! Are you not the pirate monkey D. Luffy? Yeah, I am. Why do you know my name? Elder Nyan trembled in excitement. So she was indeed right. She took out a newspaper and showed it to Hancock. This is the latest issue of the newspaper. The incident in Sabete Archipelago, which a world noble was sent flying with a punch, the man who did it was none other than this man right here. Everyone displayed shocked expressions. To them, it was unthinkable that someone would dare to raise a hand to a world noble, much less send one flying with a punch. Yet this man... Luffy tilted his head, clearly confused why everyone was looking at him strangely. What's the big deal? I don't regret what I did to that guy. Do you know what that asshole was doing to my friend? Hearing him say that, Hancock's heart trembled. So it is true. To think that a fool of that caliber might still exist in this world. A man to challenge the heavens without a thought for his own life, a man such as him. Him? Luffy saw Hancock trembling and seemed like she was about to cry. What happened next was Hancock explaining to Luffy what the mark on her back meant. Luffy also learned that the world nobles go by a different name, the celestial dragons, Tenryubito. During this time, Elder Nyan stayed silent, but she wasn't done yet. When Hancock's story ended, she finally spoke. I wasn't done yet. It seems that after the Straw Hat crew has disappeared and everyone thought they all died, one man was left behind and killed a world noble. Kill a world noble. This time, everyone was badly frightened. A man who can send a world noble flying with a punch was already enough to shock them, but a man who actually dared to kill a world noble. Just, what kind of person is this? Only Luffy displayed a normal confused face as he asked. Ah. Someone killed that guy? But there shouldn't be anyone left, ah. Is it? Elder Nyan seemed to know what he was going to ask as she nodded. She showed them the front cover of the newspaper. The former guardian, now known to be the Reaper of the Seas, Lucas. He was once also a member of the Straw Hat crew. While everyone was shocked to their core, Luffy read more into the front page as he frantically grabbed it from Elder Nyan. Hey! It says here that he's now in Impel Down. Yes. Unfortunately, he seemed to have not been able to escape and was caught. They are planning in showing a public execution of him alongside a member of the Whitebeard crew as an example to the world. Luffy's face started to pale the more he read. It wasn't just because of Lucas. The member of the Whitebeard crew to be executed was none other than his brother, Portgas D. Ace. Then, he remembered the note Lucas gave him. Though it was covered up with him forcing Luffy to get a girlfriend, there was something there that seemed odd. It was when Lucas had mentioned that he can't make Luffy stay on the island even if he asked, and the fact that Lucas also mentioned the method to get a ship. This meant that Lucas had long known about Ace and now, he is in Impel Down with him. Luffy knew that Seastone doesn't work on Lucas, so he was confused at first how he got caught. Only now did he realize that he must be doing this on purpose. He wanted to go to Impel Down and save Ace. Still, even though Luffy figured this out, there was no way he would just sit back and wait. He was worried that Akiji would come and find Lucas again. He can't lose him or Ace. So he has to save them both. Thinking of this, Luffy turned to look at Hancock. Hancock. Lucas is my friend, and Ace is my brother. I need to get to Impel Down and save them. What? Elder Nyan and the others were surprised. They knew that Lucas was once a member of the Straw Hat, so it would make sense for Luffy to be worried for him, but they didn't think that he was also related to the member of the Whitebeard Pirates. And a brother at that. Hancock stood still in her place, as if everything had yet to sink in. For years, she and her sisters had been tortured and played with by the world nobles. Now that they were free, they finally met a man who dared to punch a world noble, and that man is now asking him to help him save another man who had dared to kill a world noble. Never once in her life would she even dream of such a thing to happen. Luffy saw Hancock fell silent and thought that she was hesitating. Then, he remembered Lucas' note once again. Win her heart and she may lend you her ship. There seemed to be a transparent figure of Lucas overlooking him from behind and giving him a wink and thumbs up. Good luck. However, Luffy really had no idea what to do. He remembered something about a burden Hancock was carrying that Lucas mentioned, and also their talk earlier about her being a slave and whatnot. Everything felt too complicated. Luffy already exhausted all his thinking energy earlier, he should just stop thinking about it. Deciding as such, Luffy approached Hancock impatiently and held her shoulders. If it's about the mark on your back, just ignore it and look only at me. Yeah. Suddenly being held and looking at his face so close, a blush formed on Hancock's face and her heart started to beat faster. What's happening to me? Elder Nyan saw the look on her face and feared the worst. What followed next was a huge banquet to feed Luffy to restore his energy, and everyone became rowdy as they met the man who can stretch. While Luffy was having a meal, Hancock laid in her bed feeling hot all over. Her heart wouldn't stop beating fast the moment she thought of someone, and she would feel dizzy. The doctor thinks that she had contracted some unknown disease in the heart, but Elder Nyan just sighed and cursed the lucky stars where Luffy was born under. It's just as they say in the East, love is always a hurricane. The following day, Hancock and Luffy set off to Impel Down. They transferred to the marine warship that was waiting for Hancock originally, where Hancock made a request to see the prisoner first. Since it was already good that Hancock had listened to the summons this time, the Marines agreed with her request provided that she goes under the standard checks in the prison. All the while, Luffy was hidden under her cloak. When they reached Impel Down, Hancock was asked to be checked and she can only comply. Taking advantage of a slight moment where the herd guard Domino was distracted by her beauty, she turned her into stone along with the Denden Mushi at the corner of the room. Luffy got off her with a sigh. Phew! That was close. I thought of running away so they wouldn't see me. Luffy, looks like I can only bring you up to here. I want to help you, but... What are you talking about? I wouldn't be able to come here by myself. You've done enough. Luffy, this isn't a fort where people can escape from. No matter what, don't make a ruckus. You won't be able to escape if you are caught. You're strong, but, promise me, don't cause a huge disturbance. Luffy grinned and grabbed Hancock's hand as if to seal the promise. Okay. I promise. Thank you so much, Hancock. Luffy suddenly recalled Lucas' note again. Ah, but I wouldn't marry you until I become the Pirate King. Luffy only meant that he didn't want to marry anyone yet, but somehow, it had turned into a proposal in Hancock's ears. Actually, this can't be blamed on her. It was Luffy's fault for saying it that way. If Luffy knew what the reader is thinking, he would definitely protest. It was Lucas' fault to begin with, not mine. Of course, Lucas would also just blame the author as well for all this madness. Moving on. Hancock's head nearly exploded from the sudden proposal. Her face blushed red and steam was coming out of her face. Luffy looked at her weirdly from the ceiling. Did Hancock also know Gear Second? It took a while for Hancock to release the petrification, but her body still felt weak from the fluttery feelings in her heart. While being checked on, her mind was still a mess as well. What do I do? Luffy suddenly proposed. Ah! He said he'll marry me when he becomes the Pirate King. He. Ah, if I help him become a Pirate King, then this goal will be achieved faster. Then we can finally, get married. It was as if there was the Big Bang in her head and a universe was born, not. But everything became clear to her. But before that, she needed to play her part in this for now. Hancock followed the group to an elevator that went down. After meeting up with Magellan, they finally reached the level 6 where Lucas and Ace are. At this time, Lucas had just finished telling Ace the news about Blackbeard and was about to spring free when the group arrived. Lucas saw Hancock and knew what this meant. Luffy must have just arrived here as well. Hannibal spoke. We have a special visitor for you, Ace. Who do you think it might be? Jimbei, Lucas, even you have never met her in person, so I doubt you will recognize her. Her name is famed far and wide, Empress of the Kuja warrior tribe, member of the Shichibukai, both powerful and sublime, the world's most beautiful woman. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock herself. Poof! Together with a prepared confetti, Hannibal enthusiastically introduced Hancock. Magellan's face twitched seeing this and punched Hannibal's head in annoyance. What are you playing at? Ignoring their antic, Ace, Jimbei, Lucas, and Crocodile were silent. However, the rest of the criminals in the other cells were rowdy and didn't hide their lust as they ogled at Hancock. Ace asked Hancock, "What do you want with me?" "I have no business with you, I just wanted to see you for myself. The man who will be the trigger for the battle in which I am set to participate." "Some show I am, huh?" Ace clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied with his situation. Hancock looked at Lucas next and hesitated. This was the man who dared to kill a world noble. While traveling here, Luffy had told her that Lucas is probably here to save Ace as well and had a way out of the Seastone cuffs. The two of them exchanged looks for a while. Lucas sighed and shook his head. "If you're here, then he's probably here too, huh?" Hancock nodded. Seeing the blush on her face, Lucas asked jokingly, "So how far have you two gotten?" "He proposed to me." Pdash! Lucas was too shocked that he choked on his own blood that was left in his mouth as he spit it out. His jaw dropped to the ground, still unable to believe what she said. "Damn it! I only told him to get together with her and take a ship. How did it escalate that quickly?" The others were confused as to what the two of them were talking about. From what they can tell, they seem to know each other though. "He said that?" "Yes, Luffy said he'll marry me when he becomes the Pirate King." This time, Ace's jaw dropped to the ground as well, and another guard tagging along the group seemed to have tripped onto something on the floor. The others were also very confused and surprised by what's happening. "Luffy! Why did Luffy's name pop up here all of a sudden?" Lucas no longer hesitated and took advantage of Magellan and the others being surprised as he broke free from his cuffs and chains and made a dash to where Hancock was. "Burn! First degree, Heat Man! Heat Wave!" Hot air exploded from Lucas and pushed Magellan and the others to the back. Lucas made a water blade with his hand and sliced the Seastone cuffs on Hancock and also sent another wave to Ace and Jimbei to free them. Ace massaged his wrists and a fire began to burn from his fists. Though he was too surprised with how things turned out, he was now free. Ace grinned and looked at where Magellan was while speaking to Lucas. "Water, huh? Make sure you don't get in the way of my flames." "Heh, if I wanted to, your flames will burn even inside my water." "Then shall we?" Magellan looked at the two teaming up and grimaced. Vice Admiral Momaji, who was originally escorting Hancock, also had a grim expression. He looked at Hancock and asked with a heavy voice, "Hancock, what is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten the treaty?" Lucas scoffed at that. "Please, as if you Marines ever keep your promises. Or have you forgotten why I'm here already?" Momaji wasn't able to refute, but he still drew his sword and got ready to fight. Suddenly, boom! There was a loud explosion and the ceiling was destroyed. There, a man fell down from the upper floors and landed on top of Hannibal by accident, instantly knocking him out. "Ah! Did I finally reach the last floor?" There, Straw Hat Luffy had arrived. Lucas was surprised. He didn't think that Luffy could reach it here this fast. Was it because of the recent power-ups that he helped him with? But that shouldn't be too much, right? Man, I was surprised. The floors just suddenly broke like that. But it sure did save me some time. 3 more people landed as he was talking. Lucas recognized them as Buggy, Mr. 3, and Bon Clay. Anyway, they aren't too important. Lucas chose to ignore them. At this time, Luffy finally noticed Ace and Lucas out of the cage and waved furiously. "Ah! Ace! Lucas! I came to save you." Lucas and Ace looked at each other helplessly. "What save? Aren't we already out of the cage?" Now it seems that we need to get you out of here as well. You all. Magellan trembled in anger seeing all these people out and about. A huge blob of poison came out from him and formed what seemed like a dragon. Hydra. Seeing this huge lump of poison, Luffy quickly jumped to where Lucas was. At the same time, one of the guards behind Magellan lifted a steel pipe from somewhere and followed as well. Ah, no good, I can't stay there anymore. Everyone watched as the guard removed his cap and revealed his face. Seeing who he was, both Luffy and Ace had eyes wide open in tears at the corner of their eyes. This was a face they never thought they would be able to see again. Sabo! Chapter 53, Brothers Reunite. Hearing his two little brothers call out to him, Sabo was also excited to finally have this reunion. However, the situation right now needs to be taken care of first. Sabo grinned at the two. Yo, it's been a long time, but I'm back. Both Luffy and Ace tried hard not to break into tears, but failed to do so. All they could do was nod furiously and not say anything. Well, as much as I want to talk with you guys right now, shall we deal with this guy first? As Sabo said that, Luffy and Ace wiped their tears and also looked at Magellan and the others with a grin. All of a sudden, they felt like they wouldn't lose at all. Yeah. Plenty of time to celebrate once we get out of this place. Shishishi. Hancock. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine DDDDA, I can't say it. Lucas stared at Hancock in shock. Just what did Luffy do to her? Ace and Sabo seemed to trip as well. They didn't think that their youngest brother could, forget it. Comparing themselves with Luffy will only hurt them in the end. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo stood side by side as they glared at the enemies on the opposite side. Looking at the three of them, even Lucas got excited. Finally! He never thought he would actually see these three brothers fight together. Lucas smiled and stood beside Luffy. Luffy, I'll deal with that lump of poison. You guys take care of that Vice Admiral. No way! That purple guy looks the strongest, I'll take him on. Luffy didn't bother waiting for a response as he started with a dash. Ace and Sabo knew how dangerous Magellan was, so they chased after him. Lucas just smiled wryly as he can't help but feel how familiar this is to when he was still sailing with the crew. Well, I suppose I can just heal him if he does get poisoned. While thinking as such, Lucas made a dash as well and confronted Magellan. Vice Admiral Momaji didn't like that he was being ignored, so he swung his sword to intercept Luffy, but another figure was faster than him. Seeing Luffy being attacked, Hancock was angered and appeared in front of Momaji with a kick. Don't get in my husband's way. GH. Hancock. Luffy saw Hancock block and fight Momaji. He grinned and waved at her. Oh! Thanks, Hancock. I love. I can't say it. Ace and Sabo once again stared at Luffy with half-closed eyes. Damn it! Stop flirting in the middle of a battle. Even Magellan was angered that the beautiful Hancock was acting bashful to Luffy. He controlled the Hydra poison above him and charged at Luffy. Lucas turned to look at Ace and met his gaze as well. The two nodded and split up on both sides of Luffy. Heiken! Mizukin! From the left side, a flaming fist. From the right side, a water fist. The two fists collided on each side of the Hydra poison and exploded. Sabo got in front of Luffy and put both of his hands on the ground. Dragon Breath! An invisible shockwave seemed to explode with Sabo at the center, which pushed back the excess poison from the explosion. Luffy jumped over Sabo and bit on his thumb. Candle! Right! Mr. 3 felt that all he can do now is to side with Luffy and the rest while they defeat Magellan. Only then can they actually get out of this place. When he heard Luffy call out to him, he knew what he wanted to do, so he released a large amount of candle and placed it on Luffy's hand. Candle lock. Hone Fusion! With a blow on his thumb, his arm started to expand. The air then transferred to one arm, then to where the candle arm is. Gomu Gomu no. Gigant Hammer. Venom Road. Boom! Just before Luffy's attack reached him, Magellan created another Hydra and used Venom Road to escape. Still, Lucas was already aware of this as he appeared in front of Magellan. Second degree, Boiling Man. Boom! Lucas swung his fist at Magellan and activated his armament haki for a second as it hit Magellan's face. The steam exploded upon contact and managed to blast Magellan to the air where Sabo was waiting. Sabo swung down his hand that formed a dragon's claw. Dragon Claw! Boom! Unlike Luffy and Ace, Sabo has already learned haki and didn't need to worry too much when he touches Magellan. Hibashira! Ace shouted as a fire pillar appeared beneath Magellan. Magellan grimaced from the fire and shot a poison bubble at it. Chloro Ball! The fire and poison collided and exploded, which released a poison mist in the air. Lucas waved his hand and trapped the poison mist with his own steam, which turned into a water bubble. With a flick of a finger, Lucas threw this water bubble containing the poison mist at the unconscious Hannibal. Humph. This is just a small payback for torturing me. Magellan saw Hannibal take his own poison. He was angered and stared daggers at Lucas. Forget Luffy, I will deal with this brat first. Lucas saw his look and grinned. What's wrong, Magellan? Can't handle 4 brats? Gore! Don't get cocky now. Magellan took off the 2 horns on his head and wore it in his hands. Seeing this, Lucas really thought how absurd he looked. Still, those horn gloves are deadly if he gets hit with it, so it was better to avoid it. HM? Actually, does Magellan even know haki? Lucas thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's useless to compare the Magellan he's facing to the one in the anime. This was reality now. And for Magellan to be the warden of Impel Down, it's impossible for him not to have haki. Don't forget about me. Gomu Gomu no. Champion Rifle. While they weren't looking, it seems that Mr. 3 had made Luffy a set of candle gloves and boots so he can attack Magellan. Even Magellan was dumbfounded and couldn't react in time. He was only able to block the attack by crossing his arms, but it still managed to push him back. Lucas laughed and started to release a huge amount of water to the floor until it almost reached their knees. He turned to Jinbei, who still hasn't joined the fight, and spoke. Jinbei, is this water enough? Waha! This is plenty enough. Let me join this fight as well. Jinbei placed his hand on the water and flung it towards Magellan. Achimizu! A small droplet was all it took, but Magellan was still shot and started bleeding. Lucas looked at Jinbei and clicked his tongue. You gotta teach me fishman karate when we get out. With pleasure. Magellan held on his bleeding shoulder and his face turned grim. Momaji was still preoccupied with Boa Hancock, and it looks like he can't expect help from him anytime soon, which meant he had to face all 5 of these alone. Just Lucas and Jinbei alone can already give him a hard time. Add to that Fire Fist Ace, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and Straw Hat Luffy. Actually, Luffy isn't a big problem if only that candle guy wasn't here. Magellan turned to look at Mr. 3 and gave him a glare. Mr. 3 shivered and quickly hid behind Buggy, who also shivered when the glare transferred to him. Looking at the antics of the two, Magellan sighed. He can't deal with them now and avoid leaving a blind spot for the other 5 to attack. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Hannibal, who was still writhing in pain from the poison, and Domino, who was trying to help Hannibal. Domino, get out of here and contact HQ. I'll hold them off in the meantime. Why, yes, sir. Lucas only gave her a glance and instantly reappeared in front of her. With a chop to the neck, she was unconscious. Actually, releasing water on the floor wasn't just for Jinbei. With this water, he can practically be anywhere. It's like when Enel used the gold to transport himself, Lucas was using the water to easily appear in other places touched by the water. Lucas looked at Magellan with a smirk. Do you really think I will let you? Magellan grimaced again and his eyes seemed to turn red. Enough. I will let you all see what it means to anger the Warden of Impel Down. Venom Demon. Suddenly, a huge red demon-like monster made of pure poison appeared. Even Lucas can tell that the poison this time isn't something on the same level as the purple one before. Looking at the demon as it expanded and the rubble it touches keep disintegrating, Lucas wondered if this was considered an awakening. If not, just how fearsome is he if he awakened? Even the prisoners in this level started to back away from their cages, afraid that the poison would touch them and kill them. This ends now. Jigaku no Shinpan. Ha! Shimapan, striped panties. Lucas, though he heard it wrong, what the hell is this Magellan going on about saying striped panties all of a sudden? Magellan seemed to trip when he heard that and he turned to glare at Lucas for ridiculing him. Die! No thanks. Neptune's wrath. Lucas turned into a huge angry water god while still in his boiling man form, which made it look even fiercer. The steam also turned into a Hagoromo which floated behind his back. He didn't mean for it to shape into that, but it seems to just appear that way. Something this big, Lucas isn't able to maintain an armament hockey for even half a second, but with his observation hockey, he should still be able to time it well. The poison demon and the water god clashed as shockwave erupted from it. When the dust settled, Magellan was down on his knees and Lucas was panting while standing. As expected, using hockey on such a large surface really wasn't easy. From the cages, crocodiles saw Magellan's pathetic state and laughed. Kuah! The mighty warden Magellan, down on his knees. Now this is a sight. The other prisoners were also laughing at Magellan's plight. Luffy seemed to be bothered by this and shouted at them. Shut up! The prisoners went silent for a moment, then started laughing even louder. But this time, the laughter wasn't directed at Magellan, rather, to Luffy instead. Ha ha ha. Brat, how about you let us out of here and see if you can say that again, huh? Ha ha ha, there's something wrong with this guy's brain. Ha 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 ha. Lucas and the others frowned at them but didn't bother making a move. Well, Lucas wasn't so patient. Controlling the water beneath on his feet, he extended it to rise up to where the prisoners were and slowly send them all unconscious by drowning them. What is this? Bastard. Wait till I'm out. I'm gonna split that head of yours into two. The prisoners started to riot, but eventually, they still drowned and fell one by one. No need to kill them, Lucas. I know, I'm just letting them sleep for a while. Lucas sighed and shook his head. Personally, he'd really rather kill them all right now and avoid any future troubles. At the same time, he was shocked that he was completely fine when he thought of doing a massacre so casually. Shaking his head, he focused on Magellan once more and spoke. It's over, Magellan. Momaji is also defeated already. There are no reinforcements coming. Kudash! I won't let you all get away. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud explosion from above and the entire place seemed to shake. Boom! What's happening? Buggy shouted as he was really afraid. At first, he and Mr. 3 were celebrating when they saw Magellan was defeated and Bon Clay also rejoiced along with them. But now, there were explosions at the upper levels. Just what is going on? Then, they heard someone laughing with difficulty. Cough, ha, ha ha, bastard. I already called for reinforcements. See if you can get out now. It was Hannibal. He was holding onto a small dent in Mushy when everyone wasn't looking. Lucas frowned and gave him a kick to send him flying. Sabo sighed. From the sound of things, it seems that an admiral has also arrived and called in a buster call. Buster call. Hearing these two words, everyone was badly frightened. Mr. 3 even started to foam in his mouth and faint from the shock. Of course, no one really cared about it. But because of this, they needed to get away quickly. We need to go, now. Everyone nodded and started to run. While escaping, it seemed that Crocodile called Bon Clay and asked him to wake Mr. 3 up to make a key for his sea stone cage and cuffs. Since they were once acquainted, Bon Clay was fine with it and considered it as repaying his debt with Crocodile. But before they could go to level 5, they met another obstacle in their path. A dark figure in jet black robes wearing a white mask was holding onto Suddy, a blonde woman with revealing clothes, by the neck, and the so-called four demons are also on the ground. It was unclear whether they are still alive or not. Ace saw the darkness spreading on the ground. He knew what this power meant. That ability, it's the same one Blackbeard had. Lucas was shocked. He didn't think that he would meet the new user of the darkness fruit right here. The man seemed to notice them just now as he turned to look at Lucas. "Oh, you've escaped, brother." "Brother?" Lucas frowned. "What is this guy talking about?" The man paused for a moment, then placed his hand over his mask as he revealed his face. When everyone saw what he looked like, they were all surprised. But more so than them, Lucas was unable to understand what's happening. After all, that man looked just like Lucas. His hair was longer, and there were some scars on his face, but that appearance was definitely the same as Lucas. "After seeing my face, do you still deny it, brother?" "I thought I was alone, that I had no family left. Turns out, I still have a brother in this world." The man started trembling. He tossed Suddy to the ground and seemed to be embracing himself to stop the trembling. "Aha! I even destroyed the floors to let your friend reach you faster. How is it? Aren't I a good brother? Aren't I thoughtful? I am right. Now, brother, come join me." He stretched his hand to Lucas with his palm facing outwards. "I have become the god of death. And you also have an amazing power. They even called you the Reaper of the Seas." Together. A twisted grin could be seen on his face. "Let's go and put an end to this world." Chapter 54, Breaking Out. Let's rewind time for a bit. On a certain island somewhere along the first half of the Grand Line, a young man with white hair was walking unsteadily in the forest. His skinny look and body full of bruises is enough to tell you that this young man had not lived a good life. Often, he is bullied and beaten up. His parents are dead and he has no money to eat. As he was walking in the forest, he saw a strange-looking fruit in front of him and hesitated. He has been looking around for a day now and did not see a hint of food anywhere. Probably, those bullies of his had taken everything already. Just as he was hesitating, his stomach growled again. He no longer cared and took the fruit and ate it. He ignored the weird taste and simply ate his fill. Once he was finished, he felt a strange power emerge from him. Looking at his hands, it suddenly released a black mist and he immediately understood. What he ate was death. He wasn't a person who knew a lot. He didn't know the existence of devil fruits. As such, he could only think of such things. To him, that strange fruit was definitely poisonous. For him not to die means he conquered death. And for him to gain such powers means he now controls death. His mouth twisted into a weird grin. But just as suddenly, his face warped again and he brought his hands to grab his face. "No! This is not me." He was disgusted at the thought of him thinking that. He grasped his head tightly, seemingly in an attempt to shake off the feelings and thoughts he had earlier. After a while, he was left panting on the floor. His stomach still growling. What's more, his hunger also seemed to have been intensified after eating that strange fruit. "Food, I need food, hunger, I need to devour." Unable to find food in the forest, he started to crawl back to the city with his head still muddled. When he reached the city, everyone looked at him in disgust. Some kids even came and threw stones at him, while some went farther and even gave him a few kicks and spits. This is that kind of country. The discrimination of the rich and the poor are separated cleanly. The useless are thrown off while the others live happily. He simply ignored them and endured it just like before, but this time, he felt something churning within him. Something seemed to be calling out to him. Kill. 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 Devour everything that stands in your way. Zihahahaha. A few hours later. The city that had tormented him was engulfed in darkness. Soon, it was no more. By the time he snapped out of it, all he saw was a city in ruins. The buildings turned to scraps, the people dead on the ground. Everything started to sink in. He tried to vomit from the disgust that he was feeling, but nothing came out as he hasn't eaten for days now, yet strangely, he felt full. What did I do? His vision started to blur from the shock of what had just happened. Soon, he fell unconscious. Time passed, the Marines were notified of the incident and sent people to investigate what happened. When they saw a thin young man full of scars and bruises, they didn't think that he was the one who caused this massacre. They only thought how lucky it was for someone to be able to survive what had just happened. The young man woke up and introduced himself as Lucius. After being warmly welcomed by the group of Marines and was even given food and shelter, he teared up and thought that he no longer needed to suffer. He was wrong. One night, he had a nightmare. That was still fine normally, but Lucius wasn't a normal person. Not anymore. In his sleep, his ability activated and, by the time he woke up just in time to see a Marine soldier swinging a sword at him while crying. "You devil! You deserve to die!" "Why?" Darkness moved and stabbed through the heart of the soldier trying to attack him. Lucius was still shocked and didn't know what just happened. The soldier's eyes dimmed as he dropped his weapon to the ground. "You bastard, killed everyone." Hearing that, Lucius looked around and saw everyone dead. Once again, he was the only one alive. Frightened by his own power, he took a rowboat and fled. He didn't know where he was going, but he still sailed where the seas took him. When he finally reached an island after several days, he was found by an elderly couple as he collapsed to the ground. History repeated itself. He was given warm food, shelter, then he killed them all. This cycle repeated so much that Lucius had long lost track with how many times he'd kill. He stopped vomiting, stopped crying, until he stopped caring anymore. He was alone. He had no family. No friends. Nothing. That's fine. As long as he's alive, he no longer cares about what happens to the world. Over time, he has gotten to know that his powers were from a devil fruit. The Yami Yami no Mi, or rather, the darkness fruit. Still, he was convinced that this fruit was delivered to him by fate, and the fact that he can somehow nullify other devil fruits made him think that his power is far superior than the rest. His ability alone can decide the life and death of anyone he touches. It was enough to call him the god of death. Soon, a name seemed to spread around the world. The Black Death. He who touches him is bound to die, and that devil fruit powers were useless to him. However, this was just a name. No one knew what he looked like, as he always had his long white hair covering his face. One day, Lucius chanced upon a newspaper. He saw a man who looked just like him and was said to be the new Shichibukai. Surprised at seeing someone who looked like him, a word he never thought he would remember started to resurface in his mind. Family. He never even thought that it might be a clone or something else. Or rather, he wanted it so much to be real to the point that he wouldn't accept any reason for an answer. Reading further, he knew that this brother of his also had an amazing ability to actually have a water-type devil fruit. Lucius had learned a lot in the past few days. He knew that the greatest weakness of devil fruit users was the sea water. Even he was no exception to this. He stared at the picture of his brother excitedly. Slowly, a twisted grin appeared on his face. That's right, with the two of us together, no one would be able to stop us. The two of us can be gods. Lucius' mind was no longer like before, with a shred of humanity. But he wasn't hasty in meeting his brother. He wanted to know more about him first. And so he began by following the Straw Hat crew first. In the past, he was already aware of how disgusting and cruel the world was. It was the strong that survives and the weak dies eventually. But when he saw how Zoro had bared the pain of his captain on his own, he suddenly felt like everything he knew before was a lie. So this is his crew. Lucius watched Zoro for a moment before disappearing from Thriller Bark and sailing away. He then went to where Lucas was and hid himself to observe him. He saw how different his brother was to him. Lucas seemed to be surrounded by people he trusts, and the people around him are also attracted to him naturally. There was no deceiving, no mind games, no betrayal. Right, this was what Lucius longed for. He wanted to have family, friends, loved ones. He didn't want to be alone. Lucius stayed silent. In him, the shred of humanity he thought he'd lost started to gradually resurface. When Shiki started to arrive, he also stayed and watched everything unfold. From them invading the floating island to killing Shiki. After Lucas killed Shiki, Lucius was surprised that Lucas had it in him to kill someone. Strangely enough, he felt closer to Lucas due to this, as he simply attributed it to the fact that they were family. Lucius kept himself hidden in Merville as he blended in the darkness. Unlike all Logia users, his ability doesn't let him turn into darkness, but he can still cover himself in darkness to block any kind of probing. Even observation haki doesn't work on him, which was why Lucas did not notice anything. Finally, Lucas left for Sabete Archipelago, where he witnessed Lucas losing everyone and killing the world noble. Like I thought, we're the same after all. Following that, he stayed in the background, secretly helping Luffy break out and join up with Lucas. And as a thoughtful brother, he was about to take care of the leftovers so their escape will go smoother. This was when he finally met Lucas face to face. Lucius was so happy to finally talk with his brother that his mouth twisted into a grin once more. Let's go and put an end to this world. That's right. The two of us brothers shall destroy this world and create an even better one. We will be the two gods who will rule the new world. To Lucius, everything was going perfectly. All that was left is for Lucas to join him and everything will be perfect. But things did not go as he planned. Lucas frowned when he saw the man in front of him that kept on calling him his brother. He was confused as to who the hell this was. The original story did not have this development or this character. Right now, the person he is currently facing is most likely someone that he had created. Not literally, of course. It just meant that this person was an effect of the changes that he had made in the past. Lucas had still underestimated everything happening in the background and thought that nothing much had changed when he killed Blackbeard. Only now did he know what a huge impact Blackbeard's death was. But for the new owner of the Darkness Fruit to be someone who looks like him, just why is that? It can't be that he really was blood related to him. Lucas was from another world. Wait, another world? Lucas thought for a moment and remembered from the movies and TV series that he watched before that there are such cases where the same person can also exist in an alternate reality. Is this who this man is? Another Lucas? Lucas continued to frown as he spoke. Thanks for helping, but I am not who you think I am. I don't have a brother. Ah. The grin in Lucius' mouth disappeared. Anyway, we need to go. The Marines have started bombing the place. Lucas did not want to waste time with this brother wannabe of his and just wanted to get out. Seeing them leave and ignore him, Lucius snapped out. A huge wall of darkness stretched to the bottom of the stairs which blocked them from getting out. Ha, I get it now. You're just like them. What the hell are you doing? Lucas' face turned grim as he glared at Lucius, who suddenly broke into a laughter. You. Even though we're family. You still refuse me. Like I said, you're not Dash. Shut up. Boom. Darkness exploded from Lucius and the whole area was covered with nothing but darkness. Everyone looked around and found themselves unable to see anything. Ace tried to light up, but for some reason, his devil fruit stopped working. Sabo frowned and remembered something. He tried to speak but did not hear his own voice. Inside the darkness, their sense of sight and hearing seemed to no longer work. No one can see or hear anyone. Lucas looked around, then closed his eyes as he tried to use observation haki. Still, it did not work. He then tried to feel his power. His power still works. Since that's the case, Lucas started to sigh deeply as his body heated up and generated steam. Heat wave. Boom. Hot air exploded with Lucas as the center and knocked everyone back, including Lucius, who got thrown to the wall. After being struck, the darkness disappeared and everyone finally saw each other. Lucas saw the others had new bruises and cuts. He was angered. His skin started to boil as he turned around and faced Lucius. Turning his head slightly to Luffy and the others, he shouted, "Go! I'll hold him off." "What? I came here to rescue you. I'm not leaving you behind." Luffy ignored his wounds and tried to stand beside Lucas. "Luffy, did you forget where we are? This prison is at the bottom of the sea. I can escape whenever I want. Now go." Fine. You better come back, you hear me? I will wait for you in Sabaody. Go!" After hesitating for a moment, Luffy finally turned around and left. Behind him, Lucas could faintly hear Sabo saying he wanted to find Ivankov and Ace saying he needed to go to Marineford. Turns out, before taking Ace, Sengoku had a backup plan and had captured another member of the Whitebeard crew to lure Whitebeard. This was simply in a rare case that Ace manages to escape. At least they can still lure Whitebeard. Ace knew about this since Garp told him before Lucas arrived in level 6. After Luffy and Sabo heard what Ace wanted to do, the two decided to follow him to Marineford. Hearing that, Lucas' mouth twitched a number of times. "Damn it! I just got you all out of here. Why are you still going to Marineford?" Lucas lamented. Why did he go through all this trouble for if this was still going to happen? He should have just waited in Marineford if he knew. That damn Sengoku and his backup plan. I'm gonna teach him a lesson when I see him. After cursing Sengoku a number of times in his head, Lucas finally paid attention to this man in front of him. Lucius coughed as he stood up. When he did, he glared at his brother hatefully. He did everything to help his brother just so they will be together, but in the end, his brother still refused to treat him as family. Unforgivable. 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 With a beastly roar, Lucius charged at Lucas in top speed as he reappeared in front of him. Darkness covered his hands and turned into a claw. He swung it at Lucas, who only glanced at it and let him hit. When the dark claw touched Lucas, his body splashed like water and reformed itself. Lucas could tell that Lucius does not know hockey. He was merely using the effect of his darkness fruit to neutralize his opponent's devil fruits. But that doesn't work on Lucas. Though, if it had been hockey, then it would be different. Lucius appeared shocked and confused why his attack did nothing. Lucas ignored his reaction and swung his fist at him, which exploded after the hit. Lucius flew black and Lucas followed after, sending another punch to make him miss the ground. Godash! The ground shattered into web-like cracks underneath Lucius. Due to the darkness fruit, the pain he felt had amplified. Still, Lucius was used to the pain and only gritted his teeth. He touched the floor and soon, darkness began to spread on the floor and Lucas could feel an unknown force sucking him down the ground. Seeing this, Lucas kept calm and placed both hands on the ground as well and blasted it. The ground crumbled and dispelled the darkness. With none of his attacks working, Lucius covered himself in an armor made of darkness and charged back at Lucas. Lucas shot out some high-pressured water shots, but the darkness armor simply devoured the water as Lucius continued to charge. Knowing that he can't hit Lucas, Lucius instead made a prison of darkness which would slowly devour Lucas inside. Naturally, Lucas wouldn't just stand around and let him do that. Lucas' fists trembled as he controlled the water surrounding Impel Down. Suddenly, a hole opened up from the wall and a powerful stream of water shot out, which took Lucius by surprise. Lucius was unable to devour all the water at once and was soon pushed back by the water. It only took a moment for the floor to soon be filled with water. Lucas looked around at the prisoners still left and Magellan, who was unconscious. He sighed and left. Maybe this was for the best. After all, no one on this floor is good. Just let the water wash them away. Lucas took a fleeting glance at his so-called brother, who was now unable to swim as the water surrounded him. He turned around and no longer paid him any attention. With his body turning to water, he let himself flow out of Impel Down. When he resurfaced, he could see Luffy and the others taking a marine warship and sailing away. Kizaru, who was also in another warship, tried to give chase, but suddenly, his whole ship seemed to be crushed by the water beneath and Kizaru could jump away and use Jeppo to walk in the air. Turning around in midair, he saw another figure in the skies with huge wings behind him. You! Seeing Lucas, he changed his target and his body turned to light. The next instant, he was already in front of Lucas with his legs stretched out clad in armament hockey. Fast! Lucas quickly crossed his arms to defend but was still thrown back down to the sea. Kizaru waited for Lucas to reappear again when suddenly, the waves started to churn. From where Lucas dropped, a huge wave started to rise and form into a gigantic man. Luffy and the others who were sailing away noticed the disturbance and took a look. As soon as Luffy turned around, stars suddenly filled his eyes. So cool! Chapter 55, Why Me? Lucas, who now turned into a gigantic water golem, lifted his hand that was beneath the ship where Luffy and the others were on. Feeling as if they were being lifted, everyone's faces paled except for Luffy, who was still shouting in excitement. When they saw the water giant grin, their hearts seemed to stop. The next moment, they felt the wind pressure slam on their bodies as the water giant threw their ship high in the air as if it was a baseball pitch. Strike! Whoa! With the exception of Luffy, everyone on the ship started to curse Lucas while clutching their hearts. Damn you bastard! The Marines watching this, including Kizaru, all had their jaws drop and their eyes wide at the scene. What on earth just happened? The water giant laughed. Ha ha ha. Kizaru, they're headed for Marineford now. Do you think you can still stop them? Why you? Kizaru was about to retort when he felt a shadow cast over him. Lifting his head, he saw a ceiling of water formed into a hand about to crash down on him. Seeing this, Kizaru quickly disappeared into light and dodged the attack. Lucas sighed and thought that having a huge body doesn't really help. He's too slow and his opponent is too fast. Similarly, Kizaru also lamented that even if he is too fast, he can't deal with Lucas at the moment as well. After firing a few laser beams at the water giant Lucas and seeing that he can still reform easily, Kizaru thought that this fight is pointless to continue. It was better for him to return and deal with the others there. Also, Whitebeard was about to arrive. He can't waste any more time here. Lucas watched Kizaru leave in a flash of light. He flew out from the water giant and gave chase. As for the water giant, without the control of Lucas, it naturally came crashing down and the ships left behind were all caught up in it as well. Lucas ignored them and simply flew away as he tried to get to Marineford as soon as possible. Since events were still happening just like in the original, he can't let Ace or anyone die. Back in Impel Down. Level 6. Due to the battle Lucas had with Lucius just now, some cages were bent and pried open. Not everyone here was a devil fruit user. For example, Shiryu of the Rain. He took a glance at the unconscious kid who used the darkness fruit just now and a grin appeared on his face. Hee hee, don't worry kid, you ain't dying here. Shiryu has been watching Lucius and Lucas fight earlier and felt that he can get along with this kid, Lucius. If he trains him right, well, they can bring about a never-before-seen destruction. It took a while for him to find his sword, but after getting it, he freed the rest of the prisoners in level 6. You lot are free. I'm taking this kid and unleash hell on earth. Whether you follow me or not is up to you. Kaya. Let's go. Let's go. Count me in. Ah. Quick. Grab those devil fruit guys and bring them with us. The prisoners rioted and cheered. Soon, they resurfaced the world. But that is a story for another time. Over at Marineford, a man who was also a division commander of the Whitebeard crew, Haruta, was currently kneeling on the execution platform with 2 guards standing on both sides. Despite being in a public execution, Haruta had a grin on his face. Since he was the one being executed, that meant that Ace managed to escape. He was happy. Back then, he was the first to get wind of news about Ace's capture and tried to save him but only ended up being captured as well. So learning that Ace managed to escape, he felt at peace. The only worry he has now is if Ace only escaped to get here and try to rescue him. Pops too. Haruta looked at the sky and prayed that none of them try to save him. From the execution platform, he could see just how many Marines were here and how many high-ranking Marines are as well. Though there were only 2 admirals at the moment, the others should return soon. At this moment, Sengoku arrived and held a Denden Mushi to announce something. Men, I have something crucial to tell you all. Currently, Portgas D. Ace, who was supposed to be executed today, has escaped Impel Down with the help of Straw Hat Luffy, Revolutionary Sabo, and former Shichibukai, Lucas. Everyone fell silent, wondering why Sengoku is announcing this now when this is being broadcasted live around the world. At the moment, I received news that they are all about to head here to save this man. Haruta's eyes widened. His worst fear had come. Ace has indeed escaped to save him. There is another thing about Ace's and Luffy's identity. Garp, who was sitting below the execution grounds, crossed his arms and kept silent. Back then, we searched as though our lives depended on it. Searching for the possibility that there existed on that island a child of that man. Based on nothing but the tiniest of leads from Cipher Pole, we investigated all newborn children, all children who were yet to be born, and all of their mothers, but ultimately found nothing. From the other side of the screens, people around the world looked at each other in confusion. Just what is this guy saying? Why be so long-winded? Or so we thought, but out of pure obstinacy, that mother had risked her life to perform a certain trick with regard to his birth. And it was this trick that deceived our eyes. In the South Blue, there lies an island by the name of Batarilla. The name of this woman was Portgas D. Rouge. Garp stood up and walked away to where Tsuru was. This is not your fault. Does it matter? On the stage, Sengoku continued. She performed a feat that we could never have hoped to imagine, and out of devotion to her child, bore him in her womb for a full 20 months. And when the birth finally came, her strength all but spent, she left this world as he entered it. From that point, a child bearing the most accursed blood to be found in this world was born. That child is Ace. What followed next was something that shocked the entire world as much as the news of a world noble's death. His father is none other than the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chatters. The Pirate King's son. Fire Fist Ace is. Unbelievable. So his blood still remains. Sengoku shouted once again. Right now, Ace is heading this way. When he does, he will be executed. Ooh! It was at this moment, a fleet of pirate ships appeared. The gates of justice was opened without their permission. Wild Knight Doma, Thunderlord Megui, the Decalvan brothers, Vortex Spider Squadro, a terrifying group who have made their names for themselves in the New World. These were the pirates allied with Whitebeard. The next moment, the admirals and Sengoku could hear a faint sound of bubbles rising from deep underwater. Soon, foreshadows could be seen at the center of Marineford. Boom! From under the water rose 4 ships shaped like a whale. It's Moby Dick! Whitebeard has arrived. Everyone readied their weapons and pointed at the ships. From there, they heard the footsteps of the strongest man. Gururara. How many decades has it been, Sengoku? Whitebeard appeared at the very front of the ship holding a long naginata to the side. My beloved son had better be safe and sound. Pops! Haruta shouted with tears at the corner of his eyes. Damn it! As I thought, they still came to save me. He was worried about Whitebeard yet at the same time, he felt relieved. Gururara. You just hang in there a little longer, Haruta. Whitebeard got into a stance. He swung his left hand and punched the air to the left. Once he did, a crack could be seen in midair as if it was made of glass. He did the same and punched the air on the right. While everyone was still confused, the sea from both sides started to expand and turned into huge tsunamis heading towards them. This was the man who was said to hold the power to destroy the world. With the two tsunamis on both sides, marks the start of the war. Naturally, it was impossible for the admirals to stay seated at a time like this. Akiji disappeared from his seat and appeared in the sky with both hands stretched to both sides. Ice Age! Instantly, the huge tsunamis froze over and stopped, creating two huge ice walls on both sides of Marineford. Whitebeard grinned and took a glance at him as he spoke. Akiji, you little rascal. Akiji didn't dare waste any words on him and simply attacked by throwing a dozen ice spears at Whitebeard. Whitebeard swung his fist again and punched the air, causing it to crack. The next moment, the ice spears cracked and crumbled away along with Akiji in midair. The ice shards fell to the ground and froze the sea as a new Akiji reformed himself. The frozen sea now has become a platform for them to fight. While the Marines took this chance to shoot cannons on the ships that had been trapped, the pirates didn't stand idle and they all jumped out to fight. Facing them was also a line-up of ice admirals. While pirates and Marines fought, Mihawk, who was standing on the wall, started to grab his sword. Beside him, Doflamingo appeared surprised. Fufufu, what, are you actually gonna do it? I'm just going to measure, so I can see it with my own eyes, the difference in actual strength between that man and I. Mihawk wanted to know if he can match the one known as the strongest man. With a single swing of a blade, the frozen sea was split as his sword energy was about to hit Whitebeard. However, before it could even reach Whitebeard, Diamond Joza jumped in and turned into Diamond, completely blocking Mihawk's sword. Mihawk grimaced. It seems he needs to deal with this one first before he can fight Whitebeard. Suddenly, Joza gabbed on the frozen sea on the ground and started to lift it. What brute strength! Look out! It's an iceberg! Joza tossed the huge iceberg he lifted onto the Marine side. This iceberg was even larger than the giants. Akainu saw this and sighed. Geez, if all of us are out there, who is left to protect this place? His left hand turned into magma as it started to expand. With a swing of his fist, a large burning hand made of magma punched through the iceberg and instantly melted it. After destroying the iceberg, the magma started to break off and fall from the sky like meteor showers. One of which was headed towards Whitebeard, but he only needed to swing his Naginata once to stop it. You think you look cool with your fire, huh? Why don't you go and light a birthday cake instead, magma brat? Fufufu, I just thought I'd light your funeral up a bit, Whitebeard. What followed next was Or showing up and about to charge ahead when suddenly everyone could hear a faint sound from high up in the sky. Hey. What's that? It was unknown who pointed it out first, but when one man pointed to the sky, everyone looked up. We're going to crash. Lucas, that bastard. I'm gonna kill him. Shi. I'm made of rubber, so I'll be fine. Oh, Hancock, quickly grab onto me. Luffy. Do you want to be the only two survivors, you bastard? Damn it. Aren't we your brothers? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. It was a good thing that the battleship that fell from the sky landed on the area where Joza picked up a huge chunk earlier so they didn't crash on ice. Jinbei and Sabo quickly got the devil fruit users out of the sea as soon as they landed. Luffy coughed up a few times and stood up. Beside him were Ace, Sabo, Hancock, Jinbei, Ivankov, Crocodile, Buggy, Mr. 3, Bon Clay, and the rest of the freed prisoners of Impel Down they took with him. Buggy laughed and tried to act unafraid in front of the prisoners. Jaya! Are you ready for me, world? Haruta! I'm coming to get you. Ace shouted to where Haruta was at the execution stand. Ha! This seems fun. Shi. Oh! That huge guy with the horns. I think I met him before. Both Sabo and Luffy grinned while Luffy noticed Oars. Strangely, he felt quite familiar with him. Seeing the intruders, Sengoku snapped out at Garp. Garp! Is that another member of your family? Luffy! Garp nearly pulled out his hair in frustration. Sengoku looked at him and knew he can't do anything about him. He then turned to where Luffy and the others was as he shouted. So this is your answer, is it, Jimbei? Hancock. Indeed. I resign as a Shichibukai. I as well. As Luffy's wife, I shall be joining him in the future. You dash. It seemed the whole world fell silent when they heard Hancock. When did the Pirate Empress become Luffy's wife? The only one who didn't react much was Luffy himself and Garp, who suddenly became happy all of a sudden though he was beyond angry earlier. Hancock. I said I won't marry you yet. Bah. Good one, Luffy. For a moment, I was worried I won't get any great-grandkids. Wah! Only now did everyone finally react. They saw the bashful expression of Hancock and their hearts throbbed. Kill Straw Hat Luffy. Ah. Why me? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.